That was so close to timing the end of the song for when the countdown ends. 10 more seconds. Never mind! Psych! I'm here! What's up? Hello! The official start of the weekend. We can hopefully relax. I replanned my weekend a little bit so that I will actually stream tomorrow. This was not planned, but I will take the Sunday off to go out of town. So, you know, there must be at least one grass touching day in the week. So it will be a Sunday for me instead. But today, it's all about touching Albion. Kind of, together. What's up? Welcome. Naski, hello! Once again, this is on YouTube and Twitch. I mean, you all know. Especially you here for the start of the stream. I appreciate you being here, thank you. But you already know. So you can choose Twitch or YouTube. X-Respect. Hi. First message of the Twitch chat today. Afternoon, guys, says Edwin, and I say afternoon to you as well. This is the piece of wood I'll be working with today. Indeed. Man, it looks majestic, it feels good, and it sounds good as well. Can you say that about your piece of wood? Okay. Poglog, what's up, Vitus? Yes, very much Poglog. I want to make a video about Poglog. I have a lot of good clips, and if you didn't see last time I played, and this weapon in my brain went from, okay, just fun troll thing, to actual build. Actual, serious build. Yes, we might struggle with some meta weapons, we might not be able to go up against very high tier death givers and flamewalkers and stuff like that, but then again, even flamewalkers have a weakness. If I read their soul, don't forget, the log of the Pog has an iframe built in. So this is more than just a joke. Carl says, oh no, he has the Pog log equipped. Oh, you know what's coming. This is gonna be 95% Pog and 5% log, and 100% concentrated power of will. Hunk says, remember how I said I can't play bow because you can't animation cancel like you can in League? Yes, I think, but we discussed that last time. At least the difference with League combat or Dota combat, yes. Also, what's up, Hunk? I watched the little clip you posted in Discord. I don't think it's like, it's so difficult to conclude that someone is cheating just because it disconnects next to them, yeah? But of course, the thing is, from every person's perspective, we could always say like, well, that's not cheat, you know, that just happens. That happens to everyone, yeah? Internet troubles, server troubles, especially lately with some of the DDoS action. But if this constantly happens to people that person is next to, yeah, from a developer's like helicopter view, they should be able to tell that something freaky is going on. But your clip alone is just a disconnect. By the way, good job, you still killed the guy. Why no mom in the title? Okay, Ryomi, give me ideas how to include your mom in this title, and well, reconsider. But yeah, it is true. It is one of those Fridays where your mother is getting a bit of a rest from being the butt of the Albion Twitch stream title jokes. But I think your mom deserves the rest from all the hard work. What's up? I am. We're gonna mist it up. First of all in tier 7 and then probably go higher. Last time I played Poglog, we did play 4-4-6-3, and it was surprisingly, as I said, for me the big surprise was it's not just fun troll build, but it was actually quite legit, and we took several 1v1s against death givers, against flamewalkers, and it worked out. Or at least it was close fights. Now it's definitely much more difficult to play this than it is to play a flamewalker, but still. 5-4-7-3 Poglog. That far I never got to. We could, yeah. At that point, it will be just giving money, like free money away to actual meta players. But it does kind of fit the requirements of being played at high IP, which is many builds that are good at lower IP don't scale that well. It just comes from the fact that they don't have the kind of mobility to essentially to select their fights, to be kind of safe if they need to. A lot of weapons suffer from that, so that's why you see a lot of weapons good at lower IP not being played at like 5-4-7-3. Poglog is kind of the opposite, yeah? Like this is not an amazing weapon for 4.1 by no means, but the higher you go, the more impactful it is that I do have good fight selection tools, yeah? I have my W, obviously, which is really nice, you can slow people. There's also a clip, I'll post it probably as a short soon, where I survived a rat. I was already like 25% HP and I still survived the rat just by virtue of using the W correctly, yeah? Whenever you have W, you go next to the enemy, you W through them, now they're slowed and you're far, yeah? Of course, then we also have this, which doubles as an iframe. And good cooldown reduction on this build, so... If I go high IP, I have a good chance of surviving pretty long. But every individual fight, the kind of fights that I kind of like to take often against other expensive or even more expensive builds, are going to be difficult. Turns out you can animation cancel. I'm now on a win streak with bow. You can animation cancel Frost Shot, yeah? Hunk. That's the one you are animation canceling, yeah? There, like, it's not that Albion has animation cancel or not. Very specific spells. Like, Fire Artillery, very annoying because you can cancel and it doesn't go on cooldown if you do it fast enough. The Quarterstaff E, good Quarterstaff players will cancel to bait their enemy to react. They fake as they're starting to jump. Ryomi's idea for the title. I'm all wood and do go against your mom. Yeah, that could have worked. It's not that bad. But this is also... as I said, we're gonna do one without your mom today. And then maybe I'll have your mom back in the picture for tomorrow. By the way, say hello to your mothers, yeah? I mean, I'm not one to talk because I have kind of been ignoring mine for a little while. And I know we all think that our, like, relationships with our parents is complicated, it's different and so on. But I do kind of feel guilty, and at least I'm happy that for a big part of my adult life I have been a decently good son. Also definitely made her worry a lot, but still. I do get sometimes like this emotional flow, like overflowed with the emotions and thinking good things about my mom every now and again. I hope she can at least feel that, even if I'm not writing all those things to her. Deadly Chop W can animation cancel. I don't know if that... I don't think that's ever been used against me. Last time I was against Deadly Chop, I have a feeling like I cancelled it. I was playing against it, I have a feeling like I cancelled it with my E and Spear. I wasn't sure, but it seemed like it, and I thought, yeah, okay. So at least you can also cancel it, but... But then that means that the person using it can do that as well. There's definitely other things as well. Artillery is the first one that comes to mind that you actually use. I tried to do it with Daybreaker, but it's very unreliable to cancel your E. I also last stream, or one of the streams I showed it as well. Very difficult to control it. Is there something else that people full-on animation cancel? Not sure. Punk says everything you can animation cancel. Auto attack, spell animations. I'm gliding on bow as the... call it in League. Okay. I think that's... I'm not sure, but... what that means in League. There's orb walking in Dota, which kind of sounds like that. But it's just for auto attacks. Quarterstaff E, yeah, that was one of the... So the first two ones I thought of Alxor that I mentioned also just a moment ago were Fire Artillery and the Quarterstaff E. Those are actually the ones that like I see often being used as like fake your animation to bait out enemies' spells, yeah. But there's probably more that we're not thinking of right now. But there's definitely more stuff. Well. By the way, I should also overcharge. I mean, I'm tier 7, and if you remember, my very big conclusion was that the problem is not my addiction to overcharge. It is actually a good strategy when you're playing tier 7. Just overcharge everything. Just go crazy. Double overcharge before anything starts. Addiction comes back. Stop it, Vitus. No. It makes sense. I did the calculation in my head when I saw the blue bottles. I mean, they are here for a reason. Look at these. Look at these. Look at how nice it is. That tastes... You know that tastes good. That's like some Gatorade type stuff. And Gatorade tastes kind of good. Okay, do we have the first challenger? Or is he just a PvE player? Mister. I don't know. Oh, come on. Come on, mister. Okay, this is gonna be the first kill of the day. Intense fight. You can see the Poglock in action against Wolf. Wolf of AFK Street. Come on, sir. His W makes him kind of safe, but Nothing crazy. He purged, so he cannot exit right away. The question is just whether he will have a mob to use his W to dodge me or not. Nah, not good, but okay. Okay. Does not feel very satisfying, but we'll take it. Free warm-up. Energy drink? Well, I don't think Gatorade is an energy drink, right? It's something else. I don't know. It looks like Gatorade. I think Gatorade is better. It's not an energy drink. Easy clap. Yep. This is how you play Poglock. I'm gonna make a video about it. You saw it here first. Didn't even need to overcharge, you know? By the way, who knows? Maybe, coming back to the question of if you disconnect next to someone, are they cheating or not, yeah? Maybe this guy thinks that I'm cheating because maybe his connection or his server, whatever, broke as he saw me. Who knows? He's the lag hacker now. Exactly, exactly. This is like the POV of the other side, yeah? So don't assume that the person is a cheater if you lose connection next to him. So easy. And people say you cannot get good fights in mists anymore, or not as often. Kinda feel bad for him, to be honest, but it's okay. It's not terrible minus karma. Attacking, like, if it was a 4.1, some sort of PV farmer, but attacking like a tier 7 dude, it's a bit minus karma because he's AFK, but then the moment you remember that if the table were, like, if it was the other way around, if I was AFK dismounted, the chances of him attacking me would be about 98.5%, so then it becomes like a kind of a neutral thing to do. This is generally kind of safe, but on Werewolf, he doesn't have any other good mobility, yeah? On Panther, it's pretty safe to be on Tether. Just found my phone again, I dropped it in high grass while moving bushes. Good evening. What's up? Good evening, Oborg. High grass. Sounds like some sort of fantasy novel type of description. What is that? Is that... Wait. It's raining. I don't think you can hear it. Yeah, I hope you don't actually, because my mic is supposed to filter out some noises, yeah. But I heard some rain. And it's amazing. It's been, like, there have been some, like, legit showers, like, full-on rains. I almost feel kind of sad for missing them occasionally, yeah? I wish there was more rain when I'm not streaming on them. But there was one yesterday, it was amazing. Absolutely loved it. Also got to play some basketball yesterday. That was not during the rain, of course. Nice Life says, I went to open the AC and got touched by a horrendous build. You got touched? Nice Life, you got touched by a build? Or are you saying that you were the werewolf? Darylon, thank you for subbing with Prime. Spears out for Mr. Darylon, the newer subscriber of the channel. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for bringing some extra Friday hype to me. And I hope that you enjoy the spear in front of your name. Today, the spear we are playing is a big fat one. A girthy spear that requires 2 hands and makes you fly when you use it correctly. I have already played this a couple days, like a month ago, and I feel like I did not squeeze all of the fun out of it just yet. So we are gonna do a bit of extra squeezing today. Now, it's difficult to talk about the Poglock without sounding like this is some very, very, very tasteless innuendo, but such is the log. What was that black godly liquor you are sipping? Coffee, of course. What else could I be sipping? It's a bit late for coffee. I mean, it's kind of the end of the coffee time, yeah? It's 3 PM for me, so... Usually afternoon, not so good for coffee, but... It's okay. A bit for stream. I don't really want to clear the camp. I want to go find abbeys. Or fights. As a Lithuanian, I do not wish for more rain. Well... Vitas, I love rain. The thing, of course, if you have to work outside, even if you have to just walk, yeah? If you're not driving to work, if you have to walk I don't know, to a store or whatever, you take public transportation, wherever you go, you know, for work, for school, for something. It sucks, yeah? Being wet when you're going, like coming home and getting wet on your way home is okay. You know, you can get, like, you can take off your clothes off, go into the shower, feel good. But going somewhere out and being in the rain sucks, of course. But when I'm inside, I love rain. And when I don't have somewhere to go and I can just go into the rain, I don't know, it just feels good. And especially during summer, of course, it's not like freezing cold. The heat wave is over, but it's still kind of decently summerish. So yeah, so when I heard, I wasn't sure if it was music or not. It was actually like a sudden rain that I heard. Soar507, thank you for following. Can't wait to see what build you chose for quarter. Oh, Actually, the quarter, like I want to play Poglock also because I realized I have very good, like I had fun clips for Poglock, but I want a couple more. I want to experience it a bit more before I put it all in the video. But for Quarterstaff, I really kind of want to play Mistwalker Shoes, but I'm not sure when the patch is coming out, because the next patch is nerfing Mistwalker Shoes a tiny bit, but still it's relevant. So maybe it's good to do that, to try to push the Quarterstaff, like push myself to play Quarterstaff before the next patch. The little combat balance changes. Broccoli says, for me, 5 PM is the deadline for coffee. That seems reasonable. After watching a bunch of like Andrew Huberman talk about it and a bunch of other people analyzing coffee, I kind of decided that 2 PM is going to be my cutoff. That was what I was like, I had my year, a bit over a year of living like really healthy. That's not right now, but I'm still kind of healthy right now, but it's not like it was back then. So at some point I decided like 2 PM seems like cutoff point, so it doesn't start affecting the way you sleep at all. Ooh, Abby, give me Abby, thank you. But I think like 5 PM is also okay. Yeah? It is kind of late, but it depends also what time you go to sleep, yeah? Like when I was really living really healthily, I usually went to sleep around 10:30, yeah? So it's pretty early also to go to sleep. Alxor, thank you for subbing. Spears, wait, it says I need to check the Twitch because it says 3x. Alxor subscribed for 3 months in advance. Mister, you are hyping me up, and I appreciate you. And someone else, okay. I'm gonna put some spears up there. Also, you can put your own spears now. I'm gonna put some spears out there for you. Thank you, Alexander. I appreciate your. There's something extra heartwarming about seeing that someone subs for some time in advance. By the way, this isn't actually Poglock music. I just realized. But yeah. It's, I don't know, some sort of extra trust or care or something. Sorry, let's go back to, let's start with something pretty classic that we listen to quite a bit. Some sort of Poglog drum and bass action, and then we'll go from there. I feel like rock music, I don't know, there's some sort of like rock music and hip-hop. I love the music, but it doesn't fit the stream, doesn't fit Albion playing that well. I don't know, maybe it's just me. We got a book. Oh, I could also take an owl. Punk in YouTube chat answers Vitas actually, saying, excuse me? As a Lithuanian, I'm hoping for more rain. See? So we already have 2 differing Lithuanian opinions here. I'm with Hunk on this one. More rain. Maybe Vitas doesn't care about the agriculture of his country. And to be honest, I don't know anything about that either, but I do know that I like rain. Almost always. How do you know what weeks are in the next patch? Perps, they release it in forums. You can also go and see it. If you go Albion forums, and if you look under NDA patch notes, it says NDA, but you know, they are officially, like they're public in the official forums. Nobody's under any NDA there. The guys who are under NDA have already discussed those things, and once they have come up with whatever they decide to do, then it gets put there. And so it's like NDA playtest patch notes or something like that. That's always the first place where you see the future updates, planned updates. Of course, some of them can still be changed. Then after that, at some point, it gets put on test server. And then usually from test server, it takes about a week to go to actual server. The first clip on the clip review, redeem the watch your clips on stream. Oh, nice. Good. Yeah, okay, nice, Vitus. After this, Abby, I'm gonna go to the city anyway, and then we will watch the clip that Vitus shared. The first, when you say the... well, I need to be a bit careful, especially if I'm reading chat. Even though I have very good mobility, if I'm using my spells, you know, also to kill mobs, so I might have something on cooldown and die. When you say the first clip, I guess you mean the last clip, yeah? Like the last one that was posted, yeah? In clip review. The one called Infinity Troll. Okay, nice. Oh yeah, I think I saw the... I'm not sure if that's one. I saw you post like the kill info. I didn't see the clip, but I saw that you died to an Infinity. And you commented or what happened there. Punk says every Lithuanian is a farmer, it's man. Joking about the Mando part. Oh, I understand. I come from a small Baltic country. I go pretty early, but also coffee doesn't affect my sleep noticeably. I could drink 3 cups and go to sleep. Yeah, I hope you're right, Broccoli. Like, there's definitely room for, like, personal biology and all those things, like deciding when to drink coffee and what... In general, what to eat, when to eat, and all that stuff. But I think the one thing with coffee, at least that when I went down the rabbit hole of Andrew Huberman's sources and tried to figure out why he's saying things he's saying, one of the things a bit surprising to me it's not just about falling asleep, but it's what they call the architecture of sleep. So it's not just enough to measure that, okay, if I fell asleep, okay, that means, you know, everything is fine. Like coffee, for example, didn't ruin it. Because you might still be able to fall asleep as well, but the what your sleep actually looks like, it's kind of interesting word, the architecture of sleep. But anyway, how your cycles end up, how long your REM sleep is, you know, how your brain acts in different parts of the cycle. That goes deeper than I can explain or understand right now. But at least I understood that there are some people who analyze that. And so even if you fall asleep at a good time, there might still be an effect of coffee affecting your sleep in a way that you get essentially less rest with the same amount of hours. Okay, this is... Oh, it's not clear. It's just a mob here. Okay. YouTube going crazy with ads. Interesting, Hunk. Well, I have the setting. I have not messed with the setting. On YouTube, it's... There's like 3 options on YouTube when I start a live stream. Like aggressive, like average or normal, and light. And it's on normal. Like that's what is default. I'm definitely not going to put it on aggressive. Yeah, I'm not going to want to turn people off by constant ads. But since the default was normal, I just keep it on normal or medium or whatever. But I think whether you watch videos, by the way, I don't, maybe not everyone knows this, so it might be interesting. Whether you watch videos, live streams, whatever, YouTube ads are very much, like they're much more defined by you than by the creator. So if you watch some sort of videos, sure, like the creator gets a say on what are the places in the video where the ad potentially can play, yeah? But I cannot tell YouTube always play an ad here or never play an ad here, yeah? I'm just telling YouTube this is a good place to play an ad if you decided to do that, yeah? And then YouTube decides, but how YouTube decides how many ads to play, how often, is based on the viewer, yeah? Like, there's a complex algorithm based on your viewing habits that YouTube has, which essentially, they probably try to push it to the limit, I'm guessing, right? Because it's a company and they want to make money and all that. But it kind of like, it might be that you and I are watching the same video and you get a lot more ads because YouTube has learned that they can show you ads and you will still watch the video and you will still stay on YouTube, yeah? Maybe YouTube has learned that if they show me an ad in this type of video, I'm just gonna click off and never watch YouTube again, you know? Something like that. Like, it's difficult, no one knows the exact algorithm, but just as an interesting point, side point. So, I don't know how specific this is in YouTube. Like, do they actually... It's possible that they know that, oh... like, they look at me and look, okay, Victor is watching, like, this type of video. Usually when they watch this type of video, they are very tolerant of ads. So we're just gonna spam ads to him every couple minutes. It's unfortunate, but yeah, that's kind of how it works. Alex Solch says, I'm celebrating today. Nice. My last day of premium, and we'll do a long pause from Albion. Okay, that's... Usually if you've decided to take a break from a game, it depends on what your relationship with Albion is, yeah? But if you have like a... I don't want to say love-hate relationship, but if you have the kind of relationship with Albion where you love it, you enjoy it, but you also feel like, I'm a bit addicted to it, yeah? Maybe I should do something else today, and you still kind of end up playing Albion. If you have that sort of relationship, then deciding to take a break is usually it's cause for celebration, yeah, because you will have more time and energy for something else for a while. Oh yeah, I'm of course always happy when more people play Albion because I feel like I'm playing together with more people, but being realistic, it's there's definitely a lot of addiction going on as well because it is so much fun, especially if you are new or if you've discovered some new type of content. So yeah, I know that feeling. I haven't really had that with Albion, to be honest. I haven't had to limit myself, like, oh, I'm not gonna play Albion because otherwise, you know, I'll never go to sleep and tomorrow's workday will be ruined or something. I haven't done that, but with Dota I used to do that, yeah. With Dota I definitely used to even uninstall the game just to stop myself from playing the next day, so I would be forced to do something productive. What would be a fitting spear team music? Ugburg, I think some sort of like, I don't know, some sort of like ancient battle stuff. I'm not sure. I can't get a red buff. I've looked through so many rooms, it's only 2 minutes, I don't think I can get a red buff. It's unfortunate. Red buff is obviously stronger than anything else, but... maybe this room I haven't checked, and it's still 2 minutes. Okay, yellow buff. This room up here is also not difficult to clear. Okay, nice, this is red buff. I can maybe actually get it. Please don't be a chest. Make me happy. Nightfall Abbey. Look at my log. Okay, wait, so actually, to continue the message. So Axel says, celebrating last day of premium, they're gonna take a pause. In the last 5 years, I got 3 times 700 specs in spears. 1 time in swords. 3 times, okay, so 3 different characters. I'm guessing 1 time it's because you swapped servers, and the other time I'm not sure why. Was tilting and deleting my... oh, the year just moved everything in gold. This year just moved everything in gold. Oh, okay, so you... well, oh, okay, so you are dealing with this kind of love-hate thing like I was saying when I used to uninstall my Steam games, mostly Dota, but others as well, to prevent myself from playing the next day to try to do something else with my life at some point. So you are kind of in that sort of relationship, yeah? You got into a point where you deleted your account and then restarted and spec'd it up again. That's a bit special, like, to go that far. Not many people are that angry. But I mean, I understand the reasons from other games for sure. And and you're saying this time you just moved everything to gold, so you're being realistic, thinking that it's a good break for you, but you're being realistic, thinking you're probably gonna come back at some point. Okay. Yeah, I've heard that gold is a decent investment. I think like people who actually take time to do long-term investments, they prefer to put their money in skins, from what I've heard, but I don't know how much active you have to be to monitor skins. Like how the prices change. Twitch jump scare with an ad every time I open a stream. Yeah, Fishy, this is... I mean, I should run more ads for everyone. Except subs, of course. Sub and you don't get an ad. But if I ran more ads for everyone, then Twitch would not run them at the beginning when you open a stream. Usually I don't get as many... wait, that was Hunk saying, yeah, usually I don't get as many ads as I had just now. It was like 4 ads in 5 minutes. Well, it's definitely nothing I changed about the stream, but I don't know why that would be. Okay, at least we got some, like, somewhat decent money. For a regular Abbey last chest, 375k is not bad at all. Let's go out and watch Vitus's clip. Okay, so far I only got 1 fight, and that fight was against the wolf, who was unfortunately disconnected. The Abbey... no one came for the chest. There might be, like, I might be a little bit impatient by looting the chest right away. I think there might be people, and it's quite likely that there's someone still in the Abbey clearing rooms, yeah? So if I don't open the chest right away, they might come sneaking like, ooh, what's happening? Maybe the chest is free, and then I can attack them. But in Abbey, you're still so safe that even, like, it would take me like 3-4 minutes of AFKing just to bait them into the chest. And then after that, they can still probably just go easily, yeah? So it's probably not worth it. And Punk said also that you increase your DPS by 50% by animation cancel. Seems like a bit too much. I wonder how often this is a thing that both players do. Kinda need, like, I'm guessing you have already, but if you haven't, then would be nice to see how it works in a dummy as well. Like if you can actually measure the DPS increase and whether if it's actually gonna be that crazy. Because 50% is obviously crazy. Okay. Okay, this goes into supplies. We are ready. I just need one. Okay, I have the food. Okay, I'm ready to go again. Let me turn off game sounds for a moment and let's watch the clip. So this is, by the way, you can use channel points this way. Not a bad idea. This is called Infinity Throw. Give me a moment to see if it works. So we're gonna watch it together. Okay. Yeah, this should be the correct one. So, by the way, you can use also the clip. We watch your clip together, whether it's to analyze, to see what went wrong, you know, as a coaching kind of thing, or whether it's just to see something cool. Wait, it's you actually. You didn't die to. I thought. Okay, I saw that you died to an Infinity at some point. You posted that as well. Sorry for the quality. Here you are actually playing Infinity. So this is our resident battle axe expert. Usually I like jokingly call him, but it's. Vitus, or as we now know, Sassy Victus on Infinity Blade, which isn't really played anymore after the nerfs. Doesn't feel good at all against the Carving. Carving feels okay, but also not amazing. Kind of weird that you're not using Q1. Very nice dodge right away. You didn't die to Infinity. Oh, then that must have been someone else. I thought I just saw the clip. Sorry, not the clip, but the kind of end result. Let's see. You purged. Okay, since is he also on Q? Yeah, okay. He's on Q1, which makes me wonder how you can brawl him at all. Sorry, not Q1, W1. This is a reset. Okay, let's look at this one again. First of all, is there a moment where you inspect him? Okay, we'll figure things out and all. Okay, we do actually. Wait. Let's show me the inspect. Okay, so he also... Okay, so they're both keeping themselves a Mistwalker, partly because they know Inferno will be purged anyway. Mistwalker, you can make a big outplay, yeah? And for Carving the Mistwalker, I guess it makes even more sense because he can at least react to your E. He can either try to predict it or react to the first E. What is not instantly obvious is why you decide to play Splitting Slash, because it definitely makes the fight more difficult, but at least it gives you a better chance. If you do outplay him, a better chance to actually catch and kill him later on. If, for example, he decides to E away. But my money would definitely be on Carving right from the start, seeing that you're Splitting Slash and he's using a Blade Cyclone, because it's just much easier for him to get value from the W. And it's like he can pretty much use W whenever, and he's going to get good value generally. So, but I just wanted to check to make sure he doesn't have Inferno. So that's why we see also Vitus purge stacks. And if someone else looking at this thinking, okay, but we can think together what to purge, yeah? Okay, this is very nice that this works out. Kind of a gamble, you know, sometimes I do this also, and sometimes it feels like if you mess up the gamble... Oh, he actually does use his Mistwalker right away. That's kind of weird. Did Carving use his W? Here. Oh, he Mistwalkers because he doesn't want to get hit by your E. And he gets hit anyway. Okay, so Carving already kind of messed up. Also, Carving is not using his W. The point of Carving's W is that he should be able to spam it for damage. Didn't he didn't W at all this whole trade? Or am I crazy? Okay, let's see if he Ws. Okay, now he does. You dodge it. Yeah, it is kind of predictable that he's going to do EQW. He used it. Oh, okay. Give me a moment. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, you did actually get hit by the whole W. Okay, nice. Happy to see that Carving is using his spells. Purge just for the stacks. Makes sense. On a spear, would probably think the same thing. If there's nothing to purge on their chest, then at least get rid when they're on 3 stacks. He will... Well, he kind of ends up purging your stacks just by running away. And I guess that's why he's running away, because he sees you don't have... he doesn't have stacks and you do. It's also definitely easier to play for Carving, because Infinity has been nerfed reasonably well. Your E is at least somewhat telegraphed, and you don't have the instant mobility. Like, if you just brawl and you both have E's, then the Carving usually can at least dodge the second part of your E with their E while still hitting you, yeah. Okay, so this becomes a full reset. I should have sprinted away, not followed him, because he had E ready. You decide to go for Parry Strike. I'm curious to see. It's not the first time we watch Vitus's video and he Parry Strikes. Okay, he actually... The Carving changed his W as well, and you changed to Parry Strike. Again, a nice Mistwalker jacket. He's purging your stacks this time. I think he purged your buff though, yeah? Not just stacks. We get his boots and 3 stacks, so big value purge for us. Parry was like, you just randomly parried his Q, I think, right? If I saw it correctly. Okay. And the carving starts kiting. That's one reason why carving still... I don't think it's very strong right now, but one reason why it's still kind of nice, comparing to a lot of other swords. If you are in a fight like this, like you decide, okay, I kind of need to kite more, you have the good tools to do that, yeah? I didn't notice his W swap. Fair, but I'm not so much sure why he swapped the W. I don't think he needs the... He should have good mobility already. Now we change W, okay. And we actually got into a combat. Okay, so now we have a big W advantage. Because a big part of this fight inevitably is going to be on top of each other, yeah? So I think now Vitus has a good advantage to win this. But carving's still definitely easier to play because the instant mobility... Like carving decide a lot of what's happening in this fight, I feel like carving gets to decide. Like carving gets to decide, are we brawling, are we not? Okay, this time Mistwalker gamble didn't work. But we start with 3 stacks. That's pretty good start. And the good W. And now the carving is the carving now is in the situation Vitus was before, where he's double. If they just brawl forever, the carving W is much weaker. Okay, purge on stacks again. I don't know if you can just take it to the end now. Doesn't seem like it because of IP. It seems like you should have a bit of an advantage here, but I think you're so far behind. What's the HP? Like 600 HP difference, yeah. Interesting. Okay, not much to do. It pretty much just got out brawled there for a while. Like this. Let's just look at the last engagement again. E, W. Your W is good as well, right? You had a stack, I hope. Yeah, you started with 3 stacks, yeah, so you W'd and just lost one of them. Everything seems like it should be in Vitus's favor. You decide not to E here, okay. So yeah, I think at the end it's like... I wouldn't expect this to go the carving's way, just brawling each other. But I think IP matters there quite a bit, and the purge from like both purges seem to be pretty good. Yeah, the carving got rid of the stacks when he purged, and got rid of the E buff that Vitus had. Like normally carving would, I think if I had to play carving, I would focus on trying to dodge this E, or at least one part of this E. Okay. What is your he's over 100 AP higher than me, so my only option is to dodge at least one E. Also, I should have E there at least, see, because his Mistwalker would run out. Yeah, when you said, I don't remember how exactly, like how much of the cooldown you gain, but I don't think you gain that much, yeah, by not using E. Like here, he purges your, after he purges you, this is what you mean, right? This is a moment for you to E normally. But I don't remember how, do you gain any reasonable cooldown reduction? Like by not using the second part of your E, does your next E get ready a lot earlier? I don't remember, I played Affinity for a little while, but I think I tried it in different ways and I don't remember what the conclusion was. Like if you use the E right away, yes, but I don't think it's only 5-second diff. Yeah, okay, so you're not keeping it. So my also thought was that he removed your damage buff, so maybe you didn't want to waste your E because your next one will be ready soon. But yeah, so okay, so essentially yeah, he brawled you and he just spammed every spell when it was ready, and you both purged well, but like because of IP and because of that makes sense, because of IP and because of the fact that like he used every spell when it was ready while you were held your E essentially. You ended up. So he has used 2 E's and you have used only 1. At this point, if you had used the first E, you would be close. Still not sure you're winning, but you know, you would have used by this point 2 E's. But your E is also much more difficult to hit than carvings, which is why Infinity is not really played for solo right now. Especially now that they removed the slow. Okay. Interesting. The parry strike was interesting. I am still surprised. I don't see a lot of people play parry strike for a, like, unless it's like very specifically a parry strike matchup. Just like Curse or what's the other one? Oh, I guess, okay, Dual Swords is also Curse, Dual Swords, and I'm thinking, oh, and Prowling, yeah? Like those seem to be like very clear parry strike matchups, yeah? But other than that, I don't see a lot of parry strikes played. I played parry to parry is W1. I understand, but it seems like very much out of the box, trying something something funky approach, and not so much like I don't know. I understand. You are kind of handicapping yourself by that, but giving yourself a very good chance to outplay him, right? Or do you, because even if you parry his W, I don't think you get an advantage. Plus his W will have so much less cooldown, right? Parry strike seems like a good spell, but then you realize the cooldown is crazy long compared to a lot of other Ws, if I remember correctly. It's probably like 16 seconds or something, and I think his W1 would be like 10 seconds. Okay, this is, with my cooldown reduction, it shows 11.7, and parry shows 15.6, yeah. This one somewhere in between. Hi, Zane. Hi, not 18. Interesting name. Request a build, Tosha. Oh, okay. Okay, we will get back to the log of Pog in just a moment, because by the way, I said it now a rule on Twitch also, so you can only request 2 builds in a day. So I'm not gonna play random stuff the whole day. But if you didn't know, if you gather enough channel points, you can make me play whatever build you want. So we are going to go with Tosha's suggestion. I mean, it's more a request than a suggestion. I'm gonna play that for a while and see what else I can learn. Hopefully it's a weapon I haven't played, but who knows. I'm about to look. And I have now also ready set. Yeah, okay. So I can drop these things here. It will be very easy to take it out. For future, let's take a horse. And the actual build. So, by the way, if you redeem a build... with channel points, then I'm gonna buy it in tier 7 and play it for half an hour or until I die. Which we're gonna do now, and then go back to Logus Pogus right after that. So, Tosha says, standard brawler gloves. Okay. It is actually a weapon I haven't played, so that sounds good. We're gonna buy tier 7 brawler gloves. Do I have some specs? I have 50 specs because I put it because of Fists of Avalon or something along those lines. Maybe I don't use fleet. I probably use this, right? I don't know if auto attack is necessary. When my health is below 40%, increase my damage and cooldown. That sounds good. Okay, so we're gonna play Brawler Gloves, Assassin Hood, Assassin Shoes. Oh, okay, you actually said also standard Brawler Gloves. Okay, fair enough. Tier 7 though. Cleric Robe. Okay. The fact that it is so commonly played, this build, means that most people will know what I want to do. But that shouldn't stop me. And Assassin Shoes. We can also maybe surprise. Let's see if I can figure out any funky ways to play this. And Keeper Cape, I'm guessing. You said... What did you say? For food cape, whatever you like. Okay, so Keeper Cape it is. One of the few ones where it still makes sense to use Keeper Cape. One of the few builds. When it's made, well, when it's not, you're not just choosing between smugglers or undead, yeah? Gigpot or poison both seem pretty good, but I'm gonna go with Gigpot as default and then buy a couple of poisons. If I'm fighting against someone where I don't feel like I'm going to die anyway, like a very high mobility build, then maybe I will just use poison instead. And food is gonna be beef stew. Nothing crazy about this. Okay, I hope this makes sense. So, we're gonna play this for a while. This is channel point redemption, and then we're gonna go and continue the Pogus Logos. Thanks for following. Blankevort. This will be quick. Go and die. Yeah, this isn't. I have no tools to survive. Yeah, I just have tools to jump someone and see if I can. Oh, I forgot overcharge. I should definitely double overcharge, right? Not says, I see a lot of your live, but I don't speak. But I notice you like to talk a lot about the game mechanics. This is very good. Yeah, I like to not just talk, but also learn about game mechanics. And it's interesting. I like the kind of fundamentals, yeah. And oftentimes, that has to do with game mechanics, to understand some fundamental level how things work. But you've also seen me on stream learn a lot of stuff. And Not says, hope you have a good stream. Now I gotta go. Have a good day at work. Thanks for playing this. Well, that's the rule, Tosha. 15,000 points gets you to see me die in whatever build of your choice. Who knows? Okay, I have 9 seconds, then I'll go. Big Bad Owl says, what do you think about any sprint being unpurgeable soon because of Knight Helmet? What is that Knight helmet change? Remind me. Any sprint being unpurgeable because of Knight helmet. I don't remember what the change is. Tell me. Tell all of us, Big Bad Owl. What is the planned change for Knight helmet? What do you mean by OOC? I thought you could only use it once. Oh, yes, Yigit, actually. I mean, I'm only playing it for half an hour, so there's no point OOCing. But, essentially... So yeah, so I'm playing for this for half an hour as a challenge point redemption. I hope that's clear. But overcharge, you can use twice. I'm going to show it anyway, even though I'm not going to actually use it, because I'm just going to play for half an hour. So, you can see I'm overcharged. IP 1320. I can double overcharge, but it doesn't give me extra IP. It's the same. It's the exact same. The only difference is that now it lasts for an hour and not half an hour, and the chance of my items breaking after this is higher than usually. This build doesn't really want to go into Abbeys, unfortunately, because I'm not going to clear stuff, and also, well, I need to find people to kill him. Let's try to do it on a mob. Okay, not that difficult, I think. Although, who knows, in an actual fight, might end up being difficult. My question really is, should I use Q4? I don't know. Stone Skin Purge Immunity. Is that what they're doing? Okay, very nice. That means they are really making sure that there are more useful, like, spells and not so many useless spells that nobody's gonna use. Adding the energy shield was a great idea, one of my favorite balance changes in a long time. You're saying that they're making Stone Skin, so all plate helmets will have Purge Immunity. That's great. That is great. No way, did not know that. Is this a new thing? The double overcharge, it's not completely new, but it's also not very old. I don't know, would say like maybe half a year or something that it's been in the game. But the chance of my items breaking is double, yeah, after this. And you don't become stronger. So usually you use it when your overcharge is running out, but you need more. Yeah, so you feel like maybe you got a good fight, maybe an Abbey, for whatever reason you want another half an hour of overcharge, then you use it. But I don't know how old it is, the change. They are nerfing my arcane, brothers. Correctly so, Uburk. It's time for you to branch out. It's time for you to try and apply what you've learned to a whole bunch of other things. I know you do that anyway, but... I mean, okay, honestly, from solo P perspective, arcane should not be nerfed, but I know that arcanes in general also used a lot in group PvP, so... I didn't realize he's on demon boots. And now I have no mobility, unfortunately. No! What? What happened with my E? Okay, I definitely misclicked something, but I'm not sure what. I mean, he died still, but... he wanted to get dismounted. Luckily there was a... I think the Q4 actually worked pretty well here, yeah? Because I was able to use, as you saw, I was able to use the mob to Q like on top of the mob and then boots on top of my enemy. But I am... I feel like... Did I just cancel my W? Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's the trick. If I click my E too early, the W second part doesn't go through. I need to remember that. I know, this is very common. I've done it on a lot of Fists, Brawler Gloves players. It's very common to accidentally cancel your devastating combo. It happens. But I just realized that one way to do that is just clicking my E too early. Okay, so that's what I did also in the end. That's why I did less damage than I kind of expected to. Okay, but this is very... I love the fact if every stone skin... Like, not every, but every plate helmet will have useful stone skin, which makes you immune to purges. I actually love that change. For PvP, it's gonna make it more interesting. Of course, making people safer that want to run away is not... Like, it's gonna be a bit unhappy, but... He's going for the big sleep combo. I have Gigpot for that. Okay. I could change my Q here also. Oh, actually up there. It's a 4.2, so... I could, I mean, even if I dismount him, I can still catch him. I think the best case for double OC usage is for ZVZs. I think that's originally why they put it in, yeah, for ZVZs, yeah. Maybe the Castle Siege. Yeah, exactly. So that you can actually OC for those long ZVZ fights, yeah. But it is used. And it doesn't, like, it's not bad. The second time you, like, the second OC, you make it more likely that your items trash, yeah? So there's obviously downside, but you don't pay the 100k in siphoned energy because you don't have to use another 10 siphoned energy to extend half an hour to 1 hour. Hi Vic, cool to see you on Gloves. Happy Friday. Hello, Four Finger. Yeah, I'm playing this because it's a channel point redemption from Tosha, so I won't be in Gloves for very long, but I'm happy that you're happy. Yeah. Battle Bracers and Fists of Avalon, definitely on my list of things that I have played and have enjoyed at some point. But Brawler Gloves, no, not yet. Kinda like the other Q though. The range is not as long as I expected, however. 13 meters, yeah, okay. Okay. Timing the E seems to be a pretty big deal for Brawler Gloves. Missed Rat Fiesta in next patch. They are buffing getting dismounted heavily. Plus 50% damage for 10. Wait, what? I did not read that. We need to look at the patch notes after this channel point redemption is over. We need to quickly look at the patch notes. I just had a quick glance when it came out as the NDA patch notes, but I kind of missed some things. Okay, while we're waiting for the chest, this is for all of us. Four Finger redeemed absolute hydration. I'm gonna hydrate with some regular water from the tap, along with a bunch of lemon juice in it, because that's my jam. I absolutely love water with lemon. You can just take water and hydrate with me. I put a little bit too much lemon juice in there. I like the taste of lemons, but that was a bit too sour. But still, so good. Thank you for hydrating me, and everyone else also hydrates. I need to go for, like, this guy is dangerous. The battle axe is kind of whatever. Although I don't have any mobility, so the battle axe will still kill me, yeah, if I get low, but... It's 50% reduction. Yeah, I hope you're right. Man, I hope you're right. So it's the opposite. It's the exact opposite. It makes ratting more difficult. That is a very good change, yeah. If Calder is right, which I really hope he is, then that's a very good change. Okay, 260k. This channel point redemption is a moneymaker because no one wants to fight me for it. If someone dismounts me, he gets nerfed. Wait, so it doesn't... What? No. It should nerf the person who got dismounted. This should be specifically for ratting, no? They want to team and I want them to team because I want to fight. I want to fight! Attack me. Thank you for that. I was getting all riled up, you mean? Yeah, okay. Now that would make sense, right? That's a decent change, right? Or does someone want to make an argument or a case against that? So, we're gonna look at it together, but current understanding of the change, I am very inclined to believe Caldery above everything else because that's the kind of change that would make sense. And the interpretation from Caldery was that 50%, your damage is reduced by 50%. If you get forcibly dismounted. Yeah, so if you are trying to rat, you go in the middle of the fight, you get dismounted, for 10 seconds you do 50% less damage. It's not killing ratting as an idea, but it's making it so that, I mean, Goldstein is going to have a bad day after that. And anyone whose plan is to rat by being dismounted on the fight, rather than dismounting themselves on the edge of the screen. There's a tier 3 axe. I think the dismount part is also for Brawl, Comps, and ZVZ. Maybe, but I mean, if it's gonna work, it's definitely going to. If that applies everywhere, direct, if this applies to all content, it's definitely gonna affect mists a lot. A lot. It's a very big thing that you are finishing a fight and someone stands in your way and it gets dismounted. Now, of course, in many situations, ratting by way of getting dismounted is still gonna be good because, I mean, okay, you survive the 10% HP, sorry, the 50% HP, you survive it for 10 seconds, the less damage. Not 50% HP, the 50% less damage. But the other guy, if there's like 25% total HP, I mean, you can still rat, yeah? You can sometimes even wait out the 10 seconds and then after that start fighting. But I guess it's gonna be a bit abusable, right? It means that if I am in combat, like high IP players, if they are in combat with someone, you know, if I just hit one person and I'm already in combat, then I go and quickly dismount, you have no chance of fighting back, yeah? If you got like forcibly dismounted legit because I want to fight you. I mean, we have to kind of see it in action, but wouldn't it suck for people fighting back against gankers? Yeah, also that, yeah. Also, if you get dismounted by a gank group, you have no chance to fight back. Well, less of a chance to fight back, let's say. Also, if you get dismounted by... Wait, this applies always, right? Even if you're not in combat. If the person dismounting you is not in combat, yeah? So this means that in good dismounting 8.3 builds will become very, very powerful, yeah? So those builds that you can play at high IP and that are good at dismounting people will get giga buffed. Because now you can attack people who are just one tier below you, knowing that their chance of fighting back is very, very, very low. Even lower. Like right now, you can't, right? Yeah, you like just because you are 5-4-7-3, you can't go dismount a 6-3 because, you know, to big dick them. Yeah, you use everything to dismount them. The one tier difference is nothing. They're gonna fight back and get an advantage. But in the future, you can use more things to dismount them, knowing that to offset that. I guess, I mean, overall, buffing dismounting for mists is not a bad idea. Because also, you see me as well, and that's a pretty relatable experience for people like me who just want to find fights and get PvP. It's often my job to dismount. No matter if the person is higher AP, lower AP, it's often my job to instigate the fight because they are still kind of doubting or don't want to take the fight. And there will be situations where I really want to dismount, but I don't. I have to use everything to dismount them, all my spells, and if I do that, I put myself on a crazy disadvantage. So it kind of might buff that sort of playstyle a little bit. Which is good. Like I like it when fights happen, but I don't know. Maybe it's too abusable. I'm not sure. Force dismount in mists with the same condition as the 15-second hostile dismount. If a player gets forcefully dismounted, they get a 50% damage and OC strength reduction for 10 seconds. Oh, and CC strength reduction. Okay, Carl. This is from the patch notes. Yeah, it only applied when you get dismounted next to people in combat. Okay. Good. So it's exactly against rats. So it doesn't just generally make all dismounting better. It's specifically when you're trying to rat. He's also on assassin shoes, interestingly enough. Oh, come on. Tier 7, whatever thing. Fight me. I mean, the bow is gonna be a bitch later, but I think I'll handle that. I wish the tier 7 guy just fought me straight up, but... If I boots on top of him now, he's gonna frost shot, and then I can Q after his frost shot and probably catch him. Ah, the mob. I forgot I cannot Q through the mob. There, now he's gonna have invis again, that sucks. Yeah, I need to do it when there's no mobs around. Because I can only... if I hit with Q, I can only dash to the first target hit with the Q, not the second one. That was kind of fun. I still have cooldowns, so I'm not sure if this is a good idea for me to dismount him right away. And I use my cape also. But looks like he wants it, so... I had my W almost, but I have no real choice. I mean, okay, I cannot follow him, but then he just runs away, yeah? So if I want this fight to end one way or the other, I have to dash on him, kind of. I waited to the last moment so that my W would be ready, but unfortunately, he was not brave enough to 1v1, so mentally I still win. He wanted to make sure I use my spells and put my cape on cooldown and lose HP from the other guy. But it was very fun. It was much more versatile. This 20 minutes of playing Brawler Gloves was much more versatile than Brawler Gloves seen from outside, yeah? It's definitely something that might be like a fun build to play a bit longer term as well. Just to see how much is there actual room, like, for strategy. Because playing against Brawler Gloves, it feels like it's very simple. Like, you could get a robot to play it, yeah? Just enter correct spells in the correct order and you're gonna be okay. But in reality, it's not in reality. I had to make decisions. It was kind of fun though. I love that. I was almost killed at tier 7 as well. If I don't constantly run after him like that, he made sure my cape was on cooldown from the previous guy. He still has 2 healing potions, and he's still pretty much almost dead, yeah? Because I gig-potted his first E. So... like, he wanted to have all of the advantages, and he was still pretty much losing, yeah? Unless I go after him like I did. In order to have some fun happen, he was still losing, yeah? So the build was definitely very good for that. Thank you, Tosha. By the way, this was Channel Point Redemption. If you got 15,000 channel points on Twitch, you can make me play something. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. I mean, this is... I already realized this is a bit of a problem, but not a serious... not problem in a bad sense, honestly. But one of the things with the Channel Point Redemptions is almost everything that people redeem that forces me to play something new, it gets me a bit excited, interested to think like, maybe I should play this, you know? Maybe I should play more of this. It was definitely much more fun and nuanced based on the first 20 minutes than I would imagine, yeah? Especially with Q4. I had to figure out when to use it. Pog log. We are back to log of the Pog. This is today's stream. This thing. Except for Channel Point Redemptions, yeah? 2 people per stream can redeem for me to play some random, not random, but their chosen build. So there's room for one more. The helmet anti-purge update nasty. Yeah, I don't know, Ogburg. I love the fact that they are giving useful spells. In replacing useless spells with useful spells, yeah? There's no reason to have all these PvE spells or spells that almost no people use, which was always the first spell as helmet spell. Now they made a very nice energizing shield in front of instead of it. The second thing is this. Nobody uses this in PvP, really. They're gonna give it something useful. That's great. Whether it will be a little bit too strong for a while, we'll see. I doubt it, but we'll see. I should probably run around dismounted, actually. I'm kind of safe. Yeah, I can get ganked for sure, but I'm still relatively safe. And actually, one thing I remember that Poglok is pretty good at dismounting, yeah? Let's do the double overcharge. Since we're at tier 7, later I'm gonna play tier 8, maybe 6-3, so I won't have this luxury. Let's do the overcharge strategy. Just double overcharge always. Not care about anything. Just run around overcharge the whole time. Oxes will finally be more useful for transport and no more stupid T3, T4 Oxes in black zones. Okay. Yeah, okay, I forgot actually. We'll look at channel points at some point. Oh, that's a lot of damage, sir. But he won't have E for a long time because he E'd there. Ooh. Mr. Raiko. This is a very experienced good player, I think, from what I've heard at least. I don't know him personally. But last week or so, he had three last hits in mists on 8.4 players in a span of 30 hours. I don't know how it's possible. Either he's probably like a cracked amazing player, yeah, but he must have gotten like some luck as well. The same player had 3 8.4 kills, yeah? I think one of them was definitely without assists, one was like with a bunch of other people, but still. I don't think I've ever seen that. 3 8.4 last hits in the span of less than 2 days. Kind of fun though. I got pretty lucky with my hitting my E while he was also in his boots, yeah? Hitting my E while he was taking 15% more damage, essentially. Oh, it's actually like proper tier 8 build, yeah? With good specs and stuff. So this wasn't like a meme, just me killing some random thing, yeah? He was actually dangerous, and the IP difference is pretty big as well. Nice. But the E gave me the courage, yeah? He E'd me just for damage, but I was above 40%, so that gave me the courage to kind of chase him and not worry that his E's gonna magically be ready again for some reason. Also, until before Bloodletter E'd, I kind of have to keep my E, right? Although he of course also has other tools potentially. He didn't have dash, but he does Q as well, and on boots always. So, you know, I'm also worried about other stuff. But essentially, after I see Bloodletter use my E, at least I have the courage to use my E because I'm not worried that he's just gonna E through me and dodge it, which otherwise would probably happen. It's a funny fight. Oh, what's up, Raiko? Yo, Raiko, tell me, please. How is it possible that in a span of about 30 hours or so, you had 3 last hits on an 8.4 player? I know some of those were like legit fights, and some of those I think they had assists. I don't know. I didn't see clips or anything. But how is it possible? How do you do that? Also, yeah, thanks for the fight. It was fun for sure. Who's the other guy there? Okay, this guy might be even more dangerous. The other guy. I didn't want to fully disengage, to be honest, but. Log him. Log everybody. I don't need to fully run away. But I think the guy on the horse is actually more dangerous than the guy that I was killing. Oh shit. This is my original opponent, I think. I don't have E to cancel his boots, unfortunately. Is he? Yeah, he's an Enigma Blade. I can cancel his next boots, I guess, at least. Tier 7 Battle Axe. He's definitely gonna take a chance to kill me. Or one of us. Okay, he didn't hit that. Oh shit, my poison! No! No, I should have poisoned when he was running by me. Kind of forgot about that in the moment. All these other guys around make me... I don't know why they're not dismounting it. No more boots for him. But if he comes close to the mob, he's gonna kill me with the Enigma Blade. I don't have mobility, he's just gonna Enigma Blade the mob and kill me probably, but we'll see. He's charging up his boots now. Oh, he ran away. I have 30 HP. He ran the other way. But the battle axe is coming now. Okay, I'm gonna mount up just not to die to the battle axe for free. And then maybe go back in. The Gucci say to me 1v2 and the other guy is tier 8 brawler glove and I'm tier crawling. So imagine, okay. But it's just crazy. I had a friend of mine who's pretty active. Who's sharing like stuff he finds on Killboard because he knows I'm also a geek for finding out what's up, yeah? He he doesn't know you personally or anything, but he just wrote to me and posted like what the hell is happening, like, because also my friend, he always writes to me like how he can't find people to fight, yeah, and everyone's running away from him. And it's common thing for a lot of people. So he was like he posted like your Killboard saying like how jealous he is that you get these sorts of situations and doesn't understand how it happened. And I also thought this is special, like so many 8.4s in almost one day. He doesn't have healing potions anymore. Is it the same arcane? He changed capes now, yeah? Or what? It is the same arcane. He went cleanse on his helmet and he changed his cape and he's on invis potions. And he's still gonna fight it? No. Without potion, I doubt he's gonna want to fight. It's not the same arcane. What is this guy doing? Okay. What's up, boss? What's out? Unknown Supremacy. Why absent yesterday? Missed this legendary stream. I was taking a day off from streaming. It was good. I got productive stuff done in the morning, and then I played basketball in the evening. Okay. I mean, I guess respect, he still took the fight. I think he ran out of healing potions. So he changed cape and took the fight. Okay, I mean. He was definitely disadvantaged there, but also his mage drop there didn't work. Like the first time. And his helmet, he tried to cleanse my Avalonian beam. Cleanse doesn't remove damage over time, right? It would have worked against my E though. But yeah. Round 2 was just logged on. Yeah, I had advantages in the round 2. I mean, the first round, we were both fighting someone else before. Round 2, I had the advantages that I didn't have before, so... I thought Axe would come. I think maybe he also thought that Axe would come. I'm not sure if he was trying to play at the Axe helping him or not, but... It's also not surprising me, as I've said many times, not surprising me that the guy who still takes the fight even though he has a disadvantage is the Arcane Staff. That is also the Arcane Staff MO, you know? Just fuck it, go try it. Raiko said 2 of 8.4, I find them in mist cores, so yeah, I'm lucky, I guess. Okay, yeah, I mean, you're more than lucky, obviously, to actually be able to capitalize on those fights, yeah? Most people would either not fight them at all or lose the fight, yeah? So there's a lot of skill in there, I'm sure, but the fact that you're able to find them so often, or at least for that day, that's crazy. Oh. Here it comes, Poglog. Very much. Logging. Man, logging is fun. It's just the perfect balance of being not meta, not some sort of build that people know or expect, but still strong enough, yeah? I'm not trolling, it's not like I have to be Giga, the best player in the world, super specialist to make something this bad work, yeah? Not like that at all. There are some weapons that are not meta for a reason. For Poglog, it's, I mean, I feel like it's still very strong considering how little it is played. Let's go take the 2 million profitos into bank. The Axe really was either didn't want to mess up the fight or was really worried about seeing my giant piece of wood. Why do you think Warbow is good low IP? Heart-wise, I don't think it's amazing low IP, but it's not bad low IP because Warbow, so simple explanation. If you also have this question, someone else might have the same question. Why is Warbow not bad at low IP, but not good at high IP? The reason it's okay at low IP is because for a good low IP strategy for a solo player, you have to accept that you're gonna die a lot, but you have to make some of those fights that you're not gonna die. You have to make it count. So better strategy than trying to win 55% of equal fights. That's not gonna work, because you're often getting attacked by people where you have zero hope because they are 5 tiers higher than you, yeah? Or you get like in a bad situation where you can't survive because of your IP, yeah? Because of that, once you accept that you're gonna die a lot, one thing that really makes for a good low IP weapon is the ability to occasionally get very big kills, very valuable kills, to make up for all those deaths. That's why you see most of best low IP weapons, dual swords, wildfire, even battle axe to some extent. They're usually pretty good at brawling. Not so important, mobility is not so important. Those weapons often accept that, you know what, I'm gonna die, whatever. But at least sometimes I'm gonna kill a very juicy target. And Warbow can also kind of do that. Now, the problem why Warbow is not as good as, for example, Wildfire for like 4.1 strategy is because Wildfire, you're fighting against much more expensive target. They fuck up once, and you might win, yeah? They commit to the brawl too early, don't expect your damage, get stuck behind the firewall, and you're killing them. With Warbow, the enemy needs to fuck up more times, yeah? Because you can't just one-shot them or like crazy surprise them with big burst. They need to continuously be aggressive, and then you can shoot your E's while you kite them and do a lot of damage. So Warbow fits that strategy pretty well. And also, when you're low IP, you are much more likely to be in the defensive position. Yeah, you are being attacked. Some weapons, like for example, Daybreaker, is a good example of a weapon which, in my opinion, is much stronger when you are the attacker. Yeah, doesn't mean you cannot defend yourself on Daybreaker, but it's better to be at least somewhat in the attacking position. Yeah, if you're the one trying to catch. Warbow, if you have to catch me, like if I fight the Warbow, he will never, like, zero chance that he will actually be aggressive and kill me, yeah, as an aggressor. But in a defensive position, when I'm attacking the Warbow, there's a chance. Okay, tier 7 overcharged Logus of Pogus against 8.1 Spear. Nah, I was late. I was a bit late. I don't know if the curse wants to fight me or wants to help me kill the Spear. We definitely need to find a way to dismount the Spear here. And see what happens. Okay, the curse staff actually wants to fight me. Okay, he follows me. Well, I will do some damage to him back, but I would like to get to dismount the Spear and then hope that someone else will also help me, because I don't think I can 1v1 the Spear, especially since he has a Purge. I did 1v1 Spears last time I played Poglok, and it was okay, because I'm actually surprisingly decent at brawling. Oh, come on, dude. Someone dismounted there with 15 seconds. So, I was surprisingly good at brawling, but a big part of what I could do against one-handed Spear is Inferno when he gets his third stack. So he's in a tough situation. Does he keep brawling me with 3 stacks? Or does he E through me when I have 3 stacks? But this Spear has a Purge, so my Inferno will not help me. So he will just out-brawl me by being higher tier, probably. We'll see, though. Thanks for following, by the way, also, Raiko. Peshe said, 4 AM mists, you always find A3 at front players who are scared of peak time, lol. I didn't know that. Never, I mean, I don't look that much for 8.3s, 8.4s. As you know, I usually play tier 70 rate, yeah, so unless it's a good matchup, like some of the fights also in my last video, unless it's a good matchup, it's, I can't really just, you know, go and face tank 8.4, 8.3 damage. But I have also not noticed this sort of trend. It's interesting to know. The curse staff really wants this. The Great Arcane is very annoying, like giga annoying, because whatever I do, the Great Arcane is gonna E me, and that's gonna make me unhappy. But the curse, of course, I want to fight because I have iframe. It's not amazingly easy to hit, but okay, I'm not even gonna iframe this because he only got 2 stacks on me. Okay, nice. He doesn't have E anymore, and I can just go kill the curse. The curse won't have boots for a while, and the curse also used his cleric robe. Now I don't have the iframe, actually. That's kind of sucks. I'm gonna die here. Yeah, the curse will have boots also. My boots are before arcane, so unless he hits his E on me, I'm not dying to the arcane here, but the curse will have his Wanderlust ready. That was a clutch guardian helmet from the curse, unfortunately. I was planning to kill him and still probably get away from the arcane player, but the guardian helmet in the end was very clutch. Do I need to use my E to get away? I might, because he's an omelette. Although he doesn't have like, he's gonna, yeah, he just did. He just Enigma bladed the mob. He's also tier 7. Oh, he's dismounting the curse, yeah? That's not a good idea, because now he can robe at any point, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, the best way to take this 1v2 is to, as always I say about 1v2s, to minimize the amount of time I'm in between two players, taking damage from both, obviously. So I need to kind of run away and kite them that way, but unfortunately I don't have very good damage from far. Other than my helmet, and maybe some poison potions. As I'm running away and kiting, I'm not really doing anything, yeah? And the arcane is just... He's just trying to E me so that the curse can get on top of me, I think. At least... I would like to throw a poison at him, but we'll see if that actually is a good idea. I need the curse to use his boots to get close to me. He just also guardian helmeted. Okay, the curse is just scrambling for buttons, unfortunately. I mean, maybe unfortunately, but... Ace is streaming poggers. Yes. What? There's a crossbow somewhere now, or what? I actually didn't iframe that. It's good practice, yeah? It's a stupid fight to take, this 1v2. There isn't really any good way for me to win this, as you can see also. But at least I get to practice some of my moves. The fact that I use my E makes me very vulnerable to the curse now. If the curse catches up... Actually, I should probably mount up, get some HP, and then continue, maybe. Oh, the curse changed boots. Okay, I was still waiting for Wanderlust there. Okay, that's actually good. That's a good decision for him to change boots, yeah? For a 2v1, it's better, I think. Otherwise, I can abuse the fact that he's on Wanderlust and try to fight the other guy while he has a cooldown of his boots. All cheap bows are good at low IP because kite OP. Well, yeah, not kite OP, but yeah, there's some truth to that, Fesha, because with the same like low IP strategy I described, you need other people to become overly aggressive and make mistakes by attacking you, and then you fight back. And you know, bows, when you kite back, kind of can play into that strategy better, yeah? If you go high IP, you need to also have some skills or some spells and something in your build to be aggressive occasionally, yeah? Without his cursed friend, I can probably kill him. Oh, he missed that, I think. I think he missed his first Enigma Blade, that's why I was so close there to killing him. Okay. Without Cursed Friend, not much you can do. Are they teaming up against you? Yeah, they were trying. And I was willing, like, it wasn't, there's nothing wrong with that, yeah? I'm tier 7 overcharge, they were, I don't know, the curse was tier 6, and this guy was tier 7 flat. Like, without overcharge, I mean. So, yeah. I took the 1v2 on purpose, yeah? To kind of warm up and to see how well it goes. And actually, my build is not bad for... It's not bad for surviving multi-way situations. Unfortunately, as I said before, it's also not great because as I'm kiting, I'm not doing much. Yeah, like on a spear, you're kiting away, you're hitting impalers and Qs. At least you're damaging one guy quite heavily while you are kiting away and avoiding being in the middle of two enemies. Here, I still need to avoid being in the middle of them for too long, but I'm not very threatening for far. I can just throw poison potions and use my helmet. And here I didn't even want to use my helmet too much because then I can keep it to cancel the cultist rope. Have you completed Step 2? What's up, Voodoo? Yes. I am back to Step 1 now. There isn't many more annoying things. A bow guy throwing max range Qs. Well, Feshe, I think, I hope you are happy with the patch at least. They buffed Q1 for bows, but they nerfed the last patch. Yeah, but they made it back 18 meters, the range of the Q, of the long range Q. So the bows don't have that crazy range to annoy you. Isn't this the spear guy? Wisdom Untold. This is a spear guy. Look at the massive, look at the girth of this spear, man. Just got the stream. Happy hunting. Also, thank you, yeah. Look at the girth of my two-handed powerful spear. RIP Legendary Mist, yeah. But, you know, honestly, I'm not super excited. Those who've been to stream already have... you have already had to, like, suffer the heartbreak of seeing your streamer just run by legendary wisps and not even go in, even when you have a chance. I still kind of like going there occasionally, but I'm not super excited about it because... there's not that much PvP happening, yeah? It's good if I was gathering, obviously. If I have a very high IP build, which currently I don't, then I could also kill some of those mythical creatures, like spiders, those griffins, and what's it called? Fairy dragon, you know, those things. Fade dragon, I think it's called, yeah. I could kill those much better with high IP build. But right now, if I go Legendary Mist, I won't be very good at PvE, and majority of people in Legendary Mist come from Roads of Avalon or Open World, which like makes them in theory easy targets, but it also means that they are not looking for PvP. In a regular Mist, I think there's going to be a lot more people who actually who came here to fight. So everything is a spear if you're strong enough to hurl it away. Kind of, yeah. I mean, I had this, we were googling, we've been like learning some of the lore of the weapons, not specific Albion lore, but real life lore, like where do things come from. And Glaive, I think, was it Glaive? Yeah. Like, this was more described as a sword than a spear online. Because, like, it's essentially a sword on connected to a stick. Yeah, so it's... we already have the... what's it called? Precedent. We already have the precedent of taking something that isn't necessarily a spear, but calling it a spear because it's on top of a stick. And you can throw it, I guess. So, this is a stick. I think it counts. I'm definitely willing to adopt Grovekeeper into the spear family. Maybe we should petition, yeah? We should gather signatures to make it so that your spear specs also affect your Grovekeeper IP. Yo, somebody, make a signature initiative. It's bow OP or something. Madness, it's not OP, no. There are some bows that are really good, finally, for solo PvP, but they're still not like meta S tier, I think. But they're getting close. Like Badon and Skystrider both are in a very good place. And the regular bow is like a sleeper weapon, which I feel has potential to be amazing, but not a lot of people are playing it outside of Corrupted yet. Which kind of makes me say that, you know, we have to be careful saying that like regular bow is a powerhouse weapon right now. But it's definitely strong enough to play, finally. If you want to play regular bow, now is a good time. For like years, it was not a good time to play it in open world or Mists. It was considered as a sword in Ultima Online, same as Bardish and Polar. Yeah, that's the logic. That's what I came across last time when we were looking at like which of the spears are actually spears. Like, for example, I thought Trinity is not a spear, but when I googled it, the first answer was that it is actually a three-pronged spear. So there I was wrong, yeah. But I think Glaive didn't. I don't remember about Pike. Like, Pike is very clearly like a different weapon from medieval times, yeah, like jousting and stuff. I think often things like pikes were used. But I think Pike still qualified as a spear. As a bow player, I can confirm bow is not OP. Shut up, Widow. It is you. I know, you're just trying not to get bow nerfed. Yeah, I know. A lot of people love bow for non-competitive reasons. Not because they're chasing the meta or whatever, want to play specific playstyle or stuff. Just because they love bow. A lot of people like that. And that's wonderful. And all of those people are finally happy because they can play the weapon that they enjoy. I am the problem, it's me. Yes. The bow is not OP. I mean, bow is OP, but Voodoo is not OP. That's the result. I can't lose right now on bow. What are you playing? Corrupted? Yeah, on Corrupted, a regular bow is meta right now. It is just the meta of the meta. Flamewalker has taken a step back after the nerf. I think it's still okay, but I think in Corrupteds, Bow, Arclight Blasters, Trinity Spear is probably the trifecta of the meta choices right now. But I am not a professional Corrupted player, so you know, this is just my analysis looking at it from a little bit of outside, yeah. But a lot of the best players are definitely playing Bow. I discovered this last time when I played Corrupteds also. Is there something here valuable? No, there isn't. Root grows out of the ground. Wait, Grovekeeper Impaler would go hard. Root grows out of the ground, 10 out of 10 RP. Oof, that's true, yeah. That, ooh, now I want that. Grovekeeper Impaler. Yo, let's do this. Let's get Grovekeeper added to the list of spears. Okay, sir. Let me dismount. Let me dismount ya. You know that song, yeah? The dismounting song. He's on Swiftclaw, that's why I am a pretty good dismounter, but Swiftclaw is just easier to dismount as well. So if I actually slow him, if he ever gets in range for one of my spells, no way. I'm pretty sure that if I slow him with that, then I WE, he's gonna be dismounted, yeah. Trinity is a pitchfork. Yeah, is pitchfork just a different word for it, or are you saying pitchfork means it's not a spear? Because when I was looking at Trinity, I think it made sense. Oh, he dismounted somewhere. Did he already go into the next mist? What happened? Okay, I very clearly. Oh, okay, he just left. Maybe okay. I very clearly hear the mount pop sound. You know, like when mount disappears. But I guess he just left the mist here. Trinity. Trident is another word for Trinity. Yeah, I think in some other languages it's even called Trident, like in Albion as well. Time to eat new food soon. I still have half an hour on my overcharge. I would also be scared when I see an unorthodox weapon. I just pull myself away. Yep, that makes sense. I know that a lot of people don't fight me because I appear too confident, and I also know that this is exacerbated, made even worse by the fact that I'm playing something that many people don't have that much experience with, yeah? So if I was playing like a Carving or Flamewalker and I was too confident, sure, some people would still think, okay, this guy's confident, that means there's something here I should be afraid of, yeah? But at least they can kind of understand what's up, yeah? They see that I'm playing the most typical Carving build, so they'll probably think, okay, but why is he so confident? Yeah, I can beat the Carving, so they will still fight me. But on this one, if someone gets this idea in their head, like, this dude is weirdly confident, you know? He knows something I don't. And then they see that they don't even fully know my weapon, maybe. It's much more likely that they will, you know, convince themselves that this is not a good fight for them, because there is something about this fight that I know. I mean, it is called Spectral Trident. Where? In one specific translation of Albion, or where is it called Spectral Trident? 4.1 Wildfire. Not my happiest opponent, but whatever. Hopefully someone else shows up as well. Pitchforks also have more than 4 forks. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the specialty of Trident, because it's like 3, yeah, and yeah, you're right. There's some other like things which are exactly the same, but like, as you said, with 4 prongs or I don't know what's the exact name. Ooh, 6-3. Hello, sir. Is he gonna fight me? He is 6-3, so I'm guessing yes, but what is happening? I'm waiting for my cooldowns. Is this another? Oh, is this the new werewolf nerf? Yo! This is the new nerf for werewolves. Oh, he's overloaded. Holy shit. Okay, so he cannot get away. I pretty much just need to kill the other guy now. What is this? What is he carrying? Brother, what happened? This is a troll. What is this? What? Why? Please, I need Sherlock Holmes on the case. Chat, you are the detective for this one. Why? Tell me something logical about what just happened. Okay? Explain this. What is the reason I just killed the dude who has... I'm gonna equip... Did his mount die? Yeah, his mount died. Do I have a bag at least? Okay, I can at least equip a bag. Why? I thought he was AFK, but he couldn't use spells and he couldn't move because he's got... Why? I want to ask him why, but I feel like after killing someone, writing to them can be a little bit like toxic. Am I gonna... Okay, okay. So maybe this why? Maybe he did the same thing. He found someone who is overloaded. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna do this. How much does it even cost? This stack is 60k, okay. Let's go take it out. I have 6 million. Why though? What the hell? Someone, give me any sort of explanation. I am confused. Yes, Goful, I think confused is a very light way of putting also the emotion I have after what just happened. I thought, because if you were not here, like at the very start of the stream today, I went into the mist and I came across somebody, this guy, and he was just standing AFK. Dismounted, by the way, doing nothing. I killed him, he is tier 7, yeah, so it's a bit of minus karma, but not a lot. So it just also was extra funny now that this is the second time today I see specifically a werewolf, right? A Blood Moon player, and he was also not moving. But, wait, what? I misclicked my exit. Okay. Why? Money, money, money. That is good money, yeah. I mean, all of the runes and stuff he was carrying didn't really factor in, but his items that he was wearing are decent. Let's see what's happening here. 100 million fame for killing players. 3,000 kills, yeah? This is a dude. This is like some joke thing, right? He's trolling himself or like he's doing some challenge or something, right? The guy has almost 4,000 kills. This is on EU. This is not a player who is who just installed the game and is completely lost and doesn't know what's happening on the screen, right? Can't be. I have... Okay, wait. If you have any sort of theory of what happened, put it in chat. I'm about to put all of this in the bank and then I will look and see if there's anything that sounds like it could be half of reality. Brazilian market, easy profit. I did the same, but with yellow wisps. What did you do? What did you do? You get about 4 silver profit per rune if you carry them to 2 Brazilian. I thought runes in Brazilian are usually less expensive, no? Am I wrong? I always thought that Brazilian is like the place where runes are and souls and all that. It doesn't make sense to even to sell them. My professional opinion, runes. Okay, Merno here, explain, what do you mean? I understand he had runes, but what is he doing? What is this? Is it actually a transport? Colorblind, yeah, well. Petition for them to add the flail. Definitely like a classical fantasy RPG medieval style weapon that is not in Albion. I don't know what the flail would be though. I guess a mace? It is a mace. Oh wait, we have a flail, right? We have one mace which looks like a flail, don't we? We don't. Yeah, both of these. I was thinking either Morningstar or Camlan, but there's no actual flail there, yeah. Could definitely, it would be a mace, I guess, yeah. I killed one like that last month, worth 25 mil, but can't move to go out. Oh, yeah, because his mount trashed, yeah. I was gonna pick up the stuff if his mount survived, but his mount unfortunately trashed. Bro, what the hell was he doing? But also, if you are doing this for transport, wouldn't you just keep running towards an exit or whatever, wherever you need to go? Just run from mist. Why did he come to the... I killed him because he came to check out the objective, right? Like, I was carrying the wisp, remember? Then there was the wildfire guy, and then he, with his bunch of runes, also came close to the wisp objective. Doesn't make sense, yeah? He transporting the rune from Brazilian to other zone to get money, maybe. That's the only logic, but I don't know if it's worth it. But I guess that's the only logic we can come up with. It that he's just taking a bunch of runes to other, like to another city. But also, how do you get from Brazilian to go to Avalon Portal? Then I don't know. Like Wisdom's logic that Wisdom Untold, his logic that you get from other places to Brazilian makes a bit more sense because at least you know there's going to be a Brazilian portal very soon. But I didn't know that runes can be made, like you can make money on runes transporting to Brazilian, but I'm also not an expert in transporting by any means. So. Melding update made it easier to meld. Maybe they found some profitable artifact. Might be, yeah, but you shouldn't be in a deadly mist then, right? Yellow mist would be. You have to have a look at the new NDA patch notes today. Oh, yeah. Let's do that. Have you had? We wanted Alone on the Pond. We wanted to do that, but then I forgot. But it's definitely something. So NDA patch notes. Let's look at it together. Maybe he wanted to go yellow mist, but misclicked. Was it a new player? That's the thing, Balint. I thought also that there's some, like, he misunderstood something. He misclicked. It's not a new player. Like, it's, I mean, it's your definition of new player might be different from mine, but a person who has 4,000 kills, even if it's just a ZVZ player, it's not a new player by any means, yeah? So, this guy knows what's up, more or less. We can look at some of his recent kills. This is not a new player. Somebody playing this build? This is not a new player. This guy knows what's up. 100%. I can't imagine, although he doesn't have a lot of specs, but coming up with an idea to play this build, or like following, very unlikely to be a beginner. That's like that's pretty high level cooking here. I once tried a similar transport thing when I just started. Turns out I couldn't optimize the logistics and had to buy a big bear to carry all the items. I lost about all my silver, but I had a bear. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's look at the NDA balanced playtests. So let's take a quick moment to look at the patch together, and then we'll continue with logging the POG. This is 5 hours ago. Okay, the changes are intended to go live with Abyssal Depths. Wait, so when is patch 3 going up? By the way, anyone asking, where do you see the updates? If you go Albion, let's see. If you go to the official, this is the forum, yeah? And you will see that their news, there's patch notes, yeah? These are actual patch notes that come out, yeah? But you also have... here, under developer statements, you have a thing called NDA playtests. And here you have, I think, is this one, yeah? You see, so you have, this is the first place where we get idea of what patch notes are projected to come with the next patch, yeah? So this is 5 hours ago, the next NDA playtest patch note. So from this patch, it will go to test server and then to live server. But during the course of it going from here to test server, live server, things can still change, yeah? And if there is some things that are in bold, that means they have changed it, but there we don't see any. But for example, see some of the text is in bold. This means that it actually was updated. It's not the way it was planned. So let's look at the latest one. Arcane staffs. Enigmatic staff doesn't really concern me. We're just gonna look at solo PP changes, obviously. Great arcane staff duration lower. Would have helped a tiny bit against the guy I just fought, but doesn't matter in the end. Astral staff less radius. So all arcane staffs are getting nerfed. And arcane cleanse. What is that? What are they changing? This is only for this is what they meant. Arcane cleanse, they mean motivating cleanse, yeah? This is only on an ally. This is not on yourself, right? And debuffs except damage. Or you can. Oh, actually, wait. You can use it on yourself, yeah? You can. Okay, but anyway, it's all PP. No one's using it. Yo, Vic, what's up? Hello. We're having some logos of the Pogus. By the way, I mean, maybe you will actually answer this, but in a moment, if you're still here in a moment, I will show you what just happened, and maybe you'll have an answer from all of your experience. We're just trying to figure out what the dude was, what he was trying to do. Okay, curse staffs, curse sickle, less cooldown. Not a fan because I don't want to play against it. It's annoying. It's one of those. This spell is not amazing for solo PvP, but when someone is on curse sickle, it can be super annoying, you know, to follow them, obviously, because they will get 2 stacks on you with 1 spell, but at least it's pretty high cooldown still. Curse Dwarf, oh, okay, nice. This is longer cooldown, so those Goldstein invented this build with heavy, maybe he didn't invent, but you know, he popularized the build with heavy plate curse, which brought curse kind of into realistic meta, not just as a rat, but as a meaningful like part of fights. And honestly, I love that sort of innovation. It's fun to see that, but it is very frustrating to play against. So from that perspective, that I don't want to play against those heavy curse builds as much, I like this change. It's nice. Demon Fang, whatever. You can write like Demon Fang instantly kills all enemies on your screen, and I would still probably say like nobody's gonna play Demon Fang, you know, who cares? So I doubt it. Although, who knows? More damage and self-damage is 20% of total health. Who knows? Elapsed time before casting recall daggers is refunded. I don't understand this. I don't know if this is going to be as relevant at all. Rover's doing giveaway and prevent himself to ever regret midway. Yeah, Azot, but I mean, who is going to be... As you saw, I wasn't able to really get his giveaway items either, if that was about runes. Frost Staff. Regular Frost Staff. Less damage, more slow. After 1 second inside the area, player gets rooted for 2.5 and receives 50 magical damage. Okay. And what do you get? What about right now? Right now, if you spend time in this, you get rooted for less or what? Oh, gradually frozen, first slowing and then rooting. So they are kind of changing that. Instead of gradually, you just get constantly slowed, and if you spend 1 second, then you get rooted. Okay. Very difficult to understand how much this is gonna change. But just simply the fact that the damage is being nerfed means that it's a bit of a nerf to Frost, I feel like. Even if the CC is better... Oh, wait, you get more damage if the person is inside. Then it's not a nerf. Okay, then this is good change. This is like the opposite of the cripple change. This is making it more high risk, high reward, yeah? Like, it's a little bit less effective as just spamming for extra damage, but if the enemy does not have any counter to it, it's actually better now. Like a decent amount better. More slow and extra damage also compared to what it was before. Okay, that's awesome actually. I'm starting to like this already. Permafrost, less damage, more in general. Okay, whatever. Holy Staff doesn't matter. Nature Staffs doesn't matter. These changes. Swords, Galentine Pair doesn't matter for solo. Claymore, pass-through damage. This is gonna make Claymore very strong for 2v2 with healer. It's already a pretty strong 2v2 weapon, but it's gonna make it even stronger when you are because you know, big thing about fighting 2v2 against healer is to try to do damage to both enemies as much as you can. Carving can do that very nicely with E. Claymore can also do that, but not as nicely. Now it will be stronger at that. More damage without stacks. More damage with 1 stack, more damage with 2 stacks. Okay, so it's just more damage overall. Claymore just buffed. Get ready. We're gonna see more Claymores after this patch for sure. Claymore is on the edge of weapons that is viable, fun, okay to play, but has clear drawbacks. It will still have those clear drawbacks, but it's being pushed to being more viable. Might even be very nice with Assassin Shoes, by the way, one of those weapons. Against many players, you will just Assassin Shoes, Q, W, Q, 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 and then when the enemy starts running away, then you're gonna E against them. Stone Skin now grants immunity against purges. This we talked about. This is a big, good change to make a spell more viable. I don't think a lot of people are gonna use it, but it's gonna be occasionally very, very nice, yeah, to have this extra option. So something like I don't know, like let's say a Hermit of Valor or Duskweaver. Duskweaver, can you imagine how amazing it is if you have 3 legit, completely different and super useful spells? Like you don't have to swap them for any helmet. You have already this. You have this when you need mobility. You have this when you want to brawl, and now you will also have another super useful spell potentially. I mean, this is very situational, just to be immune to purges, but that in some situations very, very valuable. Face Scale Robe, 40-second cooldown. This is a change for depths. This means that in Mist we won't see any Face Scale Robes. It's already very rarely used because even though it's strong, it is extremely expensive. So that means that we're not going to see Face Scale in Mist almost never. This is very big nerf. Carving can run Merc Jacket with Stone Skin for guaranteed heal. Yeah, a lot of weapons will be able to do that, yeah. Merc Jacket with Stone Skin. But do remember, you're gonna miss out on something else. And a lot of other helmet spells will still be better in a lot of situations. But yeah, the fact that you don't have to channel it, yes. So you will be able to use your helmet, use Merc Jacket, and then you have for 3 seconds your guaranteed Merc Jacket. That's gonna center the whole fight around the Merc Jacket, kind of, yeah. The enemy will have to figure out what to do, but it means you don't have another useful helmet. And remember, Stone Skin is a pretty long cooldown, yeah. So if you compare, let's say we're using Helmet of Valor, yeah, this is obviously long, but this is a purge, it's 40 seconds. This base cooldown is 30 seconds, yeah, it's so 27.4, I think, bases. So it's pretty long cooldown, yeah. So 30 seconds, okay. You really need to really want to not be purged if you're gonna use that. Because if there's something else you want in the fight, then something else will be better. Can I get the link to read the update? Oh, sure, I'm gonna put it in chat as well. They should put it on both YouTube chat and Twitch chat, hopefully. I put it in the thing which goes to both chats. This is in forums. It's called NDA Balanced Playtest. This is where they first put out the link. Link, please. I don't know how to find it. Okay. Everyone who was asking for link, I put it also now. These arcane changes don't make any sense. I'm sad that they don't have the explanations, but when it comes to the time to actually put it on live server, there's a chance that there will be some explanation here. Not sure, but maybe. But I didn't look at all of them. I'm just trying to understand which of these changes are actually going to change. Solo PvP. This is also a big one. Why such big changes, man? I wish they made it instead of like a crazy 10-second like with Stalker Jacket. I wish they applied the logic of Ice Frog from Dota. Just tinker a little bit. Some things a little bit more, some things a little bit less, but tinker. This is a huge one, but at least, you know, people won't use it. Okay, whatever. It's still going to be useful in depths. This, like buffing something like this, is risky. Like, what will happen? A lot of Cleric Robe already very strong, but the big downside is that it's such a long cooldown, yeah? So you all in on this one big fight, you bait your enemy in, you do the big damage burst. It's pretty nice for that. But then the trade-off is that your cooldown is pretty long, yeah? So if I have Inferno, you have Cleric Robe, my Inferno will be ready again and before your next Cleric Robe. Now they are making it the same as a lot of leather, like most leather jacket spells. I am feeling that this is a risky one and we might see a bit of an infestation of Cleric Robes. Cleric Robe are fun though, so having Cleric Robe be strong is not terrible. Because it's fun, you can, like, if you are very skilled, you will be able to outplay people by proccing your Cleric Robe at the perfect moment. And also good for baiting, but this is risky for solo PvP. Fiend Robe, I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna be too strong for duos or not. I don't play them enough anymore. Fiend Robe I don't think is used in solo anyway, in any builds. Mage Robe, Purging Shield. Remove the resistance increases. Added defense. I don't know. I don't know which is better. Duration 3 seconds. Mage Robe nerf is okay. I feel like Mage Robe is super duper strong. I think it's one of the strongest chest pieces, especially considering it's a cheap non-artifact item. I actually think, I've said this also a couple times jokingly, that I'm becoming a Mage Robe main. Whatever weapon I play, I'm kind of looking to maybe use Mage Robe now because it seems so strong. So I think nerfing Mage Robe is good from the perspective of a solo PvP player. I think it's a good direction. I have no idea what this means though. Like, I mean, in terms of actual numbers, I don't know which is better. Is it stronger now or is it weaker? I don't understand. But duration is gonna hurt. It's already not that difficult. I Inferno, you Mage Robe, I look at the sky for 4 seconds, and then I have 4 seconds of Inferno value. Now it's gonna, Inferno versus Mage Robe is gonna be even more Inferno-sided. But, unless you use your Mage Robe like at the right time, anyway. Maybe we'll talk about that later, but if it actually goes through. Knight Armor, resistances per stack, CC per stack, okay, it doesn't affect so less much. Mistwalker Jacket, energy usage 3.5% per second, 6 ticks in total. So Mistwalker already very mana hungry, I feel like, but it's gonna be more. So full Mistwalker Jacket is gonna be a 21% energy usage. But if you come out early, then it doesn't cost that much. I don't know, seems like such a random change, but whatever, okay. Okay, whatever, not crazy. Mistwalker Jacket not very popular anymore because it's so difficult to get artifacts, which means that the price is just not justifiable at this point for solo PvP, for full loot PvP, of course. Immunity now also applies to ally target. Doesn't affect me, but might be interesting in things like Arena, where some tanks can use this, actually, and they use this offensively, but can also start using it defensively. Shield Charge, 15-second cooldown. This is going to be the next cancer. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad, we'll see, but this is going to be the next cancer of Mists. I can already call it. Night Boots are already at the edge of being too strong. But Assassin Shoes Dash still makes more sense. They are making this 15 seconds as well. So let's see Assassin Shoes. Assassin Shoes are 15 meters and like 11 seconds. I guess without cooldown reduction. I can't remove my items. Oh, I'm going to be out of overcharge. Well, whatever. I can remove my items then. Just going to remove the... Okay, nothing trashed. So I don't have any cooldown reduction now. Never mind, I still do. I still have 6% cooldown reduction. Whatever. Assassin Shoes is... So it's 12 second cooldown, yeah, base, and 15 meters. And you get a bit of extra damage. But the shield you get from Night Boots is, in my opinion, very strong already. So Night Boots will have 15 meters also. But instead of... is it 17 seconds? Or 17 and a half or 18 or something like that. Instead of that, it's going to be 15 seconds. So it's gonna be pretty good, man. It's going to be really, really good in solo PvP. And we're already seeing a movement in Mists towards... We've seen a long trend towards more brawl-heavy meta. More and more builds are viable that focus just on brawling, and then make up for that either royal boots, demon boots, or just forgo mobility altogether and just buy assassin shoes or Night Boots. This is going to be some of the Death Givers, dual swords that are currently running dash or assassin boots. Some of them will try this, and it can be amazingly annoying to play against. So this can actually break some of solo PvP in my opinion, but we'll see. Maybe it doesn't go overboard, maybe it's just balanced enough. Spectre Shoes doesn't matter, Mark of Sacrifice does matter. I mean, it's decent. Hellion Shoes are not amazing, but I think it's decent to make them also kind of a bit more viable. Cooldown reduction on potion slot from 90 seconds to 80 seconds. Smuggler's Cape just straight up nerfed. Okay, very good. This is the kind of change I said. You know what makes smaller changes? Obviously needs a nerf. This is a good nerf. It's just a small nerf. Healing potion getting more cooldown. Ooh, you will not be able to double healing at all. It's going to be very difficult. You have 25 seconds in between. This is going to very much change how mists are played. We'll see the details, but this is very interesting. These two changes together make it very interesting. Smuggler's Cape nerfed just enough where you have to start thinking, okay, how to use it. Yeah, you don't just, it's not just a simple double potion. And healing potion overall being, this might mean that we're going to see more poisons, more like double poison on smugglers. And healing overall not going to be as good, not going to be the #1 best potion for smugglers even sometimes. This is very interesting. Let's see if I missed something. They nerfed the hell out of kite comps when Brawl is meta for years. Nice. Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, the things that are not about solo PvP, I'm also a bit careful about commenting, because even though I have some reactions, I think some of them are like maybe like out of not out of touch, or a little bit out of date. Yeah, because my understanding of small scale is not as up to date as maybe it should be. That's why I'm analyzing, but it might also change a lot on how small scale is played for sure. Cleanse reset CC, so it's sometimes even worse than not cleansing. Okay, because because every next stun, like the idea that the mechanic that every next CC is lower and lower. If you cleanse, then it's okay. I see. But this was what arcane changes. Okay, let's keep going. So this is there's a lot of very interesting and potentially impactful changes for solo PvP here. Then we have mounts, a lot more carry weight, a lot less speed. A lot more carry weight, a bit less speed. Okay, so they're just doing the same thing with horses. The tier of the ox will actually change your speed a lot, and carry weight as well. Whatever. I mean, not whatever, but for PvP purposes, it doesn't matter that much. Okay, this is a big one. Forced dismount, dismounted by damage. If players have disarray active, they don't get cleanse and CC immunity on dismount anymore. What is disarray? What is disarray? This is, so right now, if you get dismounted forcibly by damage, you have 2 seconds of CC immunity. They added this not so long ago, and it made it better for people to get dismounted to start the fight, or to rat also occasionally. Forced dismount in mists, dismounted by damage, with the same condition as 15 seconds hostile dismount. Okay, so if you get forcibly dismounted within close to a fight, where you would otherwise get 15 seconds, now you will get 50% damage and CC strength reduction for 10 seconds. This we talked about, so Calderi understood this correctly. This is amazing. I love this change for Mist. This means ratting on top of a fight by way of dismounting is significantly nerfed. Of course, you can still do it if the enemies you're trying to rat are very low from fighting each other. You can still dismount, they're both 20% HP, you are full. You can still fight, or you can even wait out 10 seconds and then go for big damage. But this is a decent, this means that just the fact that the other two guys are fighting is not enough for you to use that as an advantage. If you're like 2 tiers lower, you might really die just because of this thing. Disarray, 21 or more people from the same alliance in the same zone. Ah, okay. So this doesn't actually affect mists at all, not in any way. 7+ people hitting you is 50% resilience. Disarray when 7+ people hit you. Why specifically 7? I'm inclined, very much inclined to just trust Bukoka here, because resilience in general, it's not just 7 people, right? It's like it builds up already from 2 people. You start getting some percentage of resilience. There's like a table you can. I hope it's still up to date. There used to be a table on Wiki. You can calculate exact percentage of resilience. So I think they would word it differently. I'm inclined to trust Bukoka at this moment, to say that disarray is something, because otherwise I would have probably also heard of it. So if we believe that disarray is 21 or more people from the same alliance in the same zone, they don't get, okay, so then it doesn't affect me or solo PP at all. Okay, is there something important here I missed? Only Giga Chads use double tornado. Tornadoes are not bad for kiting builds, yeah. But the potion, the biggest thing is, of course, the dismounting for mists. Can't wait to see how this affects actual mist ratting. This is big, very big for shaking up Mist's meta and solo PvP meta also. For Corrupteds, by the way, also very relevant. Then we have Night Boots, which I'm afraid can also start defining solo PvP. More and more people are already going in with the attitude, I don't care about mobility, I'm only going to take the fight if the other guy comes to me. And so they forego having a sprint and instead choose something like this, like Assassin Shoes, and that's okay. We like Night Boots already, but then Night Boots in the future. Might even see more Pike being played. And Cleric Robe is a big one also. The fact that Cleric Robe buff is going to be very, very, very relevant for a lot of Mist build. Mage Robe, it's not entirely clear how much it's going to change. Definitely the 3-second duration. The 3-second duration definitely is a big thing, but the first part is not so clear. And Claymore, I mean Claymore is already played. It's just a straight up buff, so Claymore is just going to be played more. And good luck 2v2ing anything. It's already kind of shapeshifters and swords are dominating 2v2 with healers usually. So Claymore is going to be more viable instead of a carving to play in a 2v2. Is Smuggler really a nerf? Potion duration is 9 seconds. I mean, it's a nerf anyway, right? Because the Smuggler effect is going to be lower. Or what do you mean? Is it really a nerf? There's no question that this is a nerf, yeah? But it's just, your question is whether it's significant enough where people will consider not using Smuggler Cape, or whether people are just, everyone's going to still use Smuggler Cape, it's just going to be a bit less super duper strong, yeah? But there are builds, like also right now, I'm using Carleon Cape, yeah? So, any sort of nerf to Smuggler Cape is a bit of a buff to people like I am right now, trying to, wanting to use something else. But since usually Smuggler's Cape is used with healing potions, yeah, this is overall like definitely going to shake up how people play Mists and Corrupted Dungeons. Both of those currently, by far the most popular, the default option is always Smuggler's Cape plus healing potion. So it's definitely an impactful change, but specifically together with healing potion, yeah. So in the future, if you don't have any cooldown reduction, you will have 25 seconds. So you will buy one healing. You said it lasts 9 seconds. Yeah, I think you're right, if I remember correctly. Ticks every half a second, I believe, right? I think so, yeah. Anyway, it's going to be 9 second, let's say, usage. Then you have 96 seconds. So you have 16 seconds of wait time. This at least it nerfs the idea of completely using your healing potions just as a bait at the end of the fight. Yeah, you won't be able to quickly chug both potions when you need it, which a lot of us do at the very end. So at least it nerfs that. But if you have more cooldown reduction, it's not going to be crazy, but it is going to be considerably different strategy. You need to drink one healing potion a bit earlier. Thank God increase of CD on Fey Robe. Yeah, I guess. From a Mist player perspective, Fey Robe nerf is not necessary, because even though it is very, 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 very strong, it is also very, 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 very expensive. So people don't play it as much in full loot PvP. I forgot Siphoned Energy, so I have to play without overcharge for 5 minutes. Then we can go back to the city and buy it. Claymore, Playmore. That's a good title also. Nice. I like it. With resilience penetration stat at 7%, press pen translate. Okay. I'm not gonna try to go too deep into that, because that's going to take more mental effort than seems worth it right now. Resilience, like the details of resilience, yeah, if you play ZVZ or a lot of group content, the details of resilience are useful to know. If you are like I play usually solo or maybe like duo trio, then just knowing what resilience is and that it kind of ramps up when there's a lot of people hitting, and that some weapons have, like, you can look how much resilience penetration every weapon has. I mean, this one has 20%, some don't have any. That's pretty much the end of what seems relevant, you know, to me for my everyday playing. But for ZVZ, it's definitely very useful to know the details, which I'm feeling, Bukoka, that you do know. So I'm guessing that you are a bit of a ZVZ specialist yourself. Although in small scale it does come into play. Like if you're playing arena and your healer is constantly attacking the enemy, you might want to tell them, yo, let me attack. Because, you know, you are doing less damage as the DPS player. I think if your healer also is attacking the enemy because they have nothing else to do. Thank God increase, okay, depth, yeah. So for depths it makes sense, yeah. As I was saying, The phase scale robe nerf seems very unnecessary from the perspective of Mist, but I'm not trying to say it's a bad change at all. I know, I know. I know that in depths, its phase scale has almost completely taken over. Because the fact that it's not full loot PvP in depths means that pretty much the only downside of phase scale is the price. You completely eliminate that balancing factor, yeah? Like, if Mists were not full loot, then of course people would also play a lot of phase scales all the time. Resilience penetration triggers when you sit for 2 hours on Guild Island waiting for people. What? I can't figure out if that's a joke or if that's real. What? I do remember that from my early days in Albion when I was playing some guild content as well. I mean, I love the social aspect as much as anyone. That's also why I love being here with you, by the way. Thank you for being here on stream. Makes my day happier. So I love the social aspect of gaming, of course, and also in Albion, as like in any MMO, social aspect is a big thing, a big part of the fun. But I do also remember, yeah, at the beginning when I played some guild stuff, like you had to love the social, because it took, like when we were doing some dungeons or whatever, some event together, going roaming, it took so long to figure out, to make sure everyone is wearing correct builds, to make sure everyone even shows up, to make sure that you have like one person for each role, all of that. I do remember also sometimes waiting for like 45 minutes from the announced time, just to go and start playing. But I mean, I guess it was necessary, because at least we ended up having a decent team comp, because some more experienced player than me was looking at everyone and also looking at me and making sure that I'm wearing right items. I don't want this big roam. If I had Stalker Jacket, I could maybe gather all those guys together and do damage to them and clear that, but right now it's gonna be a slow room to clear. I'm gonna put myself in a bit more danger, and it's not even for like amazing rewards. I think it will be easier to clear 2 smaller rooms for 2 buff stacks. Albion solo is plug and play. Well, they are making it more and more like that, Upwork, yeah. As I'm sure you also feel. Although if you play Mist, then not much has changed in that regard for a while. But they are definitely making Albion more and more plug and play, where you can just decide, I'm gonna play. And 30 seconds later, you're already in a corrupted dungeon or in depths and playing. Okay. Not bad for clearing. Too bad I don't have overcharge. After this, I definitely need to remember to go out to the city to buy overcharge and come back in. I'm not bad at clearing rooms. I have 6 stacks already. Now I just need to get lucky to get a red buff at the end somewhere for the final chest, and I will be in a good place. We need to... Wait, actually, I was asking... I don't know if he's still here. Is there any chance, ahaha, that you are still here? If you can hear me, I want to ask you this thing as well that we tried to figure out earlier. And if there's someone else who joined recently, I have this question for anyone who can figure out what the hell this guy was doing. Voodoo can maybe share the clip he made as well of this. But essentially, this was a person who was completely overloaded with tier 4 and tier 5 runes in the Mist. I dismounted him on an objective, and it's a question why did he even come to the objective, but okay. I dismounted on him on the objective and he couldn't move, you know? Because he was in an Ox. In the Black Zone Mist, yeah? Lethal Mist. With this build, it's not even like a transporting build. With this build in Black Zone Mist, on an Ox, full of tier 4 and tier 5 runes. So he could not even move at all after he got dismounted. Okay, tell me. Come up with ideas. Why? What could have possibly happened? Why could it possibly this person? Why would someone be in a Black Zone Mist with this build, Ox, full of tier 4 and tier 5 runes? Completely full. This is not a beginner who started playing yesterday, right? This is like 4,000 kills player. And as I showed you, like the kind of build he plays, like some of the builds he plays, this is not a beginner build either. This guy is playing like an experienced player, it seems. I'm still kind of looking for Sherlock Holmes to figure out how that happens. Maybe he sold the account and gave it to girlfriend. Okay, so your theory is that there isn't any logical explanation other than someone inexperienced or someone who doesn't care was actually playing the account and ruining it for him, essentially. He thought he was playing RuneScape with all those runes. Yeah, so he got enough runes to cast Smoke Barrage 500 times. Okay, I see. Blue also says, little brother logged onto big brother's account. Okay, so from Blue's and the Haha's perspective, we get the new option that maybe, even though the person's account seems like it's an experienced player who knows what he's doing, in this specific instance, someone else was doing it. Probably misclicked and thought he went into yellow mist. Okay, I guess like that's still an option as well, yeah. And he was in the mist. He didn't realize it was black zone, and he like even though he didn't have a bubble, you know, he already had been there for a little while. He also didn't write anything to me. He still didn't realize there was actually wasn't the yellow zone mist. Okay, that's still kind of one of the winning theories, yeah. Is there, like, if you were to transport these runes, if you wanted to transport them somehow from Brazilian or to Brazilian, is there any reason why you would go Black Zone Mist at all? Is there any potential reasonable thing that could go in through your mind why Black Zone Mist is better to transport through? Like if he was serious transporting and it wasn't his girlfriend playing or his little brother? Or is it there's no reason at all? Of course, there's also a question, why the hell did he show up to the objective? Like, I would not be... I was standing dismounted next to a wildfire on top of a turbulent wisp that's about to spawn, yeah? So there's also that question, like, if you are coming there to transport 5,000 runes or whatever, even more, there's zero reason to come to check out the objective. Yeah, of course, you want to go as far away as possible from the objective, probably, but that's a smaller thing than being there in the first place. I missed the other guy. Okay, this will hopefully give me 2 stacks of red. I'll have 12 stacks red, and I'm kind of ready to take the fight here without overcharge, unfortunately. Very sad, because with 12 stacks red, it's a perfect time to run into someone higher AP and have a bit of an advantage because of my stacks and buff, but who knows. Mr. Zoom said he thought it was Yellow Zone Mist. Yeah, okay. So probably transporting to the Royal Cities. From Brazilian to Royal Cities. Does it make sense from Brazilian to Royal Cities to go into... So the idea is that he goes from Brazilian, he buys all the runes, he then goes into Mist and looks for this turbulent portal to some random road or random place, yeah? Mate, that spear looks pretty blunt. Kirpo, what are you saying about my girthy spear? This spear looks absolutely amazing. And it sounds good too. But yes, it is blunt, like me. Maybe transport from hideout? Would he end up in a Black Zone Mist if he was transporting from hideout? So he just entered the wisp? You think... Oh. Is it possible he was doing like an actual transport in the Black Zone and he was in danger, so he decided to enter a mist to survive for a while? Once again, nothing answers the question why he would whisper him and ask, yeah, this is looking like I'm at some point need to. I don't like writing stuff to people after I kill them, because it's like adding salt to the wound, like kind of feels to me like a bit of a disgraceful thing, yeah, because he might already feel bad for losing his items, yeah. If I start like, oh, why did you do that shit, mate? Yeah, it kind of, I feel like it's I don't want to make him feel worse, but enough time has passed, and if I reward it very nicely, like saying like I'm really genuinely curious, how did you end up in the situation there? Were you transporting something or what was that? Then maybe it will be okay. Was he 0.4 enchanted? No. It was just all the runes, yeah. This was his build, and in his bag he had a couple items as well. Actually, maybe we should look at those as well. And then he had a bunch of runes. For content, give him some of his stuff back. I mean, it's not a complete beginner. If it was a complete beginner, that would be a more reasonable idea. He was drunk. Well, yeah, that's also always possible, yeah. But you know, like, if I imagine, I haven't been drunk for quite a while, but if I imagine myself drunk and playing Albion, that's not gonna be like the top 100 stupid things I might come up with to do in Albion when drunk. It's not gonna include doing this, yeah. So that doesn't answer the mystery. Cheese for Rat said earlier. Vic, hello. Hello. I have one question. Have you played with 8.4? I'm thinking how expensive this is. If it's expensive, want to buy 8.4 Keeper Cape for depths. Have I played? No, I have not played 8.4. And certainly not in depths. Yeah, I was not interested in investing too much in depths because I knew it's not gonna be my. Even if I play it, I'm not gonna play it for very long. I mean, he already hit me. I'm gonna not mercenary. I'm gonna against his mercenary. I'm gonna use my Inferno. He has to mercenary now. Okay, I'm gonna Inferno just like this. I don't see a mercenary at all. I don't have a purge obviously for it, so I thought at least I will Inferno, so he has to hit my Inferno if he wants to heal. Okay, that was the only guy that came for the chest. But it's a purple chest, which gives me 25 million. Unfortunately not. Very sad for purple chest. Okay, at least I can go by overcharge, which I really want. You could carve that log into a spear later. That's a good idea, Bugburk, yeah. That's the thing, yeah. It is even... Like, first of all, I believe this is already a spear. I'm already starting a petition to make Grovekeeper part of the spear family tree, yeah? Because it's essentially just a very girthy, thick, double the fun type spear. But Ugburk makes a good point. If you don't believe me and if you're saying like, Vic, what the fuck bullshit is that? This is obviously not a spear. You have to look past the exterior. There's a spear hidden in all of us. And especially in this log. Like a couple days of carving and you can carve a nice spear out of this log. That's what my girlfriend said. Yeah, Zombik, I remember that. That is exactly what your girlfriend said. He lost 17 mil a couple days ago too. Interesting. Once again, I don't want to add salt to the pain, but I'm getting very curious. Very, very curious. What the... Drunk of overcharge bottle. I have been getting drunk on some siphoned energy. Energy. Siphoned. Which is why I came to the city now. Because I need my fix of siphon energy. Soup doesn't belong in this tab. 10 million loot tab. Thanks to a couple freaky situations. Is that why she's due in September now? I don't know anything about that. At least someone had a fun New Year's Eve. My birthday is in September as well. And I think a lot of people. I think it's a popular time to have a birthday. Because of the New Year's celebrations, of course. I really thought you got 25 mil. Wait, what? Where? What? I don't know how much I got from this. Also, I left most of the runes because his transport ox trashed, so I couldn't pick up the items he had either. That is so weird. He has several pages of kills assists with small scale group and barely any deaths, and then a few huge deaths last week. Okay, so I don't know. Wait, did I actually didn't buy overcharge? I said I'm here for overcharge and get it. How to not make people feel bad when asking. I'll pay you 10 mil if you'll... I mean 2 mil if you tell me. No, I don't want to do that either, but I am very much curious to ask. Oh, from the purple chest. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. This is like... it was accidentally... Anyone who has me on their second monitor, you know, doing something else. Looking at, or whatever, looking at their work or playing their own game. I know. When I say, like, I got 25 mil, some people turn to the second monitor. I can also just say, whoops, every once in a while, and I will have people's attention also. But I don't want to misuse that, yeah? Or abuse that too much. Blue says, lol, I actually did that. Yeah, I know. It was 290,000, just so we're clear, unfortunately. Hi, Zayn again. Hello, not 18. What's up? Again. Okay, well, we're waiting for the ad break to end as well. I'm gonna actually whisper him. Whisper. Out of just pure curiosity. Then I ask, what were you doing in the mist? What ox and all those things? Okay, I wrote to him. I wrote to him in chat. You can see it also in small letters. I wrote to him in chat. Hey man, out of just pure curiosity, can I ask what were you doing in the mist with an ox and all those runes? I hope this doesn't come off as me trying to be like, ha, you piece of shit noob, what the hell? You lost money. Yeah, I hope it doesn't feel like that. Yeah, but I hope it feels like genuine because I'm curious, as I said. I usually feel bad about writing to people who just lost stuff. But let's see if he answers. The thing is, if there is some obvious transport logic that I'm not picking up, he might think that I'm making fun of him because in his mind it might be obvious what he was doing, yeah? But it's not to me. I'm the guy who owned your mist, you dumb or what? Yeah, exactly. That's how it feels to me when I'm writing. I feel like if you lose a fight, you can write anything you want. Obviously being toxic is random shit, yeah, no point. I've talked about this before, don't do it. Not only because it's just stupid, but also because it actually makes the other person feel better about killing you, yeah? But I still feel like if I lose a fight, I can write much more like openly, yeah? I can write like, yo, something about the fight, or ask him like, where did you find that build, or whatever, you know? It's okay, it doesn't come off as like, as being a disgraceful winner, yeah? Which I feel like is kind of a worst thing. And there, it wasn't even like any sort of win, yeah? I legit just killed him, he had no chance to fight back, because he couldn't move after I dismounted him, yeah? Say a friend is asking. Yes. Chat is asking. Abbeys are actually pretty good for my build. I feel like I am clearing them relatively fast. I mean, at least I got enough stacks last 2 Abbeys I was in. However, I am a little bit unhappy with the amount of people who come for the chest. I'm sure there's more people playing Abbeys, but many of them don't come to contest the chest because they like Abbeys for the PvE. Abbeys is still a good place to get some fame, and the PvE loot is not terrible. Yeah, compared to depths, it's really nothing, but compared to just regular mists or even open world, Abbeys are not bad for loot. He had his big balls dragging him back. But do you know that South Park episode with big balls? He should have just used them like I don't know what's it called, the little jumping bag. I don't know. Oh, there's a new South Park episode. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard that it's. I've already heard from people that it's one of the best South Park episodes, like among the most legendary ones ever. And they're getting a lot of respect, I understand, from being brave enough to include some of the things there. But I don't know what's it about. It's not available for free online, so I'm gonna have to pirate it some way. But I've heard a lot of respect for Matt and Trey for this specific episode. Because talking of balls, not everyone has the balls, you know. Although I guess like the backstory of this drama and then the controversy of making this side of episode, the backstory of that is probably much more US specific, yeah. So maybe I won't understand it as well, but we'll see. There are 2 episodes out in the new season. Oh, okay, already. I just saw people commenting on one of them, but I haven't seen it yet. But I definitely can enjoy some South Park here and there, and it's been a while. Yeah, they haven't made anything for a long time, from what I think. It is US specific, but you can easily understand it. Yeah, I mean that's what a lot of South Park is. It's I think like a lot of South Park for people like me, you know, who watch it, it's a lot of fun and you understand a lot of it, and it's like it's packed with enough humor and social commentary where I enjoy it. But in reality, there might be like a lot of jokes and like motives or like things going completely unnoticed to me. Yeah, there might be some things like related to specifics of either like some political thing, or though like US politics obviously also most people hear some about. Yeah, I also hear about it. Yeah, it's kind of worldwide interest topic. Or there's some sort of social issues which I might not understand. But even without those, there's always so much fun. I failed you, Vic, says Tumbadientes. What did you do, Tumbadientes? I almost killed a Chillhal 6483 with my death gears. He was full cloth. I bitched out, so he started with advantage. I could have killed him. Well, you didn't fail me, you know? You are self-conscious enough that you are on the road to becoming better. But you got a good lesson. Yo, sometimes that's a victory. You know? Sometimes you win and sometimes you get better. So you definitely didn't fail me, but I'm glad to see that your attitude is to call yourself that you bitched out. That's a good place. I feel like being self-critical like that is not a bad thing. Fame is pretty good. If you get chests, it can be good too. Yeah, abbeys are still like decent for solo content, both for fame and PvE. And of course for PvP when there's people who come for the chest, but that can be very much hit or miss. Like some abbeys I see 5 people, I saw this recently. And some abbeys, there might be 5 people, there are probably 5 people running around this abbey right now, but they are doing other things. And might not be interested to contest me, but we'll see. The first was crazy, the second is also good. Both are heavily US specific. Especially the second one. Okay, well, I'll see. I'll see how much of it I will instantly understand. I mean, obviously, a lot of US specific things are not like they maybe start there, but you know, the world is often looking. Whether it's because it's very relevant for the rest of the world, because US politics affects us, or whether it's because something so crazy happens that, you know, it's just funny to look and laugh at some of the things sometimes. For whatever reason, a lot of like US social and politics stuff makes it so far across the world that, who knows, maybe I'll understand some of it. Hi, hello. Ile the Guard, what's up? Hello. Any tip to counter Cultist Call as a dual sword? Just don't hit it? Yeah, you can't just hit through it. If you're fighting same IP, then you can't hit through the Cultist, yeah. I don't even hear the spell activation for some reason. Well, sound is one thing, but the Cultist Call has a pretty obvious visual effect, yeah? So, if you know enemy has Cultist Call, whoo, this is 700k that I did not expect from a random chest. If you know the enemy has 700k, if you don't know the enemy has a Cultist Call, you should be able to react to the visual. But if you want other ways to, like if it's specifically messing you up and you want other ways, a cleanse removes Cultist Call, yeah? So if you have a leather helmet, leather hood, you can change it to cleanse spell and remove it. Or Helmet of Valor also counters Cultist Call a little bit. Because you can Helmet of Valor yourself and you will remove all of your enemies' buffs if they're standing on top of you, but if you will also remove your own debuffs, yeah? Except for damage over time, but you can remove Cultist also. Wait, we're talking about Cultist Call, yeah, not Fiend Call, yeah. Fiend Call you cannot remove Cultist with, but with Helmet of Valor or any leather hood, you can remove your own Cultist Call. Other than that, well, it just sucks sometimes, yeah. On Spear I have the same problem. Like, One-Handed Spear and Daybreaker both suffer quite a bit from a well-timed Cultist Call on the enemy as well. However, Cultist Call is very weak when you are playing more kitey, yeah? On dual swords you don't really have that option usually, but sometimes, if you're not full committing to the fight, enemy will Cultist and you are not standing next to them, you will just kind of run around a little bit and they will not get full value from it. It's also a good time to drink a potion, by the way. Because drinking a potion will not proc the Cultist Call damage, yeah? So if you get Cultist Call, then you're just standing around waiting for something to do, you can also... La Lonchera, I was talking... Oh, okay, so you are in both chats. I did read your message at some point. I don't know if you noticed that, but you didn't fail me. But you got a good lesson by dying. Yeah, and next time you will be braver, I guess. But it depends. But like, if your first instinct after dying is that you made a big mistake, you bitched out, as you say, and that's what kind of cost you, you are on the right path. Yeah. If your first instinct is not to blame the enemy's build, their IP, the game sucks. What the fuck, this guy playing Froststaff, oh, such pussy. Whatever, balance is wrong, they have so much IP. If your first instinct is not to blame all those external things, but to blame yourself for being a bitch in a fight, you are on the right track to becoming good, yeah? Because very often, and myself included, it's easy to first start thinking of what went wrong, looking at the kind of external. It's kind of a weak approach to improving, to be honest. DK says, I'm struggling with keeping my interest playing while leveling my weapon to 100. Any recommendations to keep things fresh? Okay, well, the easiest recommendation is if you're not feeling like, oh, I want to play this, just don't, yeah? Play another game, play another content. That's one of the main things that has kept my interest for Albion over long term. One of the main things is that I always give myself freedom not to play. Now with streaming, there's a bit of extra pressure, but so far also streaming has made up for that extra pressure by being much more fun, yeah? Playing with stream, I love it. However, without any streaming, it was true for a long time. I never forced myself. I never felt like I have to play Albion. So I often took long breaks. But then when I did want to play Albion, I had extra fun doing it. That's the easiest thing. But if you really want to play, but just it doesn't satisfy you to play this weapon, to grind it up, I mean, it's a very simple answer. Just do something else. Go play depths instead of mists, or go play mists instead of depths, or go play a different build. Go play a build that is not super strong. And just see what happens. Then you're gonna kind of remove all the pressure from yourself. And if you're living just like if you're playing just one moment at a time, if you play a funky build, it's a bit easier to have fun because there's no pressure to win. You know, you're not try-harding with the most meta build. You're not trying to get somewhere. You just let's see what happens and whether it's gonna be fun. We have a great hammer. I cannot catch him, so if he really doesn't want to fight, this fight not happening. But we'll see. He overcharged his tier 7, but he's still lower than me, so maybe he overcharged for something else, I don't know. I think he overcharged for me though. He's gonna purge my Inferno, not much I can do about that. What did he purge? Did he try to purge my buff? After his W I'm Eing. And his E is not ready yet, so I can just kill him. If he waited until his E is ready, there's a bit of a risk that he just WE and I cannot catch him anymore. But that's interesting. He didn't purge my Inferno, but he tried to purge my buff? I'm not sure. His purge was some kind of random. He didn't purge. I guess he purged the end of my boots, maybe. I unlocked something special. But yeah. Even with overcharge, I have a tiny IP advantage, but more importantly, I had red buff, which made it much safer for me to start this fight. Even though I missed one of the first Qs, still okay. Last night, I killed a fire staff guy in a corrupted dungeon. Okay, good job, Wisdom. Always happy. Play fire staff if you like. I mean, this is public service announcement. But if you play fire staff, then expect that others will really enjoy killing you. But that shouldn't stop you from playing what you want. But I do enjoy reading that you killed the fire staff. I had like 70 health left. Commitment from both sides. I won. All I could see while looting was pussy. Like, why? Okay. Yeah. Usually, like for fire staffs, they need to implement some sort of chat into their game plan. Yeah. Because, you know, on other weapons you have all kinds of useful tools. On fire staff, things that you can do are sometimes limited, so you have time to write stuff in chat. And, you know, like in Mists, fire staffs always write like, yo, fight me, coward, you know. They have like control copied that already, so that whenever they see someone, they copy it in chat to get people to fight them, because otherwise no one wants to fight them. So I'm not super surprised, but doing that after already dying, well, it's whatever. Who is this? Tier 6. Is he interested? Looks like he's interested. Can I just full on YOLO on top of him and hope for the best? I think I can. When he escape procs, I'm gonna Inferno essentially. I did Inferno in time, so. Okay. Not bad for a tier 6, yeah? Even against my Inferno, he did a lot of damage. As you expect. But like if I didn't Inferno, I might have died there. Who knows? I am gonna run away, but he has soldier boots, yeah? The cleric robe really worked there well for him. But it was pretty predictable there, because the moment I see escape proc, I know I'm on top of him. There's zero doubt in my mind that he's gonna go for his combo, so I Inferno right away, predictably. If I had Geekpot, I would also change to Geekpot to you know, counter that big damage while I'm silenced. Kingmaker made me enjoy sword again. The big slam is so satisfying. Very happy. In 1v1 fights, unfortunately, it's not gonna be very strong, but I'm happy to hear that you found your thing for a while. In open world or in small scale, Kingmaker can make for some interesting plays, some like very satisfying plays. Yeah. I was like, hell no, I'm not fighting that guy. Then he dismounted me and I ran away. But then I thought he's full cloth, easy kill, but I was too late. That is, I mean, the fact that you're looking at it that way, Lohanchara, that's great, yeah? That's... Unfortunately, you have to go through that experience to have this, to in the future not make the same mistake. But it can still happen, like, I've played for thousands of hours, and I mean, it can always happen that you misinterpret your enemy's build a little bit. Especially if it's a matchup that you haven't played many times yet. You're prone to making that mistake where you think that the enemy is too strong, but they end up actually being weaker and you could have taken the fight. Or also the other way around. Antek asked, did you new balance changes? We looked at the balance changes, yeah. The ones posted today. The NDA patch notes. We looked at them together earlier, yeah. During the stream. So yeah, I have an idea of what the changes are now. I need to learn a bit more to press S when I see cleric robe. Yeah, true, but it depends. With Inferno or any sort of reflect, the person can always trigger their cleric robe anyway. But if you're not reflecting, then yeah. Sometimes it's if you are fast enough to react by quickly not doing anything, yeah. I had all my keys bound to macros back in WoW. My warrior would yell Sabaton lyrics while diving. The psychological damage was amazing, as people are used to seeing their UI in a certain way in arenas. Oh, that sounds awesome. I mean, yeah, that still sounds awesome, yeah. There's a little extra, like, it is a bit like funny when it's you can feel that this is like a copy-pasted type of, you know, text, yeah, that the person is copying, like long sentences. It's even more psychologically powerful if it feels like the person is writing it, like, you know, real time. But still, that's awesome. I like that. Incorporating some lyrics into your gameplay. I mean, we could do that with Britney Spears, yeah? Because of spears, yeah? Get it? Get it? When you play a spear. Okay, yeah, well. Oh, I thought that would be enough for the chest. Okay, I guess not. What is overcharge and why do it? What are the downsides? Let's see, Zombig already answered. Yeah, nice. Zombig answered. It raises the tier of your items. Everything except cape, yeah? The 5 item slots that you have. So it's not going to give you plus 100 average IP, it's going to give you plus 83 average IP, because it overcharges this, and this, yeah? But every one of these items that it overcharges, you get plus 100 IP for half an hour. Also, Chillhal is my mental counter. That's a good term, and I like that. Good terminology, mental counter. Damn, that's a very good way of thinking. I definitely have some mental counters. I used to have, at least, yeah. Not anymore so much, but there is sometimes a build that I know I have not figured out at all. Like Sky Strider, for a while, felt like a mental counter, because I had very few experiences against it, and like the first month it was out. But all of those experiences, I got either destroyed, or it was just so difficult, and I didn't fully understand why it's so difficult, yeah. He lost stacks now. He's gonna get away though. And my potion was a bit too early, and I went for the the rat. Oh, never mind. Not if he plays like that, he's not gonna get away. Okay. Vizier. Bro, are you sure about this dismounting? This is a 4.1. I'm gonna run out of energy though. I can't get him. So yeah, so Sky Strider for a while felt to me like, I know it's not, it is a very strong weapon, no doubt, but I know it's not like, I shouldn't be scared of it, yeah, but I felt I was still taking the fight, but I was not playing that well. This kind of the same thing, like, you know, if you're really worried about your, whatever your stakes are, if you're really worried about your items, you're gonna play worse, yeah? It was kind of the same, yeah? I was still taking a fight, but I felt like I was playing worse because I was being mentally countered by a memory of dying to a couple Sky Striders, yeah? So I understand, that's a pretty good concept, yeah? Having like a mental counter in the game. Jesus trash rate, yeah, luckily it was tier 6, yeah. I'm always happy when everything trashes on a low IP build, because then I know that if I do get a good kill, I'm gonna have more items. Like the good kills so far, I got like, not good, but like decent kills. Ooh, 6-3, yeah. I can't do anything to win this, unfortunately. But it's kind of fun to at least imagine. Can I do anything? Even if I E against his E perfectly, I'm gonna have to predict it like crazy. But if I do that, I don't think I'm gonna get rewarded by having an advantage there, right? Like, he can easily kill me with just hitting 1 or 2 E's throughout the fight, I'm afraid. And that's partly because of IP disadvantage, yeah? Because I cannot brawl him even with Inferno. I will be sad most of the time. But we'll see. I do have a chance to get away, though. If I survive long enough, if I really want to get away from him, from the Tomb Hammer, his mobility will be limited by his stuns. If he hits stuns, he can always catch me and get away, but my mobility is kind of free, you know? I can use my E and W easily without any targets, essentially. 95% of PvP for me is a mental counter. Bloodlust, that's, as I said, that's kind of relatable for a while if you're not, if you haven't played that much yet. It's kind of reasonable to be in that spot. This reminds me of the, was that also, no, that was not a Tomb Hammer, was it? The guy last stream who was always there at the right moment from the shadows ratting. I don't think it's the same guy for sure, but it's him. Oh, we have the, okay, wait. I need to put myself in a situation where I don't get murdered while I share some of the love with Jolson the Frog. Shout out to Mr. Froggy Jolson. I know most of you know him, but it's definitely, from all the raids I've gotten, the most hype raid. There is no doubt anymore. Last time I just noticed it. You have like you have a pretty good raiding like system. All these emotes and happy messages. But now I can pretty clearly say, happy to have you, all of you. Froggy's stream. You are very, very welcome here. I think you know that already. Peppered Plains, thanks for following as well. Best community ever. I mean, looking at, I know Albion in general, Albion categories a bit more heavily leaning towards people who just want drops, but still, like it's definitely true that there is. Whenever I have like 5 or 10 minutes of your stream in the background, it is also very, very active and fun. So I'm not surprised that you have such a nice community also for raiding. We can't do this, yeah. I cannot figure out in my head anyway. By the way, today is day of the log of the POG. Anyone joining? I did play some Brawler Gloves because you can redeem channel points to make me play anything, but I'm actually logging some pogging, and it is amazingly fun. And you can help us solve a mystery that we've had. Actually, yo, Voodoo, are you still here? Or, if someone has the clip, that I think someone clipped the Sherlock Holmes mystery. We have to figure out what that person was doing. I wrote to him also, and I don't think he's answered. Yeah, he's not answered. Like, keeping in mind that it's not it wasn't the beginner, like it was a reasonably experienced player. I can't figure out why that happened, but I need the actual clip to properly ask the question. Maybe we'll watch it together. It's not like a super deep thing, but it's an interesting situation we had. I'm gonna read messages. All the happy frogs from the raid. Let's see if I missed something as well. Why is Bow strong in Corrupted? Is it strong in Mists? If not, then why? Bow is stronger in Corrupted than in Mists because the regular Bow is very happy to brawl, to stand next to the enemy and brawl while just slightly kiting away, yeah? And when Mist's an open world where more mobility comes into play, the Q1 bow is not as strong. But it is, I feel, also very viable and kind of a sleeper weapon that people are sleeping on how strong it actually is. Is that the clip? Why? Just why? Yeah. The clip by Voodoo. Watch that and tell me why. Like, why was that person there? What were they thinking? What was the plan? I'm not saying no to that kill, of course. I mean, happy to take whatever, but I'm here for my great PP mentor. Thank you, Bloodrest. What are your most exciting changes from the NDA patch notes? Oh, a couple. By the way, today they posted NDA patch notes. Anyone who just joined also. We looked at them earlier together and analyzed a bit, so I'm not going to do that again. But from the perspective of a solo player, yeah, my analysis doesn't... I don't really cover what it does to ZVZ because I cannot predict or understand those things very, very well. But a couple very exciting or interesting changes. One, the biggest one, is the dismount. They're adding this specifically for mists. If you get dismounted by damage in the middle of a fight, yeah, like in the same, like there's a fight within 50 meters. If you dismount yourself, you get 15-second cooldown, yeah. In that same situation, if you get dismounted by damage, for 10 seconds, you do 50% less damage and CC. So ratting by way of dismounting on top of a fight has been heavily nerfed. Let's see if I can mess up this guy's fight. Ah, my bad there. I think I go for Death Givers first. He's also more dangerous, but honestly, Carving is also gonna be okay target. Who is that? Oh, that's... Oh, we should go for that guy. Fuck. Yeah, I need to go for this guy. But the Carving is just gonna run away now. Oh, you're right. He's going after them. He's on Royal Shoes, so he will catch up and kill me here, probably, but we'll see. Now that I used everything, he's gonna have a chance to E me. I'm just trying to dodge some of his spells. Nice, everyone going for the Flame Walker. That's what I like to see. I don't think... Did he hit his E? Yeah, he did hit his E. I was just in W animation. Okay, everyone going for Flame Walker. Proper missed action. Can I live long enough to soup? I have good chance of helping them and catching the Flame Walker later. I just need to not get put back in combat here. This is on a stag. Ooh. This guy, new challenger, has entered the ring. Now, unlike all of those other guys, I'm not going to be able to... Unfortunately, the damage is still a bit crazy. I should have also overcharged. Oh, the soup was not enough. Because of Royal Boots, he caught up a bit fast. I was kind of dancing at the edge just to get a bit of soup, but not go too far. I hope the Daybreaker gets them. He's gonna be... he's the champion I put my money on, but I don't think he will. Also, I usually overcharge in City when I play tier 7. But we have a lot of profit. From a bunch of weird situations today, we have a lot of profit already. Let's see if I have anything else from the build already. I don't. So I'm just gonna get a horse and everything else I need. Okay, I have a Carleon cape actually. Everything else I need to buy. Yeah, I will need to buy. Okay, let's see. The Sherlock Holmes in chat. How much did you pay this guy? Not many people main ADC, that's probably why Bow is unpopular. Bow is not unpopular. It's the exact opposite, madness. Bow has always in Albion been more popular than it should be because people love playing Bow when they come from other games. Let's start with, what is my... this is the one I was... No, this is tier 8. What was the one I was playing? We can go tier 8 also actually soon, but I thought I had a tier 7 build somewhere here. Oh, I accidentally added... Okay, everything else here is tier 7. I accidentally added the 4x4 Grove Keeper here for... Who knows how that happened. And let's do the proper overcharge strategy. Cabbage soup, yes please. Okay. Okay, Logos of the Pogos. Poglog, I can't buy it like this, unfortunately. That's another. We have 2 petitions starting today. Number 1 is to add Grove Keeper to spears, because it is actually a spear in disguise. Number 2 is to make it so that when you write Poglog, you can actually buy it. I mean, the second one is actually a serious one. We could actually do that petition, like, so you can buy Grove Keeper by writing Poglog in the chat. I think we actually need to do that. Thanks for following, Legends Noob. What the fuck, guy full of runes? Yeah, that rune thing. And also, like, what is he doing there? It's not like a crazy... the build doesn't make sense. It's not like a logical... where is he? Logical transport build, yeah? Also, a bunch of tier 4 and tier 5 runes. Why? Why in Black Mist? Why? Let's see if there's any actual answers or anyone has any ideas. He might be running from gankers and successfully entered Mist, but not sure why won't he mount up as up. Maybe he fell asleep. He was mounted. I dismounted him, but also why did he even come to check out the objective, you know? I was dismounted already on the Turbulent Wisp, and he just came to kind of check out what's up. What's his mount? His mount was a tier 7 Ox, which unfortunately trashed. Otherwise I would have taken all the runes, but since the mount trashed, I couldn't pick up the runes. Not that they were worth much anyway. In the clip, the guy might be transporting, says the brother Pennies. His mount got damaged, he decides to remount and gets caught. I don't know. That's like, the only logical thing is there's some sort of transporting action going on. But I, as someone who doesn't transport, couldn't figure out, and we couldn't like conclusively figure it out also in chat, what sort of transport makes sense to do in Black Zone Mist. Like for these tier 4, tier 5 runes. Is he going from the regular royal cities to Brazilian, from Brazilian to royal cities, and why lethal mists and not yellow mists? The best explanation so far is just that he actually wanted to enter yellow mist and accidentally entered the wrong mist. But still. Exrespect says, in my opinion, Frost is just a better bow in Mist. Not anymore. I feel like that is a pretty adequate statement for a majority of Mist's existence. But I'm not sure it's true anymore. Bows are on par, and things like Sky Strider or Q1 bow, I feel like they have their own identity, and they might, on some cases, now be better than Frost or Chillhow. Mist players sharing hate towards Flamewalker. Yeah, that was enjoyable. I mean, too bad. If I fully soup to full. And don't get hit that early by his W. It's unfortunate that the W has like such big range, you know. He's not only can he use it for himself on for speed, but it also has like a proper spell range. As an Eve player, looking at his account makes it look like the account has changed hands, but I recognize. Oh yeah, no, Bobbies, that was the second thing that was also was discussed. Yeah, that it looks like his account, like he gave it to his small little brother or girlfriend or something. Because a lot of what his account seems like, it's like an experienced player's account, you know, who wouldn't do something like this accidentally. From July 8th to 31st, his skill board is green with very specific weapons 99% of the time, and then all of a sudden August hits and he has 2 huge losses in random items. I mean. Not gonna make the big allegation, but that's a very good theory. I love this detective work we're doing. Some people use Black Zone Mist to transport from Hideout to Royals. Why? How? The newbie in YouTube chat. How does that work? How do you go from Hideout? Someone also earlier said maybe Hideout transport, but why through Mists? You go through into Black Mist and you just run around until you find the portal out of there, or what? Could be transferred from rest area or dens to royal. Yeah, the same thing, the newbie said, yeah. It's faster sometimes to take Mist into Brazilian, but yeah, I don't know why he stays there. He died. Okay. And still doesn't make sense that it's runes. Exactly. So even if you imagine it's kind of a sensible transport from Hideout or from a rest, then wouldn't you normally transport like items, at least items you've crafted or some sort of items you've gained, yeah? Not like stacks and stacks of cheap runes. Bows at their peak is a cancer to Albion, too goddamn broken. I don't know. What they have been doing is buffing bows as a non-cancer weapon by buffing Q1, which is great, giving them more versatility with adding things like Sky Strider, making Badon unreflectable. Yeah, so bows have good versatile options. That's a good thing. SBI has not been buffing bows to be the cancer from across the screen that no one can even touch. They are nerfing bows' ability to be just purely kiting from 25 meters, and instead buffing them as a potential weapon to be flexible and also brawl, which I think is a very good approach. No trash rate. I killed tier 8 hourglass with tier 7 carving and only chest and boots survived. Yeah, we are all victims to that every now and again. Let's do the overcharge strategy now. Damn, that was a fun little situation with the flame walkers and stuff, though. or one Flamewalker. Look at this. Look at the strength. Like, imagine the I guess it's my back, yeah? Like, look at this. Okay, I'm holding my biceps already dying from holding this log for like 2 hours straight. But now look at this. Just with my my right hand, look what I can do with my log. Can you imagine? Just like jerking it like that and holding it in the air. You're making me want to play Grove Keeper. It is amazing fun. And last time I played it, I realized that it's not just memes fun. It is actually legit weapon. Because you have iframe. I mean, okay, other things also, of course, contribute to it. But especially having the iframe also gives you extra versatility that you otherwise might not feel that you have at all. The stream keeps pausing. Why? I don't know. If that's the case for someone else, then you might want to, like, there's some Twitch settings sometimes. On some streams, I also have to, there's like a low latency setting, you know? So there's, like, you might want to either enable the low latency or disable, but Haha said all good for me. Yeah, I think it's Control Freak 22. I think it's your thing. But I know that I also sometimes have it on some streams that I've watched. But I usually just enable or disable low latency setting. Whatever, I don't know what it means. I just have learned to mess with it sometimes. If it's like a specific stream that starts kind of lagging a bit more than others for whatever reason. Giga chat, absolute chat. To be able to do this with one hand, with a log like this. Once you hold it, you receive it. Oh wait, somebody's fighting things here. Oh shit. No. No. Bro, it's a 6-3. Don't do this. Who's the other guy? Tier 7 Frost. I should have kept that actually. Does he have a Frost shot? He doesn't. He's going for the big combo. Man, the Frost is gonna kill me 100%. I used my Inferno, so now his E is gonna be kind of free. And I had to dismount him too, unfortunately. His E right now is gonna just do so much damage that I cannot commit to this. Of course it's worth it because he's 6-3. I hate when this happens. Now I have Inferno at least. At least the Frost is gonna kill him. Maybe, maybe not. Why do I have to dismount 6-3s? Who has such a nice build as well. He was just scared. He didn't really, he probably didn't inspect it. He was just scared because someone is running towards him. Unfortunate. You would expect that it would work the other way around, right? That he's dismounting me and then we'll see if I can fight back or not. But let's go again. At least I overcharged before that. No, not like last time. So at least I was the strongest I could be. Was he... Wait. Was he actually... Why did he glow red in the end? Oh, he just activated Mercenary. Yeah. Okay. The Frost also kind of messed with both of our minds, I feel like. Like, I really wish the Frost didn't exist in that fight. Because then I would be much... It would be much easier for me to kind of manage the fact that I'm not going to go too close to the bow. I wait for my cooldowns. Potentially even go full HP. But the problem is... Like, I mean, he's 6-3 and I want to have a chance to get the kill. So, I'm kind of motivated to force him. Even if I know it's 90% chance I die, like here, I'm motivated to get him into the fight. Because if I don't run after him, looks like he's just gonna run away, right? Because he'd rather not risk dying than take a fight even when he's stronger. Probably, but not sure, you know? You never really know. I need a potion. I need a bunch of potions. This in-game interaction, yeah, it sucks, but I'm used to it. It happens. It used to happen on Spear when I played on an A. I'm kind of used to it. So the rubber banding, I got hit by by his root the moment the same moment I was Wing. So on my screen, my W, I was already at the end, but then I got rubber banded back. It sucks, but at least, like, to make myself feel better, one copium we could kind of point out is that in reality, everything worked correctly. Yeah? It just on my screen, it seems it's very frustrating because on my screen, I already W'd. Why the heck am I suddenly teleported back? Yeah, But in reality, if you look at the servers, what server is saying, in reality, I did get rooted in the middle of my W, yeah? Or at the beginning of it, so everything is fair. Look at this, look at this. Double overcharge, let's go. Man, I wish I could take that fight like 1v1 and not me having to put everything on cooldown to dismount the 6-3, yeah? I wish I could take this exact fight because I feel like it would be so much fun. Such a cool build that he's running. It's such a cool fight to have if I don't have to. But on tier 7, full overcharge, you know me. I'm going to attack and see what happens, yeah? If I'm gonna play tier 8 or 6-3, which is probably gonna happen soon as well today with this build, I'm gonna be a bit more careful with my life. I'm not gonna just attack everyone, even if they are much higher in the freight. Maybe his mount died before entering mist and the timer for it to come back wasn't done yet. But he was like in the clip. Is he not mounted? In the clip, I dismounted him, right? I didn't... Am I tripping? He had a mount, right? I dismounted him and then he couldn't move. So it's not that he was mountless, right? Big log energy. That's what I am bringing to the table today. Very big, very log, and very energy. Who would have thought the giant wood stick has an iframe? I didn't know that. Well, yeah, I was watching through some clips because I want to make a video of some of the fights I had on Powerlock. Also today's fights, and of course from last times I played. Watching through some clips, and also before I was watching, and like I was trying to iframe a lot of flame walkers. Unfortunately, flame walker iframe is so much easier. Yeah, this takes a bit of a like it charges up. It's very difficult to time. If a flame walker is standing here, up here, and he's eating me, I cannot iframe it based on reaction. It's not fast enough. But if I predict it, which I did to a lot of flame walkers, like they're running towards me, I predict their E. That was a nice iframe for a couple times. I can also iframe curse staffs, you know, stuff like that. Another thing I realized, I fought against Death Givers and it was a good fight, and I was almost surprised how I'm winning the brawl. And I realized when watching the recording that I accidentally, while we were brawling, when I used my E, I kind of accidentally iframed his E on the Death Giver's E. Yeah? Do I have to dismount you too? I guess I do. Come on, Walker of Flame. Okay, I have no potion, no E, no nothing. Are you fighting me or not? Okay, he is fighting me, nice. Did I overcharge? Yeah, I did, of course, yeah. 4-4, 6-3? No. Yeah, okay, 6-3 where it matters. Flame Walker sucks because I need to predict his E somehow. What is his W? Okay, his W is on mobility. He's on Roast Snapper now also. He ate food later, not at the beginning, but later. See, that's what I mean. Unless I perfectly predict and time my spell to dodge his spell, I'm not gonna be able to dodge his E, unfortunately. So he probably has enough mobility to just straight up catch me, but we'll see. I'm gonna have to fully disengage. But next time he has W, he's gonna be in range to hit his E, I'm afraid. So it's a question, can I E away from him in time or not? Okay. I have to reset this and then hopefully fight him. Like, I have to soul read him and outplay him like crazy. He doesn't have to worry because from 10 meters he does a lot more damage. And if I E aggressively on top of him, he always has the time to react, yeah? I don't have time to react, I need to predict. So it's a shit matchup, but, you know, it's still fun to try. His E has low cooldown now, because he hit me last time. So, unfortunately, if I get hit by E, I'm just dead. What is his potion like? He still has his 6.2 healing potion. At least he cannot purge my Inferno, but I need to somehow Inferno his E one time. Like right now, he hit his E, and after that I Infernoed. I need him to W himself, and then I use W on myself also. And now, the problem. I would like to E into his face, but I can't, because he will always react to my E. I cannot do that. And he still has Healing Potion this whole time. So if I eat an E right now, I'm just dead. If he somehow wastes his E, I have my win condition, yeah? Yeah, that's nice. I got my potion off without getting hit by his E. Sooner or later, he's gonna have to E towards me, and if he misses, that's my chance. His cape procced. That's my chance to win also. No! Fuck. I should have jumped away there earlier. I tried to keep him close to keep him interested. Because he finally he E'd into my Inferno, I think. No. Did he miss his E? I didn't take a lot of damage from it. I feel like it was possible to turn around there. But he still has 6.2 healing potion, and he's still much stronger than me. At least he was still fighting after the reset. Yeah, it wasn't just only if I dismount him, only then he's gonna fight. Yeah, at least we got full HP and he still fought. Okay, one more. The tier 7 is just so much fun to play because I can take these fights and never worry about anything. The E is so slow. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, he can always react to my E, whichever way he wants, because my E is slow and he can also E, like, he can use his E also as an iframe if he needs to. I cannot do the same. But he's on cloth armor. I need to find ways to... I was already, in the end, would have been very happy to take the brawl, but he's cape procced, yeah? So I have to wait out his cape, and by the time the cape was over, I couldn't... like, it was already a bit too late. But in the end, if he doesn't hit those two Qs, I'm waiting for... I think I'm waiting for my Inferno, probably, and then I'm good enough to go. Let's have a quick look at it, because, you know, on this stream, we often do. Why am I looking for healing? No. No healing in this house today. Okay, let's have a quick look at what just happened as well. Where is the recording? So I can explain a little bit. Sorry. Okay, so this is me from the past, yeah? The fight from before. So first of all, actually, let's look at the one time I did a brawl. This is after I dismount him, yeah? I even use potion E, like, it would make sense for him to stand on top of me, because he's gonna get dismounted from poison. And he knows my E's on cooldown, I don't have poison. I think he could just stand on top of me and kill me, but okay, he wants to be more careful. I think I'm just dead. Just from dismounting him, I'm just dead if he stays on top of me. Because I can't do anything, yeah, I mean, I can brawl a little bit, yeah, but not crazy. Okay, let's see. I want to see the moment where we actually do brawl. This is me trying to predict his E, because that's the only way. And that's how I killed some Flamewalkers last time I played Poglog. The only way I can legit just outplay him, if I guess. If I guess his E here, and I dodged his damage, I stun him here, I'm maybe winning this fight, or at least I'm heavily winning the first brawl. He, on the other hand, you know, he doesn't have to worry about my E like that. He doesn't have to predict anything, unfortunately. Okay, a lot of damage because of cloth armor. I maybe should just brawl more, but here I lost already so much. Generally, I should be more willing to just go into him and try to brawl, probably. So here, maybe it would make more sense to just try to get full HP here instead of throwing my helmet on him. Okay, this is another chance for me to predict his E. But I was a bit too slow, and he ended up dodging it completely, yeah? So this is kind of GG moment already. 0 chance to win the fight. He still has a healing potion. He hit his E, I missed mine. You know, as I said, he cannot, like, he doesn't have to do like me. His E is very quick, right? So for him, he will always, pretty much always hit it. It's very difficult for him to miss, unfortunately. Not like Grovekeeper. Okay, so this is just a bunch of running around. We can forget this. Let's look at this. The second time we start fighting. Because I want to see the brawl. We only brawled once. By the way, thank you for reminding me about food. Yeah, I really forgot. I was so preoccupied with overcharging that I forgot. Okay, since he missed everything, I can... Now, here's another... Like, this is a moment. I cannot react to it. If I was predicting, after he W's himself, I should have tried to predict this, but I was already like wanted to use helmet. But here I should have tried to predict it, and once again, it's my chance. If I E on top of myself here, you know, good chance. Unfortunately, I don't Inferno. I do get good value from Inferno, but not against his E. Okay, nice damage from my poison as well. He uses Frost Shield. But next time his E is up, I'm just dead. By the way, he used Healing Potion here, actually. The moment his E is up, I'm just dead, so I have to run away. I'm good enough at kiting, at brawling, but not good enough where you just stand and kill him there. He does so much more damage than he takes from me. At least I can kind of wait until my Inferno and then maybe go back, do it again. If at some point he uses E to catch up, it's kind of my ticket to try to win this fight. Anonymous says, there's a bit of too close to dodge, yeah, but still possible depending on your overall reaction time. I don't think so. I don't think it's possible to dodge it based on reaction time. With Grove Keeper, I mean. With other weapons, of course, but with Grove Keeper, because the iframe doesn't start the moment I cast my spell. The iframe starts a little bit later. The iframe starts as I get into the air. Now that I realize he actually drank Healing Potion, the moment my poison is ready here, maybe it's time. But the problem is, if I E into him now, he might just dodge it, yeah? He might just dodge it with his E. Although, if both of us miss E, that's probably better for me. His E is more impactful. So here, now that I realize he doesn't have Healing Potion, and also he used his Frost Shield, kind of feel like maybe if I just Inferno and E here, I have a chance. This would have been a good test, yeah? If he hits his Qs, yeah, he does gazillion damage, yeah? Now, he doesn't have W. If I fought this fight again here, I think I just turn around, actually. Just E, Inferno, Poison Potion, and just hope for the best. You can with your W. Okay, yeah. There is some potential, but it's very, very difficult. Like I think, Anonymous, if we do this with you like 10 times, like in a duel, you will successfully do it maybe once, yeah? Because you can see here, yeah? Look at this. The AoE of his E is still so strong. Actually, I didn't get hit by E here, so it's actually pretty clear. Pretty nice here. So here, I should probably just E into him. Unfortunately, I wasted Inferno a bit earlier. If I had Inferno, it would be better. So yeah, so this after he misses E... Yeah, okay, you're right. Here he actually did miss E. I took damage just from the W, I think. So, yeah, that was the moment, but now he's Martlock K procced, so I have no chance of killing him before I die, unfortunately. But otherwise, he was finally here, he missed an E, so I can try thinking about turning around. But yeah, the rest is not much there. It's possible, but it's very difficult. But that's why I enjoy it. At least, if I do beat that guy, can you imagine how good it feels? Like, for him, it's whatever, like, he's playing a very simple weapon with higher tier. So yeah, like, he's a bit happy, probably, yeah, that he killed the dude who has lower IP and dismounted him, yeah? He didn't even dismount himself. So he might be a bit happy, yeah, from the extra silver. But can you imagine the elated satisfaction I would get if I kill him? With a much more difficult lower IP build. Those are the moments I live for. 1 minute, okay. Double overcharge. Boot skill. And I need to eat my food, and then we go for the chest. Razvan said earlier, hey Vic, was wondering if in the future you're planning to stream on higher resolution. Possibly, yes, but I am kind of eating my food. I'm kind of wary about that, because I want to, like, step by step understand streaming a bit better, and I don't want to risk things crashing and so on, so it's... for the moment, and because it's kind of niche, to be honest. Like, there's a lot more people who want to be able to see the stream on lower resolution than higher resolution because of internet bandwidth on your phone or depending on country and stuff like that, yeah. But it is possible, but I think that's going to be like a long way from now. It's definitely not on the short list of things. How double OC? Just click OC twice, but it's not double. I'm not double as strong from the overcharge, right? Just to be clear. Overcharging twice, you see I have the overcharge for 59 minutes. The OC is just extended by half an hour. It's twice as long, but not twice as strong. And I have 2 times higher chance that the items will break at the end of overcharge. If you join that enhanced broadcasting beta, you're gonna have all resolutions. Hello. Ooh, 8.4. He has 3 stacks now. This is 8.4, by the way. I need somebody else to help. Please help, guys. Please help. Fire staff, help me. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Why are you... Come... Now is the moment to be on top of the fight. There's an 8.4 that lost 50% of HP. I should have just run away also. I know that he got destroyed at the beginning, yeah. Because he had 5 seconds. I did everything right. Meaning I hit my E for damage and to keep him in place. I did my W so he cannot chase me. I hit my helmet. I throw my poison. Everything is on cooldown. And when he catches up, I Inferno his E. So... perfect start, but I mean he's still 8-4, yeah. He could start the fight with 50% HP and he's still gonna win this, yeah. If the moment he gets 3 stacks, so I'm just dead. But in that moment, the fire staff there, big shame. Like if you are playing a one-handed fire staff with no mobility, no one can run away from you. You're trying to rat, yeah. His whole life's meaning should be to find this sort of situation. Come on top of the fight, get dismounted, and help kill the 8.4. Like that is the reason why this fire staff lives. At least it should be in theory. So I'm very disappointed that he didn't take the opportunity. But hey, at the end of the day, it's just that 8.4 is so valuable that I'm gonna risk it every time. But at the end of the day, what I can do is after that perfect start, I just walk away, yeah? You saw, the 8.4 started running away from me, yeah? I used my boots to catch up, because he suddenly realized, holy shit, this is not a free kill. I'm risking over 100 mil, I need to be careful, yeah? The moment he realized that, I should just walk the other direction. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I kind of know, I've seen those also ads on Twitch, like that, to join the 2K thing, but I don't think it's relevant enough for me. The community is not so huge. There's going to be, of course, there's some people who would love to see on 2K, but I don't think it's going to be... Also, Albion is not like... If or when I start streaming some games which are more graphically intense and more like, wow, yeah? Of course, 2K adds a lot more if you're playing like an amazing first-person world, some sort of, like, you know, immersive world, but in Albion, it's whatever also. I wish I could be good in the game like you. I don't know how I could improve myself. Most of the times when I'm fighting, I just make huge mistakes. First of all, Lacko, I still make a lot of mistakes, yeah? I appreciate you saying that I'm good. I'm happy to be, for my ego, it's very nice. Thank you. I love learning and teaching and enjoying PvP. But if you come to stream more often, you will see that I have very bad days. I have good days, obviously. But it's very normal. Like, everyone makes a lot of mistakes, yeah? So keep that in mind. Number 2, the best way to get better is just go play. Just die a million times, you will get better. Like, there's no secret, there's no like genetic, like, oh my god, this guy is amazing. Yeah, there will be some esports level players also in Albion who could maybe have made a living playing League or Dota, but instead they're just chilling in Albion and are just mechanically better than any of us. That's true for some, but that's very rare. For majority of good Albion players, it comes from experience, game knowledge, and just having died a million times, yeah? So don't worry, you'll get there if you are interested in the game. Sometimes they just like to watch you die. Yeah, well, unfortunate. It's okay. I mean, the off chance that the fire staff wakes up and helps is worth it for me, because I am risking 700k. Okay, let's say I'm risking 1 million for the small chance of, this is probably, it depends, but it's full 8-4 also, right? It's not like even 6-4. So for a chance to get like over 200 mil kill between, not alone, but between us all, yeah. Oh, by the way, where's the overcharge? Let's get game sounds back here as well. I mean, you don't need to pay for it and it takes 3 minutes to set up. Okay, maybe I'll look into it, but I'm also a bit worried about like overstressing my system. I don't know if it will... There we go. If it will mess up with me, like... The thing is, for example, last week the stream crashed a couple times and I was wondering what it was, yeah? It's gonna be very difficult to isolate what happened if I'm gonna pile up a lot of things. Because this stream already, like the newest kind of level up for my stream was that it is available on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, yeah? So I'm still kind of in the process of making sure everything works well, to figuring out how to make the stream as good as possible at the same time on YouTube and Twitch. But at some time in the future, I might think about the 2K streaming. But as I said, it's not on the short list of priorities. Thanks for following, by the way, Grenix and Kaifoman. I like that name, Kaifoman. It's like that soy sauce, yeah. Kikoman is the soy sauce, yeah. But you're Kaifoman. I don't have a purge, so there's no point even harassing this poor fisherman. If I had a purge, I would go for it. You know that. If I was playing Daybreaker, I would go for that. The way he counterplay and analyze fights, that's how you get to end point. It's always counter using options you have. Simple basics. You see 100 corrupted staff, I mean curse staff. You kill your knee, just quick swap, dodge roll, and boots. Okay, I'm not sure if that was an answer to something specific, maybe, yeah. But be a bit careful with swapping to dodge roll. Swapping to dodge roll is good if you are low IP to kill curses. But when you get high, if you're playing high IP sets, then if you don't have any other way to win the fight other than dodge roll, sometimes it's better to just not take the fight, because there's going to be rats, there's going to be other people around. The moment you are on dodge roll and someone rolls up, you are kind of a sitting duck who's likely to die. Yeah, and if you're playing like 6-3, it's not worth it to risk your items just to kill like a tier 7 curse on dodge, like using dodge roll for that. Control Freak, thanks for following. Happy to have you here. What's a good way to farm money at the early stages? Go Black Zone and just kill mobs and clear camps. You just need to get over the kind of problem or the anxiety of losing your items. That's the only thing stopping you. Other than that, just killing mobs and clearing camps in Black Zone on a very cheap set, we're talking about like 4.1 level set, should be kind of a foolproof way. Like, it's very difficult to not make money. Unless you die instantly the moment you enter the Black Zone, you're gonna get some money from items, but you're also gonna constantly get some silver from the mobs that, you know, it drops as silver. And if you just take silver, like right now, you see the silver on the ground, this goes straight into your silver, and this you will not lose if you die. So that's kind of a better form of earning silver even. With Safe Portal, I would go with Safe Portal, yes. But you can also take the Invisibility Shrine and just go a couple zones away. If you get ratted, that are bad odds. That's like saying playing good does not mean anything because there is always someone else. No, it's not that, Avery. It's saying that your strategy for PvP should not revolve only if you go Mist or Open World. Yeah, in Corrupted Dungeons it's different, but if you go Mist or Open World, your strategy around playing PvP should not only revolve at maximizing how good you are at 1v1 fights. And if you look at the meta weapons and popular builds for Mists, all of those take into account not just to be strong at 1v1ing others, but to also give yourself potential to choose fights by either forcing others into fights you want or avoiding fights that you don't want. So it's more that. It's more that just keep in mind that if you're on dodge roll, for the sake of winning that 1v1, you are gimping your ability to generally, you know, like manage what Mists will throw at you, and Mists will constantly put you in situation when you are against a bunch of people. Come on. I mean, he kind of wants to get dismounted, but kind of doesn't, the bow player. Is he on Frost Shot? Yeah, he is, okay. He can't make up his mind if he wants to play this or not. Did Dual Swords dismount? No, he didn't. Dual Swords, a very difficult one for me. I'm gonna have to probably kite him a lot, because he's gonna be strong close up. But at least he doesn't have a purge. He has a Hunter Hood, luckily. Which is not bad against my E, but at least he cannot purge my Inferno, so I can survive next to him for a while. This is the bow. No, this is the Dual Swords, okay. They want to team. I mean, I am worth more than them, but I don't think it's like to a point where it makes sense for them to team. He's running the wrong way. His friend is the other way, by the way. He has Frost Shot, so I won't be able to catch him that easily. He's gonna have another E before I get on top of him, unfortunately. Ah, fuck. I'm just keeping him in combat so he doesn't fully regen. Ah, I thought he's gonna hit that. I'm probably dead here, but we'll see. There, I'm not strong enough to 1v2 this, especially if I have to be in the middle of them, as you also saw. It should be kind of obvious, but I'm still worth more. Like, obviously, if I was one of them, I would just like to 1v1, and I think a lot of you as well, just for the extra challenge of the fun fight. You know, it's just one tier difference, essentially. But if anyone is going... I don't think anyone should team up in this trio, but if anyone is going to team up, it makes sense that it's them two against me, because I am more valuable than either of them. Next W, I try to remount, probably. The mobs are gonna mess it up, though. I need energy. It's kind of becoming obvious. I'm having some trouble with energy here. I'm gonna taunt him. This is like a Fire Staff player. Maybe OC and 1v1. I'm gonna taunt him like a Fire Staff style. If you can't get fights any other way, then you can get fights with chat. Diplomacy. Oh shit, that's not the button I wanted to use. Say goodbye to my items. Okay. Okie dokie. Can't force him. But now that... Another thing that sometimes when you start talking to people... One reason why it works, yeah, the specific things you're saying might not be like triggering them. Like he's not... I didn't like proc his... the warrior in him, yeah? He's still afraid. But the fact that we are talking at all, it kind of psychologically, it makes people more likely to stick around, yeah? But because he feels like there's a bit of interaction, so he's more likely to come after me, you know, stay mounted close to me so I can dismount him, but whatever. Doesn't matter in this case. Unfortunate. If he didn't have Invis there, I would have killed him there, probably, but nothing I can do against Invis. And I cannot turn back into dual swords, because dual swords can do a lot of damage pretty quickly. Okay, we go next. This one is timing out. Did we also talk about the purge immunity on helmets? Yes, we did, Sketch. We did talk about, by the way, the next patch, which has got announced today as an NDA patch notes. It might still change, we don't know. This is just the first step of them saying what next patches will bring, yeah? It's not even test server yet. But still, it's planned to add purge immunity to all plate helmets. So that this spell here, this spell in the middle, the stone skin, will give you purge immunity. That's the current plan, which will make that spell potentially quite amazing in some niche situations where it's really, really your priority to not get your mercenary jacket purged or something like that. That still means you are losing out on a different helmet spell that you could have had, of course, but that's an interesting one. I don't know how impactful it will be, man, but there's a lot of people interested in the mist today. Who is dismounted? No, full spectrate curse. Unfortunately, in this situation, there is no way that I'm gonna be the last one standing after I am one of the first ones in the fight. I need to keep my E for his E. Not much I can do. Not much else I can do. Who is this? That's another curse. I'm gonna just try to iframe this. Okay. Unfortunately, I didn't get the kill. The dual swords took it. And he just looted and ran away. I mean, at least he didn't come after me, but... Battle Royale, exactly, yeah. It's good. I got the practice of using my iframe there, yeah? Which is kind of what I was going for. I wish I got the kill as well, but unfortunately, that's not... Guys, give me some time. Wait. I'm in combat for a while now, and he has... Does he have... Yeah, he has soldier boots. Come on! I could have just... Okay, at least I got the practice, but... This is the thing. This is a bit of a problem. Like, this... Unless someone is, like me, like, actually doesn't care and just wants to have PvP, those fights should never happen, because whoever is in the participant of the first fight will never be the winner, yeah? Why would you not mount up? Because I want to keep fighting, yeah? Because I'm less worried about my survival and more worried about the amount of fun that I can have. So I'm hoping to navigate the situation and keep myself dismounted to be ready to participate in the next fight. This is absolutely... If you are playing to try to make as much silver as possible, don't do the same thing I do, yeah? Be more careful with your life. But But also remember that if everyone only cares about silver and is only playing to, God forbid, take like a risky situation, like only sitting on your horse until you're sure that you just get a free kill when someone else starts fighting. If everyone plays like that, the game is going to be boring. So at least I will be the shining beacon of going YOLO and seeing what happens, you know? And there's a chance, like, till the end, there's still an interesting chance to see what exactly happens, yeah? Which is why I'm playing, yeah? Like, I'm kind of, you know, open to the adventure. Let's go again. And we did essentially kill the curse. Like, the curse died because of me, right? Nothing else. So, even though the other guy took the items and quickly ran away, and I didn't even get the last hit, I mean, essentially, you know, I still get a bit of the satisfaction, because if everyone else just disappeared, I would have killed the curse there, yeah? Because I iframed his E. Otherwise, no, but... And I got the practice of iframing, because I cannot always do this so easily, so it's nice to practice when exactly, because the iframe doesn't happen the moment I click. The iframe is a bit... in the end, you decided who will die. Well, kind of, but I mean, I just attacked the curse as he's the most valuable player on the battlefield, yeah? I kind of decided that the curse will die, yeah? Because he was also dismounted. Like, the curse was also dismounted in the middle of 5 people, yeah? So it's not just me, like the one brave soldier in the middle of 20 pussies, yeah? The curse also took a risk by starting the first fight, so the curse also deserves the same respect there. Victor, how you doing? What's up, KZR? Doing well. Okay, I'm still gonna double overcharge this, because it's tier 7, and it feels good to overcharge. But, after that, I think we're gonna go for tier 8, and although with tier 8 I can't be as, like, crazy just running in and out of trying to fight everyone. But I will probably try to play tier 8, or at least try to play a bit more carefully, yeah? We can try to, I can try to value my life more now. At least maybe take the same fight, but at least indeed, like, mount up and just be careful there and see what happens. Other than the curse, no one was really worth it as well, which is another thing that should have probably procced me to mount up. Because even though I do want to continue the fight, all of those tier 6s, I mean, I don't care. Like, it's not worth it to worry about their items, you know? I wish I could do only PvP, but I'd enjoy the slow life in Albion almost as much. You wish you could do PvP, but you enjoy? That's an interesting sentence. If you enjoy it, then why would you wish something else? You found something you like. That's crazy. I mean, that's awesome, right? I think Albion's the only game that actually does a good combo of all types of content. Interesting. Yeah, that's true. Like, other games shine at like, World of Warcraft shines at raids, RuneScape shines at grinding, and also, like, not necessarily raids, but the mechanical skill of old school RuneScape is... It's amazing what it takes for you to solo raids or Corrupted Gauntlet or, God forbid, Inferno. Like, that's crazy. I don't know how many other games have that sort of mechanical skill challenge built in at all. So they shine at specific things, and you're kind of right. But Albion doesn't shine at the PvE part, so... Well, the slow, like, market-based skills and playing the market or refining all of that is awesome. Oh shit, I should have tried. He has a purge, so I can't use my spells to get close to him. My helmet's still on cooldown. He's on Shadow Age. He has 2 healing potions, interestingly. He still has all his spells, but I am gonna keep my E and W as well. Oh, I might have gotten you now. But the problem is I use my boots to catch up, so he's just gonna full run away now. By the time I catch him, he's gonna have his E again, so I need to be a bit careful. I might be going a bit too crazy here, running after him like this, but I want to see. He still has 1 more potion, and he's gonna always... oh, never mind. He actually Shadow Aged away. He's gonna always get rid of my Inferno, unfortunately. Does he have another potion? I didn't see if he used one here or not. Nice. Slow him, slow him. Nah, that wasn't as slow. He won't have his purge next. Oh, come on, really? Why mount? Yeah. I don't know if he missed his purge or not. That matters a lot. He only has one potion now. Missed Piercer. I mean, his majority of his plan pretty much relies on me using spells to catch up, like before, you saw. This is kind of like a warbow at low IP. He's doing the same thing, right? He's only killing me if I fully run after him for a while, like before. Have you played other MMOs? Well, I played RuneScape for a long time. It's the only kind of MMO I played, I think. I mean, I played World of Warcraft like everybody for a while. Yeah, got like a couple of characters to what was then the max level, which probably now is like something in the middle, yeah. When Mists of Pandaria came out, I remember I played World of Warcraft also, but never really seriously. I never did raids in WoW. Also RuneScape I played for a very long time, kind of seriously, I guess. At least serious enough to do some of those, to do tombs and corrupted gauntlets and stuff like that, which was really awesome. I kind of need to keep at least my Inferno. Oh, what did you purge, sir? Now I have my... He cannot leave because he purged. This is public servant's announcement, yeah? Doing damage to enemy puts you in combat, but purging them puts you also in combat, so... I didn't realize we're so close to the exit, he could have probably just left. How old are you? You can try to guess. I am very old for the internet and very young for real life. So when I go to like work events or whatever things, like real life things, I usually feel like I'm pretty young. And when I play games online, I usually feel like I'm not old, but I feel like I'm one of the older gamers, yeah. So you can try figuring out what exactly that means. And a lot of people know, it's not a secret, yeah. Back in the day, Reflect used to not put you in combat. Reflect does not put you in combat randomly. If all you do is... Yeah, that's a good point as well. I actually have it in a video as well about game mechanics. If you just Reflect, you don't put yourself in active combat. However, Frost Shield is not just Reflect, for example. Frost Shield also slows. Debuffing your enemy does put you in combat. Purging your enemy puts you in combat. But Inferno Shield, Hunter Hood, or Spear Reflect don't put you in combat. If you just Reflect and nothing else. That's a good point. So you can Inferno and then still leave. You can Hunter Hood and still leave. But you cannot Frost Shield and then leave. You cannot Purge or debuff or slow an enemy and then still leave. Like Guardian Armor is also considered debuff. If you Guardian Armor, just slow your enemy while they're next to you, then that also puts you. I think Hunter Hood does prevent you from zoning. It used to not. When I made the video, which was like a year ago maybe? No. Did they change it again? I don't know. Might need to go test it right now, but like a year ago it didn't. In his new vid there we can see hair. I am hair. I am the one who hairs. I have some hair right now on the edges of my head, you know, like here. I usually shave that though. Right now, I don't have like... recently, I have not been very active in like work-related stuff. But if I had like a meeting or I had to go or present myself, I definitely would like shave the hair that exists. I look like it. It looks more professional with like when I'm bald all around everywhere, yeah. But for stream, it's whatever. You get more real me. Where is the music? Here. 1 second. Let's put this on. That means young and old enough for everything. Yeah, exactly. I am actually young and old enough for everything. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I don't think there's nothing that I would need to be older to. I mean. Maybe like some work positions, but I haven't built up like a career, yeah? So I don't have like a impressive resume. So even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the skills or the CV to apply for the sort of positions where I might be too young for, yeah? So like if someone's looking for like a CEO of an actual, like not a startup, but an actual company or stuff like that, or like CFO, like That's the kind of positions where they sometimes look like, you know, this guy's too young. Even if he seems good, we're not risk it, yeah? But I don't have the sort of skills or CV built up anyway to apply for anything like that ever, so doesn't hold me back. I am not old enough to become the president of my country, by the way. Okay, I cannot become the president of my country anyway for other reasons. But in Estonia, there's a requirement for how old the person must be to apply to be a candidate to be a president. And I'm not that old, by the way. I just realized that. I actually forgot about that. OSRS has really one of the best PvE experiences in MMOs. Yes, I think so. But I think World of Warcraft has a very strong claim to be as good. It's just different, yeah? World of Warcraft is much more strategy and team-based, especially the raids, yeah? Which OSRS doesn't have as much. And I feel like OSRS has like some of the best mechanical skill that it requires. But I haven't played enough World of Warcraft to like say that very confidently. But you know, like someone who is good enough to have done Inferno in OSRS, there is nothing, I think, in gaming. Like there is no challenge in gaming that they cannot do. Of course, they might need to learn to do it. I don't think World of Warcraft has something on that level. But in terms of like the strategy of raids and teamwork it takes to pull off the highest level raids, I feel like World of Warcraft has OSRS beat by a lot as well. What do you do for a living? Right now, I actually have not been taking a lot of new projects. But the simple answer for pretty much the whole time I've been an adult, I've been a sort of coach or teacher essentially, but for adults. And the reason I say sort of, because it's always been kind of project based, yeah? It's a bit different things with different customers, like different clients and different projects. But it's always been me teaching things like public speaking, argumentation skills, because I used to be very, very try-hard and high-level competitive debater. So I did that professionally for a long time, like teaching how to speak in front of people, how to present your thoughts convincingly and clearly, and also like all kinds of presentation skills as well. But it depends on specific situation. And some of the projects I was involved in was also like legal projects, like based on law, because I studied law. But yeah, but it's a bit complicated. Yeah, I'm much better as a freelancer. Like there were times in my life when I worked like a 9 to 5 or like a regular job, and it was very difficult. Like my psychology is kind of, I don't know, I don't fit that well into that. It was a very good, nice job. I loved it, but it was still difficult for me to like be a stable person and, you know, work like a normal job every day. I think 30 to 35 is a sweet spot to be young and old enough for everything. Yeah, you are right. So that means I have one more month to enjoy the sweet spot. So that's the final answer for if someone's still wondering how old I am. I have one more month to be in the sweet spot of 30 to 35. After that, I am joining the old gamers club. As an Eastern European myself, who grew up in late 90s, early 2000s, I've had my hair shaved since I was 14. Oh, that was the look. That is my copium as well, Bobby. This is my #1 copium if someone is thinking like, ha, that guy bald, what the fuck, yeah. Fuck, it sucks to be you. My #1 copium is also that I actually started shaving myself bald before I went bald by nature. Because I enjoyed that look. And not only me. The woman in my life also thought that that's a good idea. So I was shaving already for a while. WoW is definitely a PvE game with sprinkled PvP. Albion is PvP with sprinkled PvE. Yes, true, but yeah, okay. I mean, that's true. Yeah, I was just comparing the PvE in WoW, and I'm thinking like, in some ways, World of Warcraft PvE just outshines everything, but in some ways, old school RuneScape PvE outshines everything. But yeah, but Albion PvE does not excite anyone. I think, other than the idea that PvE is fun because it exists in PvP zones as part of potentially like PvP, you know, you can fight for PvE objectives. Whereas on the other hand, the PvP in World of Warcraft does at least excite some people. There are people who grind arenas and actually really enjoy that sort of PvP. Okay, the chests are not terrible. Several chests today have surprised me. This was over 600k of loot. What was the last time? Okay, oh, this was the guy that couldn't went up. Oh, hello. I think I can just do this. I'm not sure. Maybe this is a bad idea. He has 2 healing potions. So that's why this might be a bad idea, actually. I still have buff. I need my second potion. Then we're going crazy. I'm not sure if he still has his second healing potion. I think there's a chance he still does have his healing potion. Why is he healing faster than me? Okay. Well, now we both just get one potion. I don't know how long for his Dusk Weaver, but I think his E is gonna run out there. No, he changed his... Oh, no, he didn't change his Q. I'm not sure if I have better cooldown reduction even. I might though. Kinda want to wait for my Inferno, but his Inferno will also be up. He's risking a lot more. Maybe that's why he's being so careful actually. Okay, let's try this. Nice. I need to be kind of close enough to still take advantage of when his E is over. And now I can hit the E and he's dead, I think. Ooh. Ooh, 4 million. That was very enjoyable. I had no idea. If there is one PvP matchup I have definitely never played, but also I have... If you put these things in front of me and said like, okay, tell me who has the advantage, who's gonna win, and I would have to tell you, I have zero idea. This is one of those matchups. That was fun though. Did he have an actual attunement? Let's see. He had Mob Fame. Okay, so he did... Essentially, it's like a 0 attuned weapon. He's still, even after my OC, he's supposed to be 1 tier higher. But you can see from specs that in reality we are kind of matched, yeah? Like, in terms of IP betrays his not very high specs. At least in hammers, yeah? Did he have no specs? He had low specs, yeah. So, even though he is tier 6-3, I am overcharged tier 7. I'm still 1 tier lower than him, even after overcharge. Well, weapons are same tier. Even though that's the case, you can see that average IP is still a little bit in my favor. I mean, the difference is negligible, yeah? He can win, I can win. But I am risking less for the same chance of winning. And he's risking much more. It's essentially like a kind of a 50-50 fight, but I'm risking 1 mil and he's risking 4.5, yeah? And part of it is his helmet, actually. He didn't get that much value from it. Like, his helmet is really good. When he E's, I'm gonna run away from his E. And he just he uses his helmet to keep himself on top of me, to force me into fighting him when he has his E ready. So that's like, if he does that, he gets value from his Duskweaver helmet. For every other situation, my helmet is just a bit more damage than his, and that's it. The slow is not super relevant, I think, but... Double overcharge isn't giving double IP though. Exactly, Andre, you're right. That's why I say I was tier 7 overcharged, which means that I'm still 1 tier lower, yeah? Because I'm tier 8. Double overcharge just extends the time of overcharge by another 30 minutes. It's not double as strong, but it's double as long. That's also my Tinder bio. The log looks cool, so cool. It looks cool. It feels cool in terms of animations, the sounds of hits and spells. It's just satisfying all around, yeah? Everything about this weapon is just satisfying. I need to kill him before his demon boots are ready. But he's gonna just full run away with Demon Boots. Unfortunately, not much I can do there. No, he's gonna just Demon Boots away. It's boring. I don't like it, but I mean, that's what Demon Boots gaming is. Never mind. He actually didn't have enough time for the next Demon Boots. Okay. I guess it's not Demon Boots gaming. Maybe he shouldn't have Demon Boots right away when he saw me. So, it's every hit sounds satisfying. The E is so satisfying to look at, to listen to. And it's a weapon that you are still relatively good. It's not like amazing for mists by no means, yeah? I should lose to a lot of meta weapons because they just get on top of me and brawl, and I mean, it's difficult to kite them. But still, I'm relatively safe and I can take advantage of a lot of the mobility-based gameplay that is happening. You're a breast. No, you're a breast. What the fuck? I have been working out lately, though. I'm hoping to have some breasts soon. But it is gonna take like a year, I think. Given how much of a couch potato I've been for a while, and my past experiences with like being proper, like eating properly, going to the gym and stuff like that, I think like it's gonna take me like to actually like develop like breasts where you can feel like, you know, I've been to the gym. Is gonna take a while, yeah. Beast, yeah. True. Very, very, very beastly. As I said, I am absolutely signing the petition to make Grove Keeper also Spear. It's essentially like a Spear is hidden within the Grove Keeper. Any frost staffs that are meta in Mist right now? Like I'm talking like A to S tier. S tier, no. Chill Howl, One-Handed Frost, and Arctic Staff are all kind of B tier weapon. Arctic Staff is in a position where it's kind of pushing to A tier, but there's not enough people playing it. There is an argument to be made that Arctic Staff right now is the strongest Frost. But it's difficult to play because you have to fully kite, and it's super expensive to play, yeah? So it's questionable. So S tier definitely not. A tier, like, potential, but if you play Arctic Staff and you get really good at it, yeah. You could make it, you could play it in a way where you make it feel like it's an A tier weapon. One cool thing about Arctic Staff also is that you can play it often with tornadoes, you know, because your range is so high with your E that you can legit play from the other side of the screen the whole fight. So that means your whole mental focus just goes on keeping your enemy away. Wait, how much do I have? Okay, I can drop this. Just keeping your enemy away. Wait, what? Did I actually throw all of my poisons? Okay. So better to go Poglock over Frost. I don't know. Poglock is also not bad, actually. It's a bit of a joke, and I know we're saying, like, I'm talking about this like it's a bit of a joke, yeah, like, it's not a serious build, but actually, it's definitely... Did I save the fight? Yeah, I did, yeah. It's actually, like, it's surprising how not meme this is. It is difficult. You saw, against a lot of weapons, it is difficult, yeah? It's much more difficult for me to play than for a Flame Walker, for Death Givers. But that doesn't mean it's hopeless. Like, if you go play... what's a good example? Demon Fang. If you go play Demon Fang, it's not just difficult, it's hopeless, yeah? Here, I can actually outplay people if I am able to predict some of their moves. And on top of that, I have good enough mobility to often get away or to chase people down and force them to die. That's how my friendship with Poglock started, you know? Particular redeemed his channel points to make me play this build. Just for half an hour, you know? That's what you can do in Twitch. It's one of my channel point redemptions. And during the half an hour, I fought a tier 7 Poglock without any specs and any experience with Poglock prior at all, against tier 8 double-bladed. And he felt like he's losing the fight, so he started running away. So already, amazing, I felt good, yeah. But when he started running away, he was not able to get away from me. Which is the... that kind of made me, like, spark some interest. Not just that it was fun and felt good to log around and jump and stuff, but the double-bladed decided that he's in trouble, started running away, and he didn't get away. I caught him and killed him. That made me think also, and that is one of the things that makes this weapon like a serious non-joke tier. I can also dismount. If this guy gets too close to me again, I can dismount him, yeah? Better than on things like Daybreaker. He didn't have Invis Potion anyway. Well, next rotation I catch him, but he will be very far. At least his E doesn't have any mobility. The exit is kind of close though. Let's see how close I get with this boots rotation and whether it's going to be enough to kill him. Because his Invis now is going to be on cooldown. Nah, if I caught that slow, it's happening, but... Nah, that's not good for mobility. Too bad. He didn't actually even leave. He wants to try this again. Poglog is just a girthy spear. I've been saying that the whole stream. Thank you, Riolik, you're right. Poor Demon Fang. Yeah, Demon Fang gets a lot of, how to say, strays. Demon Fang is very often catching strays on the stream, because whenever I need an example of a weapon that is just hopeless at everything, I always mention Demon Fang as the first example that comes to mind. But Demon Fang is getting a bit of a rework next projected patch, yeah, so maybe it will be more relevant, who knows. So better, yeah, okay. Every single one of these fights deserve to be a YouTube video. I'm not recording every single fight, it's usually like the ones that are more higher tier or higher IP, but that's a very good energy, I love that. That was also what kind of prompted me to play Poglog, because I was looking at the clips I have and I thought I would like to have more of these fun Poglog clips to put in a video also. To be honest, I believe you'd even make a tier 3 bow look better, to be honest. Your experience in this game and the analysis is what makes you stand out, in my opinion. Thank you, Kaiser. I am happy to be the guy to spread the joy of PvP. There is no doubt that I am not gonna be the best player in Albion, but I'm hoping to be the best learner. That's a pretty cool thing to aim for, and it's definitely like with some weapons you can see it more. With some weapons and on some days, you know, I hope that if you come to stream more often, I hope it also gives you, first of all, the feeling that you can enjoy PvP, win or lose. Yeah, it's not just about killing and making silver. But secondly, I hope you kind of also understand that how normal it is. It's obvious, but you know, you can sometimes forget about it. How normal it is for everyone, no matter how much you've played, no matter what your Albion experience is, or how you play. You're gonna have good days and bad days, you know, like everyone. So, and you have days when I have days when I make mistakes. I wanna, like, if I had hair, I would pull it out. Yeah, like it's so obvious. Like watching the clip, if someone sent me this clip of my own fight, and I had to like give feedback, it would be so obvious. Like, what is this inferno you just clicked? Yeah, but in the moment, maybe I'm tired. Maybe it's just that kind of day. You know, maybe there's something else on my mind. I can also be distracted with chat or whatever. In the moment, I do that, like, and I just hope it's clear that everybody does that. Yeah, so. They should buff Demon Fang to make it a good PvE weapon for spec up daggers. It's not too bad for farming solo camps mobs. I love that idea, yeah. Daggers definitely struggle from not having... Let's see if 7-3 Death Givers has any other potions. If he's on Invis spot, it's likely he doesn't want to fight me, but... the chest is gonna be ready though. Okay, let's go check out the chest. Maybe he will be there. That's a very cool idea, Bledros. Daggers are really a weapon that is a super popular and very strong weapon for a lot of PvP situations, especially solo PvP, but other situations as well. But it's one which is very painful too. It's like Daggers and Frost are both in a situation where a lot of people want to play them from PvP, I feel like, but the specking up part is just too painful sometimes. So adding like Demon Fang as that option, if you are a committed dagger player that you can clear camps, it's not that bad idea. Only 100 dagger is okay in PvE. Yeah, like Death Givers are okay in PvE, but the problem is, if you are constantly on Chain Slash, then if PvP comes around, you are just GG, yeah? And even with the Chain Slash, you still don't feel very good, yeah? So you're probably right about 100 dagger, but yeah, I feel like overall, I definitely heard a lot of people who play daggers telling me, and I kind of feel that as well, that it's... Like, I realized at some point when I was like, I don't know, 500 or 1,000 hours in, I realized that a lot of people were saying, oh, like, this weapon is good at PvE, this weapon is not. It kind of felt funky to me to listen to a lot of that. And I thought, okay, those guys are just PvEing wrong or something. But I realized at some point that I have the luxury of you being used to Spear, and Spear is really good at PvE. But I didn't realize that for a while. So I thought I was good at PvE, but then I realized that no, those people who are saying like, oh, I really struggle with PvE or faming up, Like, that's legit complaint. It's not that they don't understand how to kill mobs. It's legit, because on a lot of weapons, it's a big struggle. He's still on invis potions, which gives me this kind of hope of doing what I'm doing here. Okay, let's take the chest and see if someone comes to contest it. Tier 6 dual swords. Is this the curse staff? The curse staff is also a good target, honestly. The curse staff definitely gonna try to kill us, yeah? That's the whole point of playing a curse staff. No! Okay, we are both idiots, yeah? Okay, at least the curse staff will kill him first, I guess. He's on Wanderlust. I would so much love to fight this curse staff, but not from 20% HP. Too bad. If I didn't miss an E, I can kill him and I still have enough time to get away from the curse. Wait, what? The curse staff didn't kill him. Too bad. If this was 1v1, he missed both of his E's so sadly. Too bad I missed my E after that as well. This is, by the way, tier 8 curse stuff, yeah? He's the highest here. I was really hoping to just get rid of Grail Seeker and then try to kill the curse, because the curse is the one I really want. The valuable one, not the Grail Seeker. The Grail Seeker is more just a for fun player. Also, I'm next to an exit, which sucks, because if I dismount the curse staff, I don't think this guy is a 1v1 player. I'm not sure, but he looks like he's only here for ratting. And this is life of a curse staff, you know? Even if you do end up finally finding a situation you could rat. Is he fighting or... No, of course not. You see? Even if you finally find a situation that you could potentially rat, it still sucks. So, that's why going to the mist to just rat is going to be so boring. Because you know how long this curse staff now, for the half an hour at least, he has to run around. He can't take any 1v1 fights, yeah? He doesn't like to. So it's boring to be him. More boring than others. Yeah, like each weapon has their good PvE weapon, like bow has longbow, axes with battle axe. I mean, most spears are good for PvE. Most swords are okay for PvE. Not amazing, but good. Axes are almost all good at PvE. I don't know about that. There's still some trees that just suck. Like frost staffs are all kind of meh for PvP. PvE, I mean. Great frost, at least you have the good AoE E, but still, it's too long cooldown. But all of them, like mace, dagger, and frost, are a bit harder. Oh, okay, that was your point. Yeah. Frost, great frost is better. Okay, you're actually saying the exact thing. Yeah, better, but yeah, each weapon should have their PvE specific weapon for leveling. That would be nice, yeah. Are we doing this? It's a tier 6, yeah, so I can't expect him, like, he has to be super brave to try this. But he's still staying here, right? If he absolutely does not want this fight to happen, he can run away already a million times, yeah? So, he's hoping that I dismount him, and that the same thing happens, and that he turns it around on me somehow. Hammers and maces are all tragic solo. You mean PvE? Well, you use Stalker Jacket if you want. So, if you want to spec up hammers or maces, you'll use a Stalker Jacket. But for PvP, hammers are, like for solo PvP, hammers are in a good place, yeah? Very, very good place. Maces, you're right, are tragic. Grail Seeker don't appear to be viable in PvP without using environment. Nah, very difficult. But I've seen some. But even that, like, even the 6-3 Grail Seeker that almost killed me, there was a fight. I think Daybreak or something. It's tier 7 overcharge or something like that, like I usually am. He was 6-3 with Awaken. He had a giga good one shot, you know, with his with potion. I don't remember what else he used. Maybe silence. I'm not sure. Anyway, before I could actually do anything, I was like 15% or 10% HP. Then I drank potions and fought back, and it was it, because he had nothing. After his one shot was over, he had nothing. So he ended up running away from me, even though his one shot left me at like 15% HP. Yeah. Well, he was just like enough. He had full HP. But then I just drank 2 healing potions, fight back, and he had to run away. Because the E has too long cooldown, and without E, he had absolutely no chance of doing anything. What do you think about bear pause? We need like a command for bear pause because it's such a common question. Bear pause are good for ganking, still okay for ganking, for dismounting people in open world that don't want to fight you and trying to force your axes into their mouth and taking their items. For everything else, bear pause suck. Like playing a bear pause on cloth armor with a healer in a duo can be kind of viable. Yeah, it's not terrible. It's okay as a deep cloth armor DPS in a duo with healer. But other than that, playing it in solo mists, playing it corrupted, playing it in like small scale, for a real small scale comp, for all of that, bear pause just suck. They are not good, unfortunately. They have tried to make them more viable, but it has not happened. In solo PvP, you don't have the kind of mobility to contest actual meta builds, but you also don't make up for that by being an amazing brawler. Like, you get out-brawled by swords and spears occasionally on bear pause. The only way you get like good brawl if you constantly hit your E's, but that's incredibly difficult on a bear pause. Against any experienced player, if I'm standing on top of you, we are brawling, the moment your E is ready and you want to use it, you're going to take a couple steps back. So it's so telegraphed, it's so obvious for me when you're going to go for the E. And you can't do anything else, yeah? Like, you can't use your E just point blank because it's so easy to miss it if you don't do it from a bit further away. I was looking through a clip, let me see if I find it. It was like the randomized clip. I don't want to spend too much looking for it, but randomizer challenge, yeah? Let me see if I find it. There was a day when I was playing like completely randomized builds. Okay, hopefully I don't die. Look at this, look at this. This is from like a month ago. I was playing, like the randomizer legit gave me a build, yeah? This guy trying to gank me, or I don't remember. So I'm playing a weapon I've never played before, which isn't good for PvP, really. I mean, it's okay, it's not terrible, I don't have any specs. Druidic against the bear pose guy. I think he was even a gatherer who just tried to take his like to take an opportunity to see a crazy build. But look at this. Here he can E, right? Okay, you see from far. Like if he hits E's, he's strong. But now let's see when we're on top of each other. Okay, I'm gonna carry. Unfortunately, he ran away in the end. Okay, so now when we're on top of each other. Is he gonna E right now? Very unlikely, right? I mean, okay, here it's possible because I'm walking away from him, but he did, and he missed actually. But it's possible, yeah? If I have any sort of like defensive, first of all, he can miss, but secondly, it's a bit more predictable, so I walk to the side. But it's okay. This is kind of a lucky dodge. Let's check out the next one. Like, he's constantly brawling into me, yeah, this time. Let's check the next one. We're brawling. Now, this is a perfect moment. What do you think? He's on top of me. I am a nature staff. He's a bear pose, just hitting me. This moment here. Wait. Yeah, no one here. What do you think? Why is he here, suddenly walking away from me? Like, give me any reason. Why would he not just stand on top of me? Why is he walking away? 100,000,000% the only obvious answer. His E is ready and he wants to use it, yeah? So it's so telegraphed. And this is what will often happen, yeah? And if I had a real like set as well, I mean, he has gathering set, yeah. So it's not like this is a fight of like this like battle of idiots, yeah. Like I'm using a randomized set of random items that should never be played together, and he's using like half gathering set and just thought I'm a free kill, yeah. But just to be clear, if I was playing a real build here, how easy it is for me. I can Inferno, I can use my one-handed spear E, whatever. This is just so telegraphed, yeah. So if you play bear pose 1v1 against an experienced player, there's gonna be a lot of these situations. That's like at the end of the day one of the weaknesses. Unfortunately, here he got actually away, yeah, because he was on gathering boots. I don't remember which ones, and I missed a lot of spells. Yeah, I've never played Druidic before either. I mean, not that it's an excuse for missing spells, but I missed so much that he gets away. Yeah, it was one of the like second week of streaming or something. I did some challenges, maybe third week. In this challenge, I was playing just completely randomized builds. But anyway, just an interesting situation to illustrate how in the head of someone who's already played a bit of Albion, you just know, like the moment bear pose start walking away from you, tada! I'm about to hit my E. Get ready, you know. Maybe if you play like very very high level PvP, you can start faking it, but that never happened to me. Thanks for following. The Sick. Who's this? Ooh, Pantera. Who are you dismounting? Oh, these are actually gamers here. Well, let's go die to Pantera. I'm not risking anything other than my own set. I don't like the Demon Boots gaming. Absolutely hate it, but hey. Everyone has Demon Boots for this. Are they gonna just kill me instead? No, they're fighting each other still. I want the Pantera first, to be honest. It's more dangerous. But he's just gonna run away. Oh shit, I actually poison potioned the other one. I'm just gonna Demon Boots away. Demon Boots Gaming. I don't know why this guy is trusting me. I definitely want his items just as much, but... I guess I'm just more traumatized by Prowling having been so meta for so long. But his boots are almost ready. I guess he understood that he shouldn't be trusting me. At least his demon boots are not super fast, and the Hellspawn is not such a good mobility weapon. And this guy has full demon boots, so he's not as scary. I mean, now he has 5 stacks, so I'm just dead next time he transforms. Nah, too bad. Oh, yeah. Ganker banger of a fight. Yeah, maybe I joined that too early, but... I'm getting, again, very, like, tired of demon boots, yeah? Because... essentially, if you're running demon boots, you're risking so much less, yeah? And those guys are both on demon boots. But I wanted to be part of the fun, so whatever. I don't mind it. I'm surprised that the Hellspawn went on me. Maybe he was reading my thoughts, because as I said, I'm not trying to be his friend, yeah? I just don't like Prowlings more than I don't like him, yeah? Maybe I could have fought back, and then the Prowling would have come and killed him to punish for that. Yeah, next time I see Demon Boots, I can also just not do this. Okay, let's go for tier 8 for a little while, and then probably upgrade to 6-3 later. Maybe he was a rat himself too, so he knew your thoughts. Yeah, I've said that. Like, one of the reasons, this, like, legit, no joke, Sparkly. I know, maybe not even joking, but legit, one of the benefits of ratting in Albion, no joke, this is not some sort of big brain idea, but it's actually one of the benefits if you rat when you see opportunity is that if you do that enough times, after a while, you get into, like, you start evaluating situations better. That, because if you rat yourself, you're gonna start to assume that everyone else around you, everyone is a rat. And that is, fortunately or unfortunately, that is the truth. So that is a good mindset to learn, because everyone is a rat. So you kind of, it's like the extra benefit. If you rat all the time, you are gonna manage. The next time there's someone on your screen who could rat you, you kind of assume that they're a rat correctly, because everyone is a rat, yeah? So you don't, you break out of this illusion that, oh, some people are going to be honorable, or that the game is about 1v1s. It's not. I mean, some content is, but not missed, yeah? Okay, we're going to go with Assassin Shoes this time. And am I going with this cooldown reduction? I don't know if I need more cooldown reduction. Maybe I do go for more cooldown reduction. Let's try that. Maybe I'm going to regret it, but let's try that. Okay, so we're going for tier 8 for a while, and then maybe upgrading to 6-3 later. I'm going to upgrade boots. Last time I played it, I used Shoes of Tenacity, because I actually occasionally wanted to swap to Shoes of Tenacity. But I don't think I'm going to do that anymore. It didn't work as well. Gathering sets have 0 damage bonus. It's an extremely weak set. If it was actually good for PvP, then everyone would use it. Yeah, the big thing is also that when you use gathering items, there's no specs, yeah? So like a tier 8 gathering item will be base, right? This would be like 300 or almost 400 IP lower than it is right now, yeah? Because you don't have the specs. Specs don't affect gathering items. In tier 8, I'm not going to just overcharge right away. I'm going to overcharge when I see a fight, I think. They have spec gathering items? No. Are you sure? It used to definitely be that your gathering items don't benefit from specs. That you don't get the extra IP. So what you're saying is that you have your minor... If I... Wait. What you're saying is that if I wear minor boots... Mastery bonus, mastery modifier. There is something. There is just mastery modifier. Here. Wait. Why is it... Wait. Mastery bonus on tier 5, I get 86. Okay, it's still not comparable to actually something, but... You can't do more damage. Well, yeah, but it does affect the everything else, yeah? It does affect my HP and stuff like that. Hello, sir. You have good build to try this fight. An 8.3. This is gonna be a quick loss for me. Ah, fuck. I should have used that. Damn, this was already almost won for me, actually. He didn't get a new 15 seconds now. Wait, he did? No way, he did another? No, he didn't. No, okay. That didn't work the way I wanted it. Unfortunately, now I'm just dead. He still had he had 2 healing potions for this fight as well. Was a decent enough start, but not enough to overcome 8-3 versus tier 8, yeah. And the 2 healing potions. I'm not gonna use healing potions for this build. I kind of want to try the double Q. But I am gonna be constantly disadvantaged by not having second healing potion in actual like serious fights where there's a lot of brawling. That was fast though. Once again, don't do this at home. You know, if you want to make silver, don't attack 8.3 and try to dismount them. But I had to see whether there's any chance there. And I'm like, I mean, okay, it's okay. I took the fight. It's okay. I don't know why the Death Givers didn't want to try to rat, but you know, if I was winning, I would be angry. Like, why is he ratting? Give me a fight. But since it's another 8.3, you know, I'm also thinking, okay, why wouldn't he just rat that? Can we go another tier 8? I have actually some items here that I can use already. For 6-3, I think I'm gonna use Undead Cape actually as default. Maybe I should try to get used to Undead Cape already. Also, I was in cooldown reduction. I should have E'd into his face, then W and then run away, to be honest. Another spell, by the way, that my E and Grove Keeper, unfortunately, it's not fast enough to dodge, yeah? Like his E. Like some spells, you can react to this E. Like a Spear Dash or something, you can react to his E and dodge it. The stun, because it's a little bit telegraphed, yeah? Unlike like a... Not even... Like better like than Flame Walker that we talked about before. You can actually react to it. But in this case, with Grove Keeper, I'm too slow. I will not get my E off if I just react to his Assassin Shoes 5-3, yeah? Okay, let's go. Okay, one more run of this and then... Do I really... I don't feel like I want all the cooldown reduction. One more run of this with Undead Cape this time. I want to kind of get used to Undead Cape. Because I think I'm going to use it with 6-3. And then we're going to go 6-3 after that. Also, I've been playing Poglog enough that I think it is... it's maybe a good time to log it up to 110. Where are you, my dear piece of wood? Let's do it. I look scarier now, which is a negative, but I actually am a bit scarier, a tiny bit. How do you counter Toolhammer, Mr. Vic? Read their soul. If you saw my Corrupted Dungeon fight yesterday against Toolhammer, I predicted every single move. I mean, on Daybreaker you have several tools, yeah? You have your E, you are pretty good at catching them, you have to keep walking around to dodge their E. But here he doesn't care that much. He can hit one E out of, like, he doesn't even have to hit all his E's, yeah, here to win this. because just like he's good enough at just brawling, and he has a counter to my Inferno, unfortunately. And he also had Armor of Valor against my Poison Potion. I don't have another potion. So essentially he had 2 healing potions, yeah? He had 2 6-2 healing potions, and I have 1 Poison Potion, which he can reflect with Armor of Valor, yeah? So he doesn't have to care too much. The only way I get some value from my double poison is if I drag out the fight to be long enough, which I was not able to do. Let's say you can't dodge all the Rees, what do you need to do to win? Dodge some of the Rees, if you can't dodge all these. If the same IP Tomb Hammer hits all the Rees, you're probably gonna die, yeah? They're gonna have the advantage of hitting you while you are small and take more damage. I mean, if you can't dodge it, you can also sometimes Inferno it when you predict that the Re is about to be ready. Tier 7 Fisherman armor does give you more armor and health than, for example, Tier 7 Assassin Jacket. Okay. I did not expect that at all. So even though you get some sort of mastery bonus from it, I guess that's the point. Okay, I guess the point is that when PvP players use... I think that's what I remembered. Yeah, when PvP players use Gathering Gear, because some builds, like, you know, like Sleepcasters and stuff like that, then they are sacrificing, because the average IP usually for those builds is gonna be much lower, yeah? But maybe you're right that if an actual gatherer uses gatherer gear, they have some benefit of their gathering specs affecting them. .3 Guardian armor gives 1185 health. Tier 7 Fishman armor gives 1100 health. Okay. This is surprising, but I guess it exists to make gatherers a bit safer. And thank you, but I didn't know that. Well, in real PvP, like, that guy just thought that I was trolling, and that's why he attacked me in Gathering Gear, probably. But in real PvP, of course, you don't really fight anyone on Gathering Gear, other than usually the sleeping helmet, you know, the whatever it's called, Harvester Cap, or the one that puts a trap. Don't follow me, Mr. Spear. I don't need you here on this objective. Don't follow me. Fuck, I should have tried to jump on the other guy. The other guy was actually worth something, the tier 7. If you never want to die and miss, just run mobility with Demon Boots, Undead Cape, and Invest Spot. Yeah, you don't even have to go that far. You can just play high ITP Double Bladed or Blood Letter and never take any fights. This on Twitch too or no? Yes, Zaya, this is on Twitch. I am actually. I've been streaming on Twitch for a while, but recently also started multi-streaming so that on some people who want to enjoy this on YouTube also have the chance. Is he gonna turn back into me? Maybe. He should boots after me now. He's bootsing away though. Someone else dismounted there. Oh, it's this guy I was looking at before. He changed to healing potions. This is a gamer still. This is not just a troll. He's actually trying to game here. I was so much trying to dodge the Deathgiver's jump so he doesn't get stacks. I was hoping to, you know, to keep fighting and brawling him if he doesn't get the stacks. Okay. I guess the other guy just helped me randomly. This guy just kept Deathgivers in combat and then went back on a horse. So, in the end, everything survived except the Deathgivers themselves. So yeah, I'm kind of worried about brawling Deathgivers. So I Infernoed early, you know, on a spear or a sword. You should never Inferno right away, and I wouldn't, yeah? You wait for them to get their third stack and then Inferno. But maybe I was being a bit too careful with that too, who knows. He doesn't want to get dismounted now, though. He was interested in helping earlier. Interesting. Like, I got the kill because he kept the Deathgivers in combat. Normally, Deathgivers would also be full HP by then. Miko, thank you for subbing. That was not just me randomly going crazy for a Hawaiian dance. That was the name of the person who just subbed with Prime. Thank you. I appreciate you. We lift our spears in your honor. Today we are playing the girthy spear. That is the Grove Keeper, the log of the Pog. Thank you for putting an extra smile on my face. If anyone has a spear, I mean, now you also have a spear yourself. But if anyone else has a spear, then yeah, exactly. Put it in chat. I should add more emotes. I know. I went a bit crazy and added 3 different overcharging emotes. Last time I realized I'm so addicted to overcharging. Thanks for following. Zizaya. Did you get an answer from Twitch partner chat whether you can also include YouTube? No, actually I haven't asked yet. No, I haven't thought about it that much. I don't know. Is it a turn-off for people watching on YouTube? Do you feel a bit unhappy because your chat messages don't appear on the screen? I don't know how much of a priority it should be. I'm here now. Oh, that was you, Zaya, who asked. Yeah, I realize now. I would never use, for example, Fisherman Armor or Mist PvP set though, as it does not have the extra damage and is very weak to fight people. Yep. No one is... I have never seen anyone use other than helmets. Other than some very niche helmets, I've never seen anyone use Gathering Gear for PvP. This is tier 6. Why was I so low in the first room? Why am I taking so much damage? This is tier 6 Abby. Interesting. Sketch YouTube says no. Okay. Well, if there's enough demand at some point I will figure out, but it might also turn out that I was actually right. And by the way, if you're not here, like last week where I've been talking about this, the stream is available on YouTube and Twitch, yeah? But the chat you see on screen above my head, this is only only Twitch chat. Because I read somebody who's more experienced than me, I read them analyzing Twitch's multi-streaming rules, yeah? Twitch allows streaming to different platforms, but it does have some rules because Twitch really doesn't want streamers to take audiences and bring them to other places, yeah? So, there's some rules. Like, for example, I can't offer something as part of the YouTube stream that I'm not also offering to Twitch. Yeah, if I made like some sort of, giveaways or whatever, fun little extra things with Twitch or with YouTube chat and not on Twitch, that would not be allowed. But the person who was reading those rules and explaining them, who I felt like was more experienced, he said that he also, like, there was something about multi-streaming that he thinks should be understood in a way that you cannot have chats from other platforms run as part of your stream. So I trusted that person and didn't want to mess with it. Item stats are defined by each individual item IP or by the average player IP. Average item IP doesn't define or change or do anything. 0 hertz. Average item IP only tells you what is the exact average of the items equipped in the 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 slots, yeah? Nothing else. It doesn't make you stronger, it doesn't make you weaker, it doesn't change anything. So that's why you see people manipulate it. Like, I have lower IP cape. Raising the IP of my cape will significantly improve my average IP, but it's not going to make me stronger. The only thing it's going to do is give me whatever the higher IP cape gives, which in this case is almost nothing, yeah? For undead cape, having a bit less cooldown doesn't matter, yeah? If you upgrade your weapon, you become significantly stronger comparing to upgrading your shoes, yeah? If I upgrade my weapon 2 tiers, I'm gonna become stronger. If I upgrade my shoes 2 tiers, I'm gonna have some more HP, but it's gonna be a very small difference. Whereas my average IP will go up the same in both cases, yeah? Because my shoes and weapon... Okay, this weapon is two-handed, so it's actually not exactly correct comparison, yeah? But let's say my shoes and chest piece, they affect my average IP exactly equally, but one of them is much more important. There's a delay about 10 to 15 seconds here on YouTube compared to Twitch. Okay, that's interesting to know. I don't know if that's... Like, I've not messed with any of the extra settings. I don't know if that's like a default way it's set up or not. I have 2 ways to cancel his boots, which is nice. I didn't realize he was on firewall. This is my other way to cancel his boots. He didn't drink his potion yet. No, he didn't. Oh shit, my Inferno was a bit posthumous Inferno, yeah? It was like a salute of honor to the dead soldier. I celebrate your death with my Inferno shield. Tier 6 Flamewalker, you don't see that very often because it doesn't make sense to play Flamewalker on low IP because it's kind of expensive compared to most tier 6 builds. Okay. Yeah, Grove Keeper is a good example of... earlier I was also, like someone said... anyway, we had a bit of a... I made this point that, you know, if you play Mists or Open World, you have to... you can't just look at it as which weapon and build will give me the best 1v1 fights. That's a big part of it, yeah, because there's gonna be 1v1 fights, but you are... At the end of the day, you're also gaming, like, the whole content, yeah? You're trying to beat the whole Mists and not just, like, 1v1 fights. So Grove Keeper is pretty good at that specifically, yeah? Like gaming, like in this situation, the fact that I can almost kind of force him to fight, because I have enough mobility and I can even cancel his boots in this case when he's using hover. This is like I mean, this is an extra thing, yeah? If I was a Battle Axe, I would maybe struggle with this, yeah? So even if Battle Axe would be much better in 1v1 fight, like forcing some people to die when they have a disadvantage. Although he was pretty brave, I think he was fighting anyway, but... I'm new to Albion. Why didn't Clean loot him? Because I don't care about the cheap items. Vakey. Was the rest bad? Yeah, the rest was just cheap stuff, which I'm too lazy to... It's not even worth the time it takes to gather them, put them in a bank, or sell them later. Have you played Path of Exile by any chance, Vakey? Or some other ARPGs? You know there are these loot filters, yeah? Like in Path of Exile, you make it so that cheap items don't even show up, yeah? I mean, at high level, you have no choice, yeah? Because it's constantly full of loot. Well, you don't have that function in Albion, but in my head, I have installed a loot filter in my brain, so that everything that costs less than 10,000 silver, I don't even think about it. Because it's not worth it. It's just extra hassle. But if I was doing a 0 to hero, or if your focus is to make money, I would of course loot everything, clean loot, and try to sell everything for a bit of extra profit. But I'm not worried about silver at all anymore right now. I am here for fun. And you will also see that a lot of the decisions I make are also driven more by fun than silver. Like attacking people that I have a 10% chance of surviving against. I'm gonna do that every now and again. Not always, but especially when playing tier 7, when it's not risking too much. Thanks, I just started last week. Yep. Well, if you just started, pick everything up. I mean, at some point you have to make decisions of how much, like, what can you carry, yeah? Because the carry weight can limit you. That's actually another reason. Not just that it's more, like, it's annoying to take the time to sell that thing, but also, if I do, like, let's say I get into a fight here, or I rat something, and there's a bunch of actually valuable items, and I need to quickly loot them and keep going. I'm gonna mess it, if I encumber myself in the middle of a couple players, I might die just because of that, yeah? So I also like to keep inventory space empty and to have more room to pick up items if it does come to a situation where I need to loot quickly and get out. The only exception are kind of these runes that are a bit higher tier runes. You can see, even though the one stack doesn't cost more than 10k, I still loot them, because if I loot a lot of things, I will end up having like a bigger stack of these runes, which will cost like a decent amount. Is nobody coming here? Except for the Flamewalker? There must have been someone else in this. I mean... But they might be a PvEer again. Having just one Q feels a bit weird after Carleon Cape, but I like having Undead Cape. On this build with higher IP, I really like having Undead Cape. And it can also lead to a kill. Surprising someone with Undead Cape. Although, like, experienced players will always see that I have Undead Cape and try to play around it. But since Smuggler's Cape is so crazy popular right now for a while already, people are kind of not used to Undead Capes as much, yeah? So a lot of people have already the assumption that enemy has 2 potions. So, like everyone used to play, it used to be that everyone plays around the enemy's Undead Cape. Even if the enemy doesn't have Undead Cape, everyone still assumes that they do until they fully inspect and make sure they don't, yeah? Now, the Smuggler's Cape is in that position. Most people, like higher tier I fight, will first assume that I have Smuggler's Cape and only realize later that I actually have Undead Cape. Okay. If I find a gatherer somewhere, I can almost actually catch them. But unfortunately, I don't have a purge. That's the only limitation. If they have some sort of minor boots or something, it's probably not worth it to go look for them. Let's take this 2 mil to the bank and keep going. But how much does it cost tier 6? 300k. I don't know how many other tier 7 weapons, tier 6 weapons cost so much. I mean, some do, because the crystal weapons in general are pretty expensive, yeah, so... Maybe like Sky Strider and Arclight Blasters are comparable, yeah, probably. So probably it's kind of similar. Maybe even one of them more expensive, I don't know. But anyway, the crystal weapons at low IP are not a very good deal, because you could get the whole tier 6 build, a good tier 6 build for a spear, or for a battle axe or something, for 300 IP, 300 silver, I mean, not IP. But here he's paying 300 silver for just the weapon. Okay, the first tab is full. We have 19 million registered as profits. Well, not profits, obviously, revenue. I've been running against a lot of hopeless situations, so died a lot as well. Let's put some of this out away and keep going. I really wish the Poglock cooldown wasn't 30 seconds. It's one of the main reasons why I don't main it instead of Great Hammer. Yep, true. Poglock is just on the outskirts of being like... Poglock is so... It seems like so viable in every way. Just good enough to brawl a little bit. Good enough to kite, to survive. But also just out of being any sort of like real meta consideration. If they made the E somehow faster so that it would be a reliable iframe, it would become popularly played, I'm sure. Or if they made the cooldown less, like you said, for sure. But I don't know. I don't know how Poglock performs in group PvP. So I want to be careful suggesting for changes about Poglock, because obviously I would like it to become more viable and to be stronger. But I don't know how much it, because I see that this also depends on how many people you hit, right? Throws enemies in the air for a duration based on number of enemies hit. I don't know what that means and why that's even relevant, because you stun them anyway, so... I don't know. But I feel like Poglock, I don't know if it's used. If you play like small scale or ZVZ, you can tell me. In small scale, I've never seen a Poglock, so I'm gonna guess it's still not popular, I don't know. When I used to play some more with friends, I didn't see it. ZVZ, I've never heard of Poglock being like a really used weapon, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't have that much experience with ZVZ. Actually, I have very little experience with ZVZ. This guy is an omelette. 6483. This is one of those, I don't think I can take the fight, but who knows? If I was 6'3 myself, it would be an interesting thing to try. It's too easy for him to dodge my E. No matter what spell he uses, he will always dodge my E. And at least I could outbrawl him, yeah? On a Spear or Daybreaker, I could be 3 tiers lower or 2 tiers lower, and I would have a chance maybe not to outbrawl him, but at least brawl him. But here, I'm like borderline, where I can kind of brawl him, but not very well if he has good traits and he's 8-3. So I don't think I'm going to attack the Bloodletter here. Is Daybreaker the best Spear solo mist right now? Yes, I think so, yeah. The regular Spear is also good. If you focus on cooldown reduction and you focus on kiting a lot with Spear, instead of finding a balance between kiting and brawling where you'll kite some, brawl some, you're going more in with the mindset that you're going to kite a lot and just brawl when you already have a good advantage from kiting, like a legit advantage, yeah? Then one-handed Spear is also very good for mists. But I think Daybreaker is still better and definitely simpler, and it has more good matchups. Spear, it's a tricky fight against most meta weapons. But Daybreaker has like against Deathgivers it's kind of a 50-50, but against Flamewalker it's a bit difficult but possible. But then you have like for example Fists of Avalon that Daybreaker is very good against. You have swords that Daybreaker is pretty good against. Yeah, on one-handed Spear it's possible, but it's more difficult to take a lot of those matchups. Thanks for following, by Wilson. Vaki 100. What one-handed spear build do you recommend for Mist and open world? Very basic build would be to buy... I'm actually recommending Refreshing Sprint now, no longer recommending Rejuvenating Sprint, because I feel like cooldown reduction is much more important on Spear to be successful than it used to be. So I suggest Refreshing Sprint, so any leather shoes. Assassin Jacket, 100 Spear, Torch, Smuggler's Cape, and for Helmet, Stalker Hood is a possibility. You kind of have to choose what you like, because none of those are like amazingly better than others. I would choose between Stalker Hood, Merc Hood, Duskweaver Helmet, or Helmet of Valor, pretty much. I mean, the thing is, yeah, I could actually keep listing, like, Guardian Helmet is also not bad. None of the helmets, like, have great synergy that you need to use this one. Stalker Hood used to have amazing synergy with Spear, but now that the Cripple was nerfed, like the way it was, it's not great synergy either, yeah? So choose any sort of basic good helmet that you like. And anyway, a lot of the time, you will be using the energy shield. So, it won't matter that much. Next song. So, anyway, for a lot of the like base fights, you'll be using energizing shield, because right now it's very, very strong. Not many people use it, specifically because of the cooldown. It's quite long. If you're gonna run something like that, you're better off running a Hand of Justice. That makes sense, yeah. That was the answer to my ZVZ question. Yeah, no deflection. You were answering my question of if someone has experience about the Poglock in ZVZ, yeah? You're saying that in ZVZ also it's not finding a lot of popularity because of the long cooldown, yeah? Sakito says, hi, I'm new. Hello. And level up access for PvE. Is one-handed axe a good weapon for PvP or too obvious brain dead? It is not as complex as a lot of meta weapons. So if you go high IP, one-handed axe has pretty clear limitations, yeah? The battle axe. However, overall, and specifically if you play either low tier or, let's say up to like tier 7, tier 8 is still viable. It's definitely still good for PvP, yeah? It's wrong to say that it's bad. It is very good when you are low IP, you are defending yourself. When you're low IP, fights are more brawl heavy, There's a bit less mobility going around and then a bit more just standing and brawling, and for that, battle axe is good. But it is not, like, if you look at high IP mists, so more expensive sets, or like mists as a whole, if you look at meta, battle axe is clearly not in the meta, because a lot of best weapons will just out-mobility you, and they will kind of run circles around you, yeah? You have a good chance to defend yourself, but if you defend yourself very well, they're just gonna run away and kite you. And as you follow them, either they're gonna do damage to you as you follow, try to catch up to them, they're gonna do damage and equalize the fight, or they're just gonna full run away, reset the fight, and try again, until one day you fail at defending yourself, and then you don't have the luxury of running away and trying again. So in battle axe, you're kind of, you're gonna feel much more limited. And you're not going to be allowed as many mistakes, usually, against, like, good players with good builds, yeah? But at low IP, it's still very good. Speaking of battle axe, unfortunately he's on the other side of the wall, so I can't really attack him there. How to improve the mental counter situation? Mine is all kind of frost. I died so stupidly against them. My first instinct to answer, I don't know why I have this instinct, Azot, but my first instinct would be to play frost for a couple days. Go play Frost for a couple days and figure out. I have definitely discovered when you play a weapon that you think is difficult or countering you, I've definitely sometimes discovered the weaknesses of that weapon a bit better. Like, you realize also some of the things, like how much, like way back when, at the beginning, somewhere near the beginning, I was getting outbrawled by swords, even though I was playing spears, yeah? So even though I had cripple, I was being outbrawled by swords, and I mean, it's not a bad matchup. It was back then. Now it's okay, but now it's kind of 50-50. But back then it felt like it should be a good matchup for Spear because of Cripple, although Carving was still OP for most situations. I played Sword for a little while, and at least I learned to kind of evaluate and understand how impactful are sword stacks, and how different it is when a Carving is brawling you on 0 stacks or 1 stack versus 3 stacks, yeah? Just as a random example. So next time I started playing against Carving, instead of just trying to cripple when it's convenient for me because I want the cripple buff, I started paying a lot more attention to how many stacks swords the sword against me has. To not just stand and brawl him when he has 3 stacks, to cripple it or try to get away, yeah? Just as an example, yeah? It's kind of like, you know, you're afraid of things you don't understand. If you play a weapon for a while, you're gonna understand it so much better that you're not gonna be you're not gonna have the mental kind of block as strongly anymore. Even with Flamewalker, like I played one day of Flamewalker like a month ago when it was super OP, the most obvious top S+ tier weapon before the latest nerf. I played Flamewalker, I realized it is ridiculously easy and it's stupid that this weapon has been that strong for so long. But I also realized that, hey, you actually have to hit your Qs, yeah? Like, it's much easier. Flamewalker, you can make a lot more mistakes than many other weapons, but still, you have to aim your Qs and it's not that easy, yeah? So that also, at least I figured out some way to counter Flamewalkers a little bit, because I played it for a day and I realized, yo, I'm not hitting every single Q just because I'm playing the OP weapon. So it's time for me to level up Frost. Maybe. You don't have to think of it so much as leveling up, but play it for a little while and see what happens, yeah? Nah, it sucks. He eat for no reason though. Kinda have to reset now. It was a very bad start for me. I used W into a rock, so he didn't have to follow me. My idea is I W and maybe he E's after me, but he didn't even have to use his E there to catch me. So I'm gonna have to reset this. Too bad I didn't get his buff to proc. If I got his buff to proc, that is very, very nice there. Probably, we'll see. His E is still ready, so I need to be a bit careful here. Okay, nice, 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 nice. I turned around a bit too early. My idea is to W and boots. To keep kiting him and hopefully dodge his E, but I turned a bit too early. And until my boots are ready, my W is kind of pointless because he's gonna always hit his E right after, yeah? I need to find another buff and then take the fight again. W1 carving is much more dangerous to me, obviously. Like, if he changed to Splitting Slash, he would have a much better chance of actually killing me because I couldn't... Well, it's more difficult for me to play from a distance. But this time, both times I accepted Brawls, which are definitely big he's a big favorite in the Brawl because he has W1. And as you can see, in W1, he's also not really risking any... Like, he's not risking that he's gonna die. But at least I took his buff now. So, and somebody is clearing a stack here. I just saw someone take a stack down here. I mean, not so, but heard. Down here. I don't know who it is, but I kind of want to just find a stack for myself before I get involved in action again. How much for the chest? 3 minutes, okay. How do you see Frost in the 1v1? It's viable, yeah. Obviously, the big mobility and survivability is great at navigating the whole mist environment, where you constantly have to be ready for more people. Kind of try to be safe if the fight doesn't go your way. If there's 5 more people on screen, you can kind of kite around and survive. But in a 1v1 fight, Frost is still good. It's just difficult and kind of frustrating for everyone. Like, it takes a special kind of person to enjoy that. I'm not saying anything bad about it. Like, Frost is not like, it's not double-bladed, yeah? But it's just, you have to be very careful. You have to play at the edge of your enemy's screen for a while. And it's very easy to feel like, oh, I'm winning the fight by a little bit. It's time to go for the kill. And then you end up using your W too early, and even though you have already, like, are winning the fight, you are dodging their spells, hitting your spells, you W too early into your enemy and you still die, even though you had a bit of an advantage, yeah? Which is frustrating for everyone, because it's frustrating from the first player because you feel like, I was outplaying him and I didn't get rewarded. And it's also frustrating for the person playing against Frost because half the fight is just playing from the edge of the screen where no one can do anything, yeah? Which is also, like, it's not so satisfying to play against Frost. So I don't like that playstyle as much, but it is definitely good enough to take a lot of 1v1s. One-Handed Frost, Chill Howl, and Arctic Staff are really good. Great Frost actually seems good as well, but a lot fewer people are playing it, so I don't have enough data to suggest it yet. I'm back. How's the Pog log? It's pogging. I have been attacking too many 8.3s or whatever things. Or fighting in the middle of 5 people to kind of push it to the limit. But it has been absolutely pogging and I've had a lot of fun with it. I'm now tier 8. And let's see if I can pog the carving here. Okay, actually, let's kill this. How much do I have? I have 1 minute, okay. I'm also curious, maybe carving started fighting the other guy? I don't even know who the other guy was. But like, Poglock is not a meme weapon. It is difficult for 1v1s. It's not a good weapon for a 1v1 fight. But to navigate the whole mists environment, to run away when you have a bad fight, to dismount people and run after people where you have a good fight, for this, Poglock is very good. And of course, like you've seen me dance in the middle of many other people. It's not the best, but it's pretty good at that also. Okay, let's see if carving comes. Hopefully it doesn't have red buff this time. Who is that? Oh, is that the guy that you were fighting earlier? Is there any chance for me to do this? Let's see if I can at least keep him in combat. He's healing from the mob. Oh shit, the mob actually dragged me in here. Man, I do so little damage. And I don't have 2 potions. At least he's not on demon boots, which is nice. He has another potion. And he has 6 more stacks. Nice, he's 1 tier higher, even without the stacks. So I don't think I can just go and kill him, but who knows. Don't have a very good battle plan for this. Especially since I cannot purge his Inferno. The carving is gonna try to kill me, but we already saw that you can't really catch me, I think, but we'll see. He got a blue stack on his carving. Once again, on W1, I cannot... there's 0 chance of me actually brawling him. But at least I can do this. Purge it, purge it. Nice! Now I can Inferno into him. He's not close enough to E. But he has probably 1 more potion. Yeah, he does. Come on, he can't catch me like this. Why is he still he's still able to be on top of me here? He will have E, so I cannot go full after him. Need to be really careful. I will die so quickly here. Is he just full exiting, I wonder? I don't think so, but who knows. Oh, now he's definitely full exiting. Okay, okay. Was able to leverage my mobility advantage, but I am 1 tier higher also, yeah? Okay, he had a buff and I didn't. But I am 1 tier higher, yeah? And I had a very good start, so... It's not a good matchup against someone who can just stay on top of me and outbrawl me, but... was okay. Solid kill. Yeah. Felt good. The mobility, is difficult to leverage mobility advantage into a kill. And it did happen in the end. After he just to get away, I feel like he's kind of giving me like a... He's telling me, okay, now you can kill me if you want, because I don't have to be afraid of just his W, you saw it also. But until he E'd away from me, I am very worried. Because if I E and I don't hit it, his EW 100% killing me, right? No chance. Kami, what's up? Thank you for following. And we also have Zloro number 123. And we actually... Ooh, okay, this was a good intense moment. I hope that the raiders saw the power of the log of the Pog. Let me give a shout out to Mr. Kami Pog, who has Pog in his name. This is a perfect day. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I have opened your stream every now and again, here and there, so you are not a stranger, and you're very welcome to. I mean, you're very welcome to the stream. Obviously, thank you for the raid. It is amazing that you're raiding me on a day where I am playing the log of the Pog, and you have Pog in your name. Coincidence? I think not. So yeah, today is absolutely log of the Pog day, unless someone redeems channel points and for me to play something else. I love it. Absolutely love it. And it's a lot of fun. And as I've been saying, it's not so good for 1v1s, but you will be surprised, you know? I am not playing this just for memes. Haha, you know, streamer want funny challenge. This is, it started out that way, like a month ago. I played this for 1 or 2 days. It started out like a bit like memes, haha, streamer want fun. But legit, I was surprised at how good this is. And it is actually a good weapon. Not so good for 1v1s, but it's definitely good to manage all those missed situations where people are running around, 5 people trying to team up or a rat. Or I'm trying to team up or a rat. Because who knows? You can be on both sides of the table. Stasis encoded, thanks for following. And spears out. Everyone has a spear. Get your spears out for Pamoina. For subbing with Prime. I appreciate you, Pamoina. Who is this? Mr. Tier 6 Spear. Are you already fighting someone or can I have this dance? Nah, he's gonna get away. No. Don't mount up. I'm a friend. I'm a friend. I just have a different type of spear. Why are you so fast? Now, I will catch him eventually, right? I will be close to catching him, but he's on cripple, so if he really wants to go, he's out of here. The close doesn't seem too scary, but who knows. Okay, yeah, he's going for the exit since he dropped the wispy wisp. I'm tier 8, so it's okay. I am scary. This is, by the way, also a spear. I'm starting a petition today to make add Grovekeeper to the spear weapon tree. It's just a thick, girdy, proper spear. Or, as someone suggested earlier, there's a spear inside here, but you just have to take a knife and carve it out. But yeah, it definitely is a spear build. Saw your recent vid, man, really good. I'm so happy to hear that, Camille. I had definitely was very much struggling with the mental block of knowing that my videos that I put out now, in some ways, like the production value is not going to match what I'm used to, because when I just made videos without streaming, it was much easier to focus on how good it looks and feels, yeah? But I hope the content is still gonna be fun. And obviously I'm gonna keep getting better, yeah? So the videos will also become better and better. But I'm very happy to get positive feedback on that. Thank you. What's the ideal role of Grovekeeper in ZVZ? I cannot answer that question, because my understanding of ZVZ is my first month of Albion. As a beginner in general, I was playing a bit more with guild and social stuff. My first month in Albion, I joined the guild. Or was it second month? I don't remember. Anyway, I played with some other people. I tried other things. I joined one ZVZ. It took me about 15 minutes to understand it's not for me. I do not enjoy it at all. And part of it was because it's building on my other experience, like... I've played in other games also, like, you know, this kind of hierarchy-based, like, war thing. Like, for example, New World, you know? I tried New World at the beginning, and I played, like, in a very, very serious tryhard guild. So I kind of already have that experience where there's people who are super tryharding the team strategy, like who goes where, who's flanking, who's doing what. I'm not saying that's not my thing at all, but in Albion, I instantly felt I don't want more of this, yeah? I don't want some dude telling me what to do. And even if that's not the problem, even if the dude is being really nice because he needs to give orders, yeah, like in military the same. Even if I'm the guy giving orders, whatever, in the future, it still feels like my individual impact on the fight is just too small, yeah? I know ZVZ players will probably say, what the fuck, yeah? Like, everything depends on when I hit my E, yeah? Might be true, but I didn't feel that way. I didn't feel like I had enough impact. Whereas in solo PvP, I feel like every decision, I'm late, but for 1 second late with my critical spell, I get punished, and I love that feeling. But yeah, maybe someone else can answer. 900 million silver, do you do any econ? No. If you do exclamation mark silver, you will see my video where I say how I made it to 1 bill silver. When I started streaming, I had almost 1.2 bill. No, actually, no, 1.1 something. I've spent some money and I'm also pretty bad at actually selling stuff. Yeah, I have a lot of loot I have to sell. So I still consider mentally I'm way above 1 bill probably, but not that much, but a little bit, yeah. And it's all from playing Mists and other PvP content, but obviously it's not just from killing people, yeah? It's also taking chests or fighting people for objectives and stuff like that. I don't do anything, any econ related. I got my gathering, I got only my ore mining to level 8. And while I was doing this, I made like 4 million silver, maybe. Nothing else. Okay. And I'm actually, like, I am also too lazy to use buy orders or to sell items properly. So I'm actually the opposite of an econ player. Which matchups should I use energy shield for spear? Never used it before. I kind of suggest... My approach to spear right now is to have preset yourself on energy shield and then swapping to the special of your helmet when you need it. So when I was playing Duskweaver, I was preset on energy, but when I needed extra mobility to catch a kiter or to get away, I was changing to Duskweaver before the fight, yeah? If I use Stalker Hood, I have preset on energy shield, but if enemy has invis, I change to Stalker Hood, yeah? So I was thinking about it more that way, because energy shield right now, until the next patch, is super duper giga strong. It's very low cooldown and very valuable. They will nerf the cooldown though. Okay, so we have a build request from the Big Bad Owl. You can twice, this is the second one, so this is the last one for the stream. Every stream it's possible to use channel points to request for me to play a build. This is why I put Grove Keeper in the bank for a moment. We're gonna log the POG a bit more after a while. What is Big Bad Owl? What is your request? I don't see you writing it. You have not written it. Oh, there it is. Actually, I see it. Blood. Oh, we're going for that again, yeah? We're going for the dash around blood letter. So, if you request a build, I'm gonna buy it. I mean, those who are here know it, but for everyone else. If you gather enough channel points, you can request any build. I'm gonna buy it in tier 7. And I'm gonna play it for half an hour or until I die. And the build that Big Bad Owl is requesting is Blood Leather, Crypt Candle. I like it already. It's gonna be fun. Fey Robe. Ooh, okay. That is, I think... I didn't play it. This is very expensive for tier 7. So after the nerf to Fey Scale Robe that they're making, as I said already, Fey Scale Robe already not super popular for Mists, but it's gonna be... Nobody's gonna play this, ever. In Mists anymore. It's just too expensive for full loot PvP. But they're nerfing it because of depths, because in depths it is overabused. Call of Purity, yeah, okay, I know this. I've played this. It's the Bluetooth battle, you know? I have to win this fight by using my Bluetooth connection. If I go next to my enemy, I'm dead. Which is okay, but it is a difficult way to play. Okay, so I'm guessing I'm going for... actually, Omelette probably, yeah, because as I discovered, Cloth Armor and... what's it called? Cloth Armor and Eel Stew doesn't go very well together. So let's buy... How much is it? It's okay, since I spent so much on Fey Scale. I'm gonna buy Omelette, I'm gonna buy Poison Potions, obviously. I don't want healing potions, I want just extra damage. And for Cape, did you have some decision for Cape? Pot and food, whatever you want. Did you mention Cape at all? I don't see it. I can still go Smuggler's Cape here, actually. It's not terrible. It's not usually that good to put Smuggler's Cape with Poison Potions, but for this build, any extra damage is gonna be invaluable. And Siphoned Energy. In fact, I think I'm gonna do the overcharge strat right away and just overcharge. Although I don't know if people will fight me if I overcharge, we'll see. I really start to enjoy the Flamewalker stuff, to be honest. Be careful, Kenvar. Be careful. If you find something you love in Albion, something that's fun, play it. Absolutely play it. But be ready for a little bit of like hatred and backlash from a lot of the community, you know? Because Flamewalker, it's okay now, although it's still pretty strong, but it was for a long time after it came out until like last month. It was super strong, it was the obvious S-tier solo PvP weapon above everything else, and also very easy to play. So a lot of people, including myself, built up a little bit of resentment, like, oh, this guy playing the OP meta build, yeah, fuck that, yeah? Just saying, to be careful with that, be prepared that you're gonna have to own it. You're gonna be like, hell yeah, I play Flamewalker, the fuck's your problem, yeah? Of course, play it, play whatever you want, have fun in life and in Albion. I'm saying jokingly, but we also have on this stream, we have a bit of this rule already, that killing a Flamewalker is never minus karma, yeah? Even if I fully rat someone, always gonna get always gonna get plus karma for killing Flamewalker. I started 2 weeks ago, so I don't care what people say. That's a good attitude. I'm kind of jokingly saying, obviously, play what you want, yeah? But just, I'm just saying, Flamewalker is still in a good spot. But now you get really punished for missing your E. Where can I learn what to buy? I now just bought the cheapest cloth armor. I play Fire Tome. The best way to learn how to buy or what to use for your build, the best is to first of all treat it a little bit like jazz music or like some sort of art form, yeah? I don't have answers, even though we talk about it a lot and I have a lot of good insights. Any other experienced player or streamer you watch will give you a lot of good insights and ideas, but nobody has the answers. Your goal when you're kind of starting out is to learn the basics, just like, that's why I brought like jazz music, because it's classically used like as an example. You have to learn the rules before you start breaking them, you know, and creating your own style. It's a bit the same, yeah? So your idea is not to figure out the best possible thing, just look at anyone who's playing Fire Staff, if that's the weapon you like, and just copy their build and try to understand the basics, try to understand why are they using Tome of Spells. Or maybe ask someone, I can tell you. Fire Staff uses Tome of Spells often just because of Q1, because you can constantly spam Q1 and you become very strong. If you go Q3, you will find also in Mists, Fire Staffs in Q3 don't usually use Tome of Spells, yeah? If you get a bit more experience and you start like understanding the basics, then you can kind of improvise with it. Let's see. Wait, sir, wait. What is this? He's gonna run away anyway, right? Heavy crossbow. Ooh. I might just die to these mobs now. If he catches up, I'm just dead, yeah? Yeah, I thought something procced his... it was my potion, mostly. That was very, very quick. I think my potion procced his cleric. Because, if you didn't know, the damage that procs cleric doesn't get... He's not immune to that, yeah? So, if... after he clerics, I just E, because I know he's gonna die anyway. But unfortunately, my potion procced his cleric. So my E was boink against the wall. Okay, that was 2 minutes, so we can quickly do another one. Because it is kind of fun build, but it takes a while to get into it, because it's such a completely different playstyle from most other things. You are using a melee weapon, but you have to completely play like from a long distance. And because of Crypt Candle, I'm also so crazy squishy that so even the mobs are dangerous. This is a lot for tier 7 though, like crazy lot. But whatever. Let's do one more quickly. This is a redemption. After that, we're going back to Pog Log. I'm also not on Snapper. Snapper could be okay with this build. Maybe, you know what? Let's do the Snapper one this time. I have enough already mobility. I don't need to just omelet here. When are you starting the quarterstaff arc? I'm getting ready. By the way, Kenvar, thanks for following. It was a while ago, but I don't know if I said it. If I did, then double thanks. The quarterstaff arc, I'm getting ready. I am thinking about it, but I kind of wanted to get some Poglog fights and also for clips today. I usually watch the streamers that use the weapons I like. That's a good place to like just understand that no one has all the answers. Yeah, if you find someone who plays a lot of fire staff, look at how they play and you can ask them why are you doing it like that. Like there's some reasons and you'll get some understanding. Of course, a lot of people, like myself included, after some experience, you do things and you might not even always understand why you're doing it, but it might still be a good thing, but you don't fully understand. Very sad. We are all waiting quarterstaff. Is that true? I feel like there is enough pressure to quarterstaff. So, today is Friday. I changed my weekend around a little bit today. So, on Sunday, I'm going out, touching grass, by the way. You know, one day a week for you also. Go touch something. But, tomorrow I will be staying in at least afternoon for sure. So, tomorrow I will stream. So, maybe it's a quarterstaff day, actually. I think I have enough Poglog. Although it still runs in my veins as something I really want to do, but... Yeah, that's very like basic and good thing to think about. That my poison procced his cleric rope. I think it was a very long time ago that poison actually didn't work. And like, I'm a lurk for a while, Mr. Vic, and get some dinner. Thank you again for raiding and bon appetit, Mr. Camille. Oh, I'm a poet. I didn't know it. Yeah, have some good food. I hope you get that. You have that after stream satisfaction. Yeah, I don't know. I get that. But anyway, I'm not gonna keep you here locked in this conversation. So have some fun. But yeah, but for everyone else, that's the thing. Like after streaming, I get it's the same feeling. Like I said, I'm not very good at like working at a specific a stable job. Has never been my forte. But I've still had regular jobs. Like even though as much as possible, I've usually tried to like project based or client based stuff. But I still had regular jobs. And at the very least, after the working day is over, you have such a satisfaction. I don't know, I love it. I love the feeling of my brain being tired from working the day, yeah? Now, I don't know if it's like, if it's legit yet for me to say that this is like work, because it doesn't feel like it, yeah? And I don't, in terms of income, definitely, and I'm thinking of streaming more and more and more, but it doesn't feel like this like a job, yeah? But I definitely get the big satisfying feeling after a long stream already. Maybe just from talking the whole time, but I do get this like, oh man, it feels good to have done something, you know? I don't know. I have this. I think a lot of people who like, if you, depend on what your job is like, but if your job is at all challenging, I think you understand a bit what I mean. Like, it sucks a bit to have a long working day and then you don't have energy to do something else, but there is a bit of that extra satisfaction. Kenvar, thank you for subbing. Spears out for Kenvar. Wait. I'm gonna be the first to overcharge my spear in chat. And there we go. Right now, I'm just trying to find a comfy build for myself, so I try out all the weapons to see how they feel. Very good approach. At the end of the day, depending on which game you come from, Kenvar, if you come from an MMORPG, I can't say this enough, your weapon decision in Albion is nothing like other MMORPGs. I don't mean to discredit the fact that it's fun to be a specialist, but at the end of the day, your weapon decision doesn't matter. Like, you will change. You will change. You will play so many different things. You're not locking yourself out of any content. You will try different things. Even if you don't want to just play something else, you will still try different things. And whenever you play something, the experience you've built up on something else before is going to be valuable. Like, if you play Death Givers for first 2 weeks, whatever, and then decide, fuck this weapon, it's not for me, I don't like this playstyle, I'm a Frost main. The fact that you've played Death Givers is going to be invaluable experience in helping you become so much better in the future, in solo PvP, especially against Death Givers, but also in groups or like duos or whatever when the enemy has a Death Givers player. Overcharge my spear, yep, that sounds like a pretty good chatting up line. My spear is already overcharged, if you know what I mean. When to overcharge in Albion, Yonko, I actually have a whole video about that, where I go a little bit too in-depth, you know? I like to analyze things a bit too deeply. But in simple terms, I suggest that if you take a fight where you think you have a disadvantage, if you take a fight where you think you have somewhere between 20 to 50% chance of winning, if it's less than 20, don't take the fight, unless you are just hardcore, want content and attack everyone like I sometimes do, yeah? But if you decide to take a fight but you think you are likely losing it, I suggest overcharging, yeah? But it's kind of an economical decision, yeah? It's a decision for you to waste this 100k, but you're gonna kind of pumping out more of the same IP set than you otherwise would. If you have more than 50% chance to win the fight, I don't suggest overcharging, because, you know, don't make the fight easier for you, yeah? Easy fights will just make for bad players, yeah? It's better to take on the challenge. But important thing is that if the fight starts out, like you think you have a 50-50 chance of winning, or 60-40, you have an advantage in your mind, and then you completely mess up the first part of the fight, be willing to overcharge when that percentage win likelihood in your mind dips below 50 later in the fight. And don't overcharge less than tier 7, yeah? Don't overcharge tier 6, generally. Especially as a beginner. Yeah, if you're playing tier 6, better spend that 100k on actually upgrading one of your items. But I have a whole video. If you look at my channel, you have a video. It's called the underutilized difference maker in Albion Online PvP. Because it is a very underutilized mechanic that a lot of people don't overcharge enough, including myself. Kenvar said I played a lot of different games like League, Dota, WoW, and a lot of RTS games. Okay, so I would suggest that you think of choosing a weapon a bit more like choosing your champion or hero in League or Dota, yeah? Just to be clear. It's a bit more like you know, like if you play Dota, sure, you focus on getting better at one position, you choose a couple heroes if you're really tryharding, you choose a couple heroes to get better at, but you're not committing this is my life, yeah? So it's more like that. Choosing your weapon in Albion is more like choosing what champion you're maining, what role you're maining in League or Dota. It's not like choosing your class in World of Warcraft. It's not a big decision that defines your whole gameplay or playthrough. In fact, a lot of things, if you like to get into the right mindset for Albion, especially everything to do with PvP in Albion, a lot of us, and especially new players, I think would benefit from trying to build their understanding of Albion based on MOBA games more than based on MMORPGs. Albion is no doubt an MMORPG, but it is, in my experience, it's like a MOBA style extraction game first, with MMORPG built around that, rather than an MMORPG game first with PvP built on top of that. I maxed out Astral Staff for specifically fame farming. That's not bad. Astral Staff is very useful in a lot of different content. Not solo, admittedly, but for group, yeah? But look, by maxing out Astral Staff, not only do you have one weapon you can use in a group and be successful, you also have a good understanding of how arcane staffs work, yeah? So next time you fight against an arcane and they use Enigma Blade, you're not going to be like, a lot of beginners will be like, what the fuck is that? How did he just teleport away and dodged everything? What is this shit? It's unfair, yeah? You're not going to be in that situation that a lot of beginners will be. Because you've already played Arcane stuff, so you know that Enigma Blade, what it does, yeah? So, that's an example. And that's going to be very relevant for all kinds of content. A lot of mobile players love Albion, but a lot of MMO players don't love Albion. Yes, exactly, Bledress. But there's overlap both ways, yeah? There are people who are like... it overlaps between the two, like Venn diagram, yeah? But it's definitely... it's the competitive PvP side of Albion is definitely easier to get into when you come from MOBA as opposed to MMO. But everything else about the game, the trading, the refining, the guild-based content, diplomacy, building up, like even faming up and grinding up weapon, all of that is clearly better suited when you come from MMORPG. So it's a combination of two things, yeah. I feel like in my heart, Albion kind of... the reason I really liked it, I was looking for something with this sort of combat, yeah? But one reason I did like it is because I feel a little bit like I'm playing Dota, but with a lot less toxicity, by the way. I know some people in Albion are also toxic, like everywhere in the internet, but a lot less than in Dota, like gazillion times less. With a lot less toxicity and with the feeling of progress, yeah? Because after 10,000 hours of Dota, I still feel like my only progress in the game is my rank going up, which, you know, on some days it goes down a lot, yeah? And sometimes it feels like, why am I doing this? Like, it's just repeating the same thing over and over again. In Albion, like, initially what drew me is like, okay, I get the same kind of... I'm improving the same way I am at the MOBA game, but I constantly see the long-term progress, because just like in MMO, you know, the progression. I feel like my character gains fame, I get silver, there's a lot of other feelings, like maybe social aspect as well. I feel like I'm progressing through the story, kind of. Deathgivers or Bloodletter, what is better for you? For PvP, Deathgivers. For solo PvP, Deathgivers is currently the S+ tier best weapon for solo PvP, I think. Pretty much all tiers, especially middle tier and high tier. Bloodletter is very difficult. Bloodletter right now, after all the nerfs to mobility-based gameplay, Bloodletter, you have to be really good to succeed on Bloodletter. Unless you are just taking free kills, yeah? Unless you're just ratting or IP abusing against people who have no chance of fighting back. I guess you're just doing that you can do with Bloodletter still, yeah, kind of. It's not as good as before, but you can do that. But Deathgivers are just the best. Deathgivers with Q3 or Q2. That's the big thing. One reason why Deathgivers are so strong is because you have different tools for a lot of situations, but never Q3. The question is Q1 or Q... I don't think that poison was probably a waste. I did E to catch him, so it's gonna be difficult. Oh shit, misclicked there. No, don't slow me, guys. Come on, I am your friend. Nah, I can't catch him. I don't think I can catch him. Next time I have my E, I have to use it to gap close again, because my boots are not on sprint. Oh, I should just keep queuing. I'm an idiot, of course. So, Deathgivers are very versatile, and that's one reason why they are so good, yeah? But you're not deciding between Q2 and Q3. You're deciding between Q1 and Q3. Is that the exit already? And I put my cape on cooldown for no reason. Okay, leave then, leave then. At lower IP, Deathgivers with Q1 shine a bit more, because you are lower IP being brawl heavy and sacrificing your mobility to be a stronger brawler is good. Assassin Shoes Q1 Deathgivers are some of the strongest tier 6, tier 7 build, like among the strongest tier 6, 7 build right now. You can kill almost anyone, and you can kill much higher IP players as well. But as you get higher IP, mobility becomes more important, so mostly it's good to be preset on Q2 and dash, and then just adapt if something special, like if you have a specific matchup. FG Fun Funes, thank you for following. I appreciate all of you being here. I've said this many times, but I will never get tired of saying this. Albion for me has become, when I started streaming, Albion got to a new level of fun. I've always been very good at enjoying the game, because as I've said, I give myself freedom not to play. I've always given myself free. I have been, like most people, I've been addicted to Albion for a while at the beginning, but after that, I've always felt like, if I don't want to play, I'll do something else with my life. I'm not talking about taking a break for an hour. I'm talking about taking a break for 2 months. Yeah, I've always kind of had that freedom, but so I've always had fun when I play Albion. Yeah, because it's much easier to have fun if you don't feel like you have to do this. But now after streaming, I'm just enjoying it so much. It's gonna be a very difficult fight. Especially if he goes on Firewall, it's gonna be a very, very difficult fight. If he doesn't go Firewall, we'll see though. He can kind of run. Okay, he's changed to Firewall, so he's doing the right thing. He's just gonna run away, yeah. And that sucks, because I cannot do much else, yeah? I have to fight, like... This is the Bluetooth battle, yeah? The moment I get too close to him, I am dead. But we'll see. It's very difficult for me to understand the moment when I can finally commit. That's kind of the point of this fight, this build as well. Gay strat, yeah, he's not completely wrong, yeah? Hit him, actually. If he starts on top of me, I might already be dead, yeah? So we kind of need him to dismount. He's also 1 tier higher. And I didn't bring overcharge this time. I'm tempted to try out Shapeshifter, to be honest. There's only... I would like sign with 2 hands the suggestion to for someone new to play Shapeshifters for the fun and to experience different ways of playing Albion and different roles, especially if you're not playing solo. But there's one big reason why I cannot say like Shapeshifters are a good choice for beginner, which is that it is just all the Shapeshifters are more expensive. And as a beginner, even if you are going to end up playing a more expensive set later, you don't want to start off with an expensive weapon, because as a beginner you need the freedom to die a lot to actually learn the game and get good at it. And if every time you die, it costs a lot, that sucks. Man, this should be an impossible fight. I cannot imagine. For the love of me, I cannot figure out how I can take this fight, honestly. He's just gonna boots and that's it, yeah? That's kind of like what this fight will be like, yeah? Which is annoying for both of us. But not much I can do. I need to hit my helmet at least to start the fight off with a bit of damage, you know. He changed to correct W, which makes it easier for him to catch me. I wish I eat there. I should have eat there. I cannot just like single E win this fight, I think. With 1E. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. He also has 2 healing potions. I hope he overbaits and he waits too long with his healing potions. And too bad I don't have overcharge. That makes me a bit sad. It's very frustrating, yeah? And at any point he can kind of turn around and that's it. Exactly, and now if he boots us away, that's it, right? It's still a bit early, he can still turn into me very much, but... now I'm just dead, I think. I messed up my E. I went for the E because he let himself be less than 40% HP. He wasn't potioning. So I thought, okay, maybe I get to surprise him there, yeah? With the big damage. But since I missed my E, I should just be dead, but we'll see. I don't know what his cooldowns are looking like right now. I need a full reset somehow. Neither of us will have a cape, but even his next Inferno will kill me, you know? Just the Inferno Reflect will kill me. That's, okay, at least I got some good warm-up, and he's being a very good, like, he's being a champ about it. It's so annoying for him to take this fight. But if I didn't miss that E, it goes on cooldown. It goes on low cooldown. This is a Fisherman. Go, Fisherman, go attack him. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Did he actually, the Fisherman actually attacked him or no? No, I didn't, okay. Tenacity Shoes also proc off of poison pots. Yes, true. But I have to be very careful. So many times I wanted to use my Tenacity for damage, but if I use it just for damage, I don't have it later because I need some way to keep him off me when he's actually using his boots. Just came back and you're on 70 HP. We're gonna both have just one potion this time. So he's being a really good champ about it and like taking this fight, even though it's very difficult. He Inferno'd there. Okay, now I might be dead. Oh, never mind. He still walked into the fire. Okay, I might be okay then. At least I got my poison pot off. That's something, but he will have healing potion and he's gonna destroy me. Nah, he hit that. Next boots, I'm just dead, right? Unless he somehow walks into the fire circle. And I'm also gonna run out of energy this way, unfortunately. Nice, I broke his E at least. But I don't have energy to fight. I should have kept myself. I should have tried to survive long enough for full energy there. This is impossible. Okay, I should have waited. I didn't realize I need full energy, of course, because I'm on dash. That's the big thing. I should have waited full energy, not just full HP for the fight, for the second fight. And the big problem with this is like, okay, it seems like, oh, it actually wasn't that crazy. Like, it was kind of close. But this fight, the fact that it's so close, it's fully reliant on the carving wanting to give me a chance to kill him, yeah? At any moment, he decides, like, you know what, fuck it, I don't need this bloodletter in my life. He turns around and... But of course, that one time I eat, if I hit him with the E when he was under 40%, I think I'm winning that. Because he almost dies, and then I have another E in 13 seconds, so he won't even get 2 full healing potions. He was baiting way too hard. What tier are you playing? That was tier 7 Osiris, but that was like a channel point redemption. Yeah, I'm not actually playing Bloodletter. Today I'm playing Poglock, this build. But I do, you know that, yeah? If someone has the 15,000 channel points, for today's it's closed, yeah? It's only twice per stream. When I'm not doing some challenges, you can use channel points to make me play, and that was channel point redemption from the Big Bad Owl. This build that I played here, this one. It's not a bad build for Bloodletter. Too bad I didn't have Overcharge also. By the way, he's also tier 8, so maybe that's why he's willing to chase me so long. And I was not an omelette, but I feel like it's actually better maybe without omelette. I'm not sure. Omelette would have maybe been better, I'm not sure. I could have also gone for beefs too, actually, potentially, but I was on light armor. Was this a redemption? Yes. Oh, yeah, that's what you meant, Voodoo. Yeah, I thought you were like, am I redeeming myself in this fight? But no. Can we get some Heron Spear, Rayesh? I'm not excited to play it right now. I played it already on stream like a month ago. But at some point, yeah, Heron Spear is still one of the weapons I really, really love. But it's not... I feel like actually the Poglog seems like a joke, but is actually serious. Heron Spear seems like a seriously good weapon in theory, but is actually... I don't want to say a joke, but it's... Like Heron Spear is a bit the opposite, yeah? Heron Spear for Mists is weaker than it appears, unfortunately. Whereas Grove Keeper for Mists is stronger than it appears, in my experience. Can we make you play any build even if it's horrible? Yes, Osiris, absolutely. And I've already played some really weird stuff as well. I mean, it depends. Like most people, I think, if you redeem something, I think for me to play something, I think the idea behind that will be either you just want to see how I would play the build that you like what kind of things I would do. It's just half an hour, so it's not like I'm going to become a specialist, but still, yeah. Or you want to open my world to something new. Like this build I'm playing originally was a channel point redemption by Party Killer, right? Like more than a month ago. And I played it and I felt amazing, and I decided to add this to the list of things I really want to play, yeah? So, it's very likely that I will have at least some extra interest to any build. So far, every build I've been redeemed and have to play, I felt some feeling like, ooh, it's actually pretty cool, but none as much as the Grove Keeper. Grove Keeper definitely the most. I guess the other one that really kind of rocked my world a little bit was the Spear build that Hamster recently redeemed me, because he wanted me to play with Mistcaller and Cloth Armor, and I actually liked it so much that I started playing it more. Just to see, maybe this is a better strategy for one-handed Spear right now, and I think it actually was, yeah? So I guess there's been two, not just one, there's been two channel point redemptions that made their way into my heart. But even the other ones, I often feel like, ooh, I would actually enjoy playing this longer, but I don't know when. Like Quarterstaff, I felt like, oh, I definitely want to play this longer, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. And you can play them at basically any tier. I will buy it tier 7. Whatever you redeem, I will buy tier 7 and play it. But for today, it's closed. It's only twice per stream, and maybe in the future I will make it once per stream, because if more and more people get enough channel points, maybe I will see. Today it was second redemption. The first redemption I played was... I don't think I'm gonna find it. Yeah, this one, I did find it. The first redemption was this, which was actually also pretty fun. In this fight, I almost pulled out a 1v2 here, this death here. I was one spell away from killing him as well, and he ratted the 1v1. Essentially, they were trying to both kill me. So it was... the build was surprisingly stronger than I thought. It was the most regular Brawler Gloves build. Assassin Shoes over Sandals of Purity? No. Absolutely Yonko. Zero chance. For that previous build, Assassin Shoes is the last thing I want, because here, my only way to win the fight is to play from 2 screens away. The moment I find myself on top of the enemy, I have lost the fight, essentially. Most builds, yeah. Even against the Frost, he will brawl as good as well. I have light armor. I have no damage on my weapon, yeah, until I maybe with 3 stacks, okay, a little bit, and then my E. But my damage comes from my shoes, my helmet, and throwing poisons from far, essentially. Damn, I'm sad now that I ran out of energy against that carving. Because after I cancelled his E with my fire ring, if I had enough energy to keep playing a little bit, I think I have a chance to WE him next time my E is ready. Maybe kill him. Grovekeeper is kind of the reason I want to spec up hammers. Hammers in general are very close to AS tier. Yeah, hammers are, I've said this many times, hammers are for soloing open world or playing mists solo. Hammers will always be viable and kind of good, just by virtue of having the... just by virtue of having the W, where you slow your enemy as you are kiting away from them. Okay, he charged up his boots, but he ran the other way, interestingly enough. We need to kill the 7-3, I hope it's clear. The full spec 7-3, that's the guy that needs to die. This guy is now tier 8 overcharged. Oh, tier 7 gloves, tier 8 jacket overcharged. Interesting. I should have overcharged anyway already when the fire staff was on me. Let's see what happens. I also can't trust the fists. If I go for the fire staff, there's a good chance the fists will just want to kill me anyway. But if they fight each other 100%, I'm just helping the fists. I'm not going to... like, it's better for me. Even if I do this selfishly, I'm not trying to be like... I'm not trying to trust him or for him to trust me. But if I go this fully selfishly, all my interest is to make sure we get the kill on the fire staff. And if the fists kill me later, it's whatever, yeah. I'm risking 2 mil, a bit less than 2 mil, and the fire staff is like 10 mil, even without attunement. So yeah, just by virtue of slowing charged hammers are always viable in mists, and all hammers can compete. But, of course, some of them will just be able to abuse multi-way situations and rat and survive, and not so much straight up fight. I mean, Grovekeeper is an example, yeah? I am not very good at 1v1 fights, but I'm okay, at least. But still, I am much better at these multi-way weird situations. And you can play them at basically any tier level. Kind of, yeah. Low AP hammer doesn't shine. Like at low AP, the things like dual swords, fire staffs, even death givers, you have so many, you have so much more potential when you're low AP and you get attacked to defend yourself and get good kills from a defensive position, yeah? On hammer, you have to, like, you kind of need IP advantage. If you're relying too much on mobility, you need the IP advantage, yeah? I should probably overcharge for this, to be honest. I don't think it's a good matchup for me. Who knows, though? I can maybe dodge his E, but he can definitely dodge my E. He's also on triple kick still. So he's not worried about brawling me, he's more worried about making sure he can catch me later. And if we get close to each other, I cannot purge his Inferno. He will E my Inferno, yeah? So one thing I can do is, if he's on top of me, I can Inferno and then W away. I'm actually gonna try that if he gets close to me ever. Okay, never mind. He just E'd randomly. And now he can get away because of triple kick. With triple kick, the fight never really starts unless he decides that the fight is starting, yeah? But I don't think I'm in a position to let him hit a spell on purpose, you know? Did I hit him? Ah, click on him. Did I hit him? I'm not sure if I hit him or not. There's a chance I hit him. It's not a very attractive proposition. It's exactly like I was against the carving with the blood letter, yeah? He's gonna keep doing this until one day he hits all his spells, and then he feels like now is a good time to start fighting. Oh, this guy is keeping him in combat. Never mind, this guy is actually helping me a lot. Holy shit, okay. Then then it's a good thing I finally used my E, because I need to use everything just to get on top of him here. He's just gonna run away still, though. He's gonna run for the exit, probably. Yeah. The problem with triple kick... I'm also not super scared of him here. Although now if I E, he might E into me. Oh, never mind, he's still fully running away. I've caught double bladeds also with this build, so I have comparable mobility, even to triple kick fists, but at the end of the day, he's still much safer in this situation. Why is this guy not going for me? I am more valuable, right? I am more valuable and I'm not like so much stronger than I'm scary. I don't understand why this guy is not ratting me. I mean, I'm not gonna say no to it, but why? I mean, this doesn't help, unfortunately. Other than keeping him in combat, it doesn't help that much. Also, he's on energetic sprint, so you know he's never running out of energy. Actually, is he gonna E into me? At this point, I'm even not worried if he is, because I have already such an HP advantage from the guy who's helping me. And I'm gonna run out of energy. Unlike this fists, I am going to run out of energy. No, he dodged that. Okay. I mean, he's kind of running out of, like, at least he's lying low on energy, but no. Misses 1E and run. Yeah, but that's why he's on triple kick. So that he can take a fight until he's safe enough to... until he's sure that he's winning. That's why he's on triple kick. But also, if he's not on triple kick, then I'm gonna do the same thing, yeah? If he's not on triple kick, it's much easier for him to get an advantage in terms of HP, but then he will be stuck chasing me for 20 hours, yeah? Oh shit, I didn't mean to hit him there. He says only kite. Brother, you started 1v1 on triple kick. Don't right. He doesn't understand that's what happened, yeah? If he's not on triple kick, one of us dies, probably. Although, as I said, there's a bit of a risk that it's gonna be the other way around, that I'm just gonna run away from him, and that's it, yeah? But he's also much less scary to me when he's on triple kick. In fact, in the end, at some point I have to let him hit spells. Like on a spear, I feel this matchup so much better, like on a Daybreaker. I could actually allow him intentionally to hit an E, knowing that I'm still gonna win the fight, yeah? But on this matchup, I don't have anywhere near that level of confidence. So I'm not gonna just let him hit an E for free. Also, because one thing he can do on triple kick is hit his E and still do the same dance, yeah? So there's no guarantee that if he hits his E, he's gonna actually commit to a fight either. What hammer build would you run for a budget in Mace Thinking 4.1 or 26? I wouldn't run a hammer build at low AP. But if I had to, probably Tomb Hammer. Can't think of anything better. Probably Tomb Hammer. Tomb Hammer, and then hopefully you have money for some nice Hellfire potions. My plan is, if he gets on top of me, my plan is to Inferno and then W. Because the moment I Inferno, his brain is gonna tell him to E. But last time he tried to E from far, so it's a bit different story. But if he doesn't E from far, my plan is to Inferno and then dodge his E with my W. Because when I Inferno, it's like triggering his brain to W, you know? Haven't seen a hammer below tier 8 in a long time. Hammers are not that good at low IP because you don't have the kind of brawl potential to punish people who get really aggressive and attack you with their IP advantage. And that's something that makes low IP builds so much stronger. If you are low IP, using mobility to win a fight is... In general, using mobility to win a fight is difficult, but low IP it's even much more difficult. Maybe I should have Infernoed there as well, I'm not sure. It's not so clear. He still has 2 potions, yeah? I will have 1 poison, but he still has 2 healing potions. So, that's very, very dangerous. I got hit by his E last time because I was throwing a poison, yeah? And I couldn't W at this... I couldn't dodge his E at the same time. And this is why triple kick, you know? This is why he's on triple kick. Because now he can still get away, and next time he has E, I'm probably dead. I need to be a bit careful with my... I need to keep my W. I can't full on go after him. Because if I don't have my W, he's gonna turn around. But also he doesn't have a lot of damage, you know? I was ready, but my global cooldown said otherwise. Although, maybe not. Maybe I was just too slow. At least I didn't get my spells cancelled with it, yeah? Too bad. And luckily I have Undead Cape. If I had double Poison Cape, maybe I could have killed him before. So this is also my way of doing the same thing, yeah? I'm making myself a worse fighter at the cost of being a better survivalist in situations like between a lot of people, yeah? Like in multi-way, but also in a fight, yeah? Like this fight, if I didn't have Undead Cape, probably one of us would die, yeah? If I had Smuggler's Cape and I throw another poison, there's a likelihood he would have died already earlier. He was very late with his potions as well. But if I don't kill him with my Smuggler's Cape, he definitely kills me. Ended up going neither way. I don't want to overcharge for this. He's tier 7, everything except his armor, and his armor is tier 8. If I dodge that E though, he's dead, so at least I have that going for me, yeah? In the end there, if I do dodge that E somehow, which should be my focus absolutely, he's dead. Oh, I used boots, that's what happened, yeah. I mean, I wanted to use boots, yeah. My plan was I boots into him, that procs him to E, I dodge the E, and then I kill him, yeah, I remember. Actually, it wasn't global cooldown, I just wasn't good enough at reacting, because my brain already had a different plan, yeah? It happens sometimes as well. So I think this time it was just a bad reaction, because I was obsessed, like not obsessed, but I was waiting, okay, I'm gonna boots, and then he's gonna E. Did you see the patch notes about the change when getting dismounted in the mist? Yes, we looked at all the patch notes earlier today, Ozerios on stream as well. Yes, big change. If you're playing mists, there's a lot of good balance changes which will be interesting to notice their impact. But one big change specifically for mists is that if you get dismounted with damage in the middle of a fight, yeah? So if you're a rat, if you get dismounted on someone who is in a combat already, so the same rules as if you normally would get 15 seconds if you dismount yourself, yeah? If you get dismounted by damage in the middle of a fight in mists, this just applies to mists, then for 10 you get a debuff. And for 10 seconds, you deal 50% less damage and your 50% less CD duration, yeah? Sorry, not CD, CC duration. So your stuns and slows will be 50% less, and your damage will be 50% less. Which means that this is a huge nerf to the kind of ratting where you go in the middle of a fight and try to get dismounted on a horse. It won't stop Goldstein dismounting on someone with 1 bar. Of course not, yeah. And the point is not to remove rats from the game. Rats are part of it. Ratting is always going to be part of the game one way or another. The point is just make it a little bit less frustrating and don't make it a bit more difficult to get like just full-on free kills by standing in the middle of a fight, yeah? You can still go off screen and rat like that with mobility. If enemy is very low, you can still just get dismounted in the middle of it. But get ready, after that patch actually drops to live server at some point in the future, there will be at least a couple days where rats will be free food, because they will not have used, like, their brains will not have gotten used to this change. So a lot of people will dismount themselves that way and then realize, holy shit, why am I not doing any damage? 10 seconds is a lot of time. If you look at those Goldstein clips, yeah, that sort of ratting, usually he's gonna use he's gonna do his full combo, especially him with like so much experience with curse staff and being so efficient with his spell casts. He does all his QQ, E, Q type of thing, usually within 10 seconds, yeah. And this guy is gonna probably use night boots after the patch. Not guaranteed, but night boots are also coming back, or coming not back, but they're gonna be much more popular for these sorts of builds. From your experience, how is loot of mist camps versus corrupted dungeons? Interesting. Honestly, I think corrupteds were a bit better. The couple days I played corrupteds, but the only loot that I felt was good in corrupteds was the loot you get when you kill a player, but not from the player. I mean, from the player you get whatever they are playing, yeah? But the loot you get from why are you following me? The loot you get from the monster when you kill a player. There's this extra loot that you get, yeah? So that loot seemed pretty good, like really good. But the rest of Corrupted doesn't seem very valuable. Although, I've seen a clip recently when someone got like a 8.4 item also, so you can always get very lucky. So that loot I think is better than Mist Camps. I mean, Mist Camps, almost everything. Mist Camps suck in terms of loot. Mist Camps are not good for loot right now. But Mists in general seems kind of still okay, especially if you count the Nightfall Abbey as to the average. Yeah, Nightfall Abbey chests are pretty good. At least for me, they have given me a lot of good stuff. And I'm not just saying a couple lucky drops. That also counts, of course. But on average, Nightfall Abbey chests have been kind of okay to me, yeah. There was good loot apparently during the buff day for CDs. It was about 2 days. Oh, okay. I mean, the CD loot was buffed anyway last patch, but I think they primarily buffed the demon loot. Why is he following me? Tell me, what is happening? You have 0 specs. This is why people say, oh, it takes so long to spec up a weapon, yeah? Because if you spend 75% of your time, instead of hitting mobs, following someone that you saw on your screen, ta-da! It's gonna take you 2 years to spec up your crossbow. Mist camps are surprisingly the best for getting favor solo though. Did not know that. I don't know what the open world favor is like, although I am gathering quite a bit of favor, but I don't know how it compares to open world. I'm trying to get to 1.1 mil and open a bunch of chests. I might start playing Mists again. I feel like the best reason right now, the best reason to play Mists is for fun of PvP, yeah? For the fun of playing this sorts of 1v1 or 1v5 or 1v1v1 fights. Everything else is kind of secondary. Like the PvE objective is secondary. If you're not obsessed, but you know, if you're focused on making silver, Mists are... It's like it has to be your secondary goal, yeah? Number one has to be the PvP. Mists right now for PvP is super good for learning, yeah. Mists and Corrupted are still good for learning the basics of the game for sure. In Corrupted you learn all the basics of a 1v1 fight, even though a lot of builds in open world and Mists will be completely different, but still you learn what spells do what counters what people are gonna do with their purge, stuff like that, yeah? And Mists are very good at teaching you playing the open world setting, meaning that there is so much room, mobility matters, playing around other people matters, noticing what's happening on your screen is very important. Mist will teach you those basics, yeah? So there's a lot, both of those contents have a lot to teach, but some of the things you learn in Mist, you can only apply in Mists, because open world, you have to learn new things because there's a lot of groups. And a lot of the things you learn in Corrupteds, you can only apply in Corrupteds, because in Corrupteds, people can't just run away the moment, like this Fists guy. In Corrupteds, you won't see the Fists guy just miss one E and just run the whole map, yeah? Or the other way around, yeah? If he hits it, I'm gonna start running away, yeah? In Corrupteds, that doesn't happen as much. So you might get the wrong idea that dodging the enemy's E is very important, because then you win the fight. Where in reality, if you go Mist, people will just kite and reset until they finally do hit an E. So you might have a bit of a wrong understanding of how humans play Albion, essentially, what psychology is. You would think the open world would be more, but it's not. This is about favor. Yeah, I don't know. Someone recently did suggest something for favor, which I was surprised by, but I don't know. I don't remember if it's open world. Myths right now for PP is super. Oh yeah, we talked about. We read that already. I still have not gotten an answer, but I also haven't really asked anyone. I'm just throwing this question out into the ether every couple of streams and hoping that one day the universe will bring me an answer. And the question I'm referring to is not confusion, but my kind of my hope to understand one day, how does Mist's matchmaking work? I don't mean some sort of matchmaking based on skill or IP or something. I think that's mostly just conspiracy theories, yeah? But how does the game decide which myths to put people in and how many myths are even created? I still don't have any idea about that. The reason this is relevant is because myths should not feel empty during downtime, right? Because it's not like open world, it's the same amount of open world maps at any time of the day, right? So if there's 25,000 people logged into EU server, the maps will have more people than when there's 10,000 people logged in and the same amount of maps. But myths can be generated based on the amount of people, yeah? So there is some argument to say that myths should feel as full regardless of how many people are online. Just like your game of League fill is 5v5. Even if there's only 10 people playing, of course, searching for game will take a long time if nobody's queuing, but essentially, if there's 2,000 people playing League in your region, you will wait for a game for a long time, but then it will be 5v5. If there's 2 million people playing League, it will still be 5v5, yeah? So the somewhat similar logic, I feel like, should apply to myths, right? When it's very low time and there's not enough people, the system would just create fewer myths and it will end up being the same density of PvP and players. But it's clearly not exactly like that. So that gets me always curious. I'm not trying to be critical of the system at all. I'm trying to first understand it and then see if there's, like, if that system makes sense or not, yeah? Imagine myths, but it's like 25 players in one map. That would be so sick. But the thing is, right now, I don't even know if there's 12 players in one map. Like, you often run around Mist and it seems like there's just 2 people in this whole Mist, like one gatherer and me. And then sometimes I run around and there's like 6 people trying to fight for a chest and another 5 people on a camp. So I don't know how the Mist decides. And how does the system deal with, like, I'm changing Mist right now. How does it deal with that? Does it replace does my spot get filled by someone? Or is it that if I left the Mist, now there's like an empty place there forever? So maybe the reason why this Mist like the last Mist felt empty is because a bunch of people zoned into that, looked around the camps and just left. And they're not being replaced, yeah? I have no idea. All of those things are very theoretical. Just my head thinking of potential possibilities. No idea how it actually works. But it would be very nice. I know to some extent the game developers definitely don't want to release the exact details because that will make it more abusable by people who want to team. Teaming for me doesn't matter so much if I'm playing tier 7, tier 8, but at 8.3, 8.4 it's a real thing. There are some people who legit try to team in Mist because they try to kill other 8.4s by going, 8.3 together. I learned this recently seeing, talking to Dante and seeing like some of his friends warning him that there's currently like 2 8.4s. And most like top players know who is doing that. So anyway, making it too easy for people to abuse some sort of mechanic to make sure they get into the same Mist or like make it easier for them to ruin the Mist experience is a problem. So releasing the exact data maybe is not good, but giving a general understanding of how Mist's matchmaking works would definitely clear up some of the confusion I have around why sometimes I'm running around and I'm feeling like nobody's there, and sometimes I feel like Mist after Mist there's a lot of people. And sometimes this happens during the same time slot. Sometimes it happens like one Mist is full and the next one is not, yeah? So there's some logic there that I don't fully know. Hello Victor, how are you today? What's up? Mr. Umph. Or Mrs. Umph. I'm good. I am logging some pogging today. I wish I had some more people to log right now, but generally the day has been full of fun. I mean, last time I played Mist was it the only? It wasn't the only time I wasn't like that, but there was at least last stream kind of stood out where I felt like, you know what, I'm not feeling Mists, so I went and played Corrupted instead. Also, I still have depths, I have not fully explored depths yet. They're still fun to be had for me as a solo death there, so if I get really tired I can do that, but right now it's Mr. Amph. Oh, Amphi, sorry. The 3 at the end stands for an E, I see. well, happy to have you. And yeah, the day is good. It's also good because it's Friday, even though it doesn't mean that much for me. You know, I don't have this regular Monday to Friday work week. And by the way, tomorrow I'm hoping to be productive in the morning and then stream in the afternoon, yeah? So it's not like I'm like knowing it's gonna be crazy relaxation, yeah? On Sunday I'm gonna have completely free day from everything though. So anyway, it shouldn't feel that good, but it still feels good to me that it's a Friday. I was today 5 hours in mist going in from back zone hideout and I found 2 legendary mists. Legendary tier 8 mists and a lot of epic tier 8 mists. Nice. Well, I don't go a lot into legendary mists because a lot of people there are not looking for PvP, you know? They come from Black Zone or from Roads of Avalon, not from Brazilian, so they are not there for fights. They're often there for other stuff. So I have actually skipped some legendary mists on purpose, but I know it's a very valuable thing. If you are ready to gather or you are ready to kill those crystal monsters, I think it's a very valuable thing to find a legendary wisp. Mists sometimes are just horse simulators. Running around for 30 minutes without any action is so disheartening. True, Carl. Yeah, true. Absolutely true. The only kind of saving grace is that at least... Maybe this is like a stupid, like, you know, rat brain or like... not rat, but monkey brain. But at least one thing that kind of makes Mist still fun even if you're running around is because there's constant possibility. Maybe, you know, just around the corner something interesting is waiting for you. So, like, if you do a PvE dungeon... or if you play depths, then there are times when you also have downtime, but you'll know exactly what your next 10 to 15 minutes are gonna look like. Whereas here, like in Mist, you always have this extra hope and cope that maybe the next most funnest, best fight of my life is just around the corner. Yeah. Is Realmbreaker a tank weapon? I don't think so, but that question is better asked to someone who plays a lot more group PvP than me. From my experience with small scale, I don't know much about ZVZ at all, but my experience with small scale, I've never seen Realmbreaker played as a tank weapon. But it's it's like a tanky melee DPS with a very important function for a clap, obviously, because you cut the enemy's HP. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, I feel like Daybreaker is also like, I say that you can play Daybreaker in small scale, maybe not the most try-hard weapon, but it can be played, and you end up being like a tanky utility melee DPS. I think Realmbreaker is also like a tanky utility melee DPS, but it's definitely, it's not a full-on tank by any means, yeah? You don't have any CC, any way to defend your healer, or something, or like to, I mean, okay, you have a bit of a CC on your E, but... Bloodletter like this give the rest of us a bad rep. I was also playing some bad rep Bloodletter before Sushi. I don't know if you saw. This was Channel Point Redemption. This build here. To play this, you know, for half an hour. So I was also giving Bloodletters a bad rep by having to take a fight from a Bluetooth distance. Wireless combat. Bloodrest says no. Realmbreaker is a small scale weapon. It's also an Ava raid debuff support weapon. Yes, okay, well, for Avalonian, like, yeah, for like PvE, like Avalonian dungeons, yeah, for sure. You usually need some sort of like HP cut, I think it's called, yeah, so Realmbreaker is good for that, yeah. But in small scale, there are still tanks, just so we're clear, Bloodrest. If the question is Realmbreaker a tank weapon, your answer, no, it's a small scale weapon, just to be clear, yeah. I mean, you probably know this better than me, yeah. But to clarify for everyone else, in small scale, you still have tanks, yeah. You can have a full-on tank even if you're in a group of 4 people, yeah? You can have 1 healer, 1 tank, and 2 DPS. Are you fighting me? Tier 7 bow. Strider of the Sky. Come on, brother. Try it. Maybe you kick my ass. Try it. Try it. Please, try it. If I get on top of him with my W, I am gonna win. Probably. But if he keeps me at a distance, I'm gonna lose. Heavy mace is and regular mace are best PvP tank weapons. I guess. I don't play enough to rank them, but some of my friends that play small scale often use Great Hammer still. Often use Great Hammer on their main tank. Wait, you don't have... it depends on the comp, right? On maces, what is the thing you're using? Air compressor, yeah, this is the big thing, yeah, you don't have on hammers. like such a good. You need to... Okay, this is actually amazing also, this geyser. I think that's why maybe they play also Great Hammer. I think that the friend that plays tank actually often plays geyser to save his friend, like to save teammates from being like one shot, yeah? So it's maybe a bit less like a tank and a bit more like a general utility. No, for PvP and maces you want snare always. Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah, air compressor is just for PvE. I thought air compressor is used for PvP also to get a good clump, but I guess people who are that tryhard about it just use Earth Rune now. You see the Bloodletter is standing. If you want to play, like if you ask is Bloodletter good at lower AP, this is going to be your playstyle, yeah? Just running around for 3 hours, hoping that other people are going to get into a fight, yeah? He's just walking around this whole time. He's not even specking up. Because he cannot fight me, obviously. He cannot fight anyone, even his own tier. He can only run after people, hoping that maybe those guys are going to get into a fight with each other. And then after that, it's still a maybe, he can somehow rat one or two of the kills. Geyser is a good option, but the slow is mostly better to catch. Yeah, for sure, you're right. I think the Geyser, the idea of Geyser is pretty much... I mean, it has other utilities, obviously, to cancel spells from your enemy, so it's always useful. But I think a big idea of Geyser is to surprise people, so that you can actually put your range DPS on healer kind of in front for a moment, so that they bait in all the enemies to clump themselves, sort of, to one-shot your healer, and then you save them with Geyser and you turn it around. I think that's the idea behind it. But I'm not sure how good this is. Maybe this is just something that, if you get good at it, you can really make it work in a group. But it might not be a objectively good strategy. I don't know. If you clump a Geyser, it's really good for one shot. Oh, also that. Okay, if you clump the enemy, okay. While you're taking the fight, these kids wait for 1 hour just to make like a meal. Okay. That was the comment about the Bloodletter bag drop. Yeah, you're right. Okay, Sushi. It's actually exactly what I also wanted to say about this Bloodletter, yeah. Yeah, of course, I took the fight. This was actually like a not hopeless fight. I ran out of energy in the end. But also before that, I was just running away from him, doing damage. But that's the only thing I can do. For like 2.5 minutes, I was just running around with him. He got definitely very frustrated already. But in the end, I ran out of energy, so I couldn't keep running. Can I play Mist Piercer in PvE? I think it can be good. Want to try it, never playing much bows so far. For PvE, okay, if you're looking for just... In PvE, you can play anything, yeah? If you're not looking at PvP at all, you can play anything. But of course, like, some things are worse. Yeah, Mist Piercer is going to be good enough for PvE, yeah? Nothing amazing, but good enough, yeah? Definitely you can do it. Go play Mist Piercer for PvE. And you can then combo it with some... If you have friends who want to play some sort of lockdown, like some sort of CC, tanky, frontliner, to clump or even just stun some enemies, then you can even play Mist Piercer in group PvP. In solo PvP, it doesn't really work. Some sort of meme one-shot maybe, but even then, not really that good. Glebatikot. Thank you for following. Maybe not only PvE. I'm trying to do much PvE, but sometimes if anyone attacks me, Mist Piercer good at PvP. Not really, no. Nothing I mean, it's not like it's terrible. You can play it, but nothing about it. Like for solo PvP, we're saying, yeah. Like for group, Mist Piercer can fit into some interesting strategies, but for solo PvP, it's not really that strong because all your eggs are kind of in one basket. Like, you can do the same thing as most bows and just kite successfully, and you're still doing damage as you're kiting away. But then, if you do want to go for a big combo, you need to be careful, because your enemies will have some defensives, or just dodge it, and your big E will kind of not happen. And it's not that difficult. For someone who's played the game a little bit, it's not that difficult to see Mist Piercer and be ready for their E. For 2 to 5 groups, absolutely, Mist Piercer is very good, yeah. Just make sure you have something in your comp that can hold your enemy in place so that you can do the big E damage at the right moment. And then your focus is primarily doing that big damage, essentially. Oh shit, they are actually fighting. I'm afraid they're going to team up on me, though, which is going to suck. Oh, this is not the same bow from before. This is a tier 8. Before it was tier 7. Well, I used a bunch of stuff. Do you think that we can fight now? You see, the Bloodletter is still here. Like, this time I'm killing mobs, you know, I'm looking for fights. He is still just running around and hoping. Hoping for a free kill. At least now he's... Maybe I'm kind of undermining my own idea here, because now I'm giving the Bloodletter some fun that he doesn't deserve. Let's see if he uses his Frost Shot aggressively at any point or not. I still need to buy time for cooldowns, obviously. Otherwise, I should be running towards him more, but... I'm not ready for this yet. That was a bit too early. That was mostly for Poison Potion, but it was a bit too early. You see the Bloodletter. Maybe free kill, maybe free kill. And the Bloodletter now going for the free kill. It's true, he's actually giving a bad rep to all Bloodletters. I was going to fight him, but the bow didn't want to let me. Like you saw, I was trying to kill the Bloodletter, but the bow decided to kill me. So I'm forced to set up for a fight with him, yeah? I'm gonna run out of energy if this fight takes too long. He completely missed his E, so I had very good start, but it's pointless. This fight is not satisfying, because when I start winning, the Bloodletter will just be back to ruin everybody's day again. Does that Bloodletter now needs to get a job? Well, that's the thing, like, playing like that, it is kind of a job, yeah? Like, obviously if he's playing tier 6, he's not like an RMT or double-bladed, but playing like that, just for, like, trying to squeeze out a bit of silver without any fight, just to like following people until you get the chance to red, it does feel a little bit like working at McDonald's. Maybe I'm wrong about this and everyone enjoys different things. Some people don't enjoy the kind of things that I like in video games, yeah? But to me it feels a bit like grinding away at McDonald's. Now I can respect that a lot, yeah? You're putting yourself through like mentally very dull, constantly like doing the same boring thing just for an extra bit of like money. But in real life, that's inevitable. You have to do that. Like, it depends on your life, yeah, but I've had to take jobs where I hate the fact that I have to do it for 8 hours. But I do it. Not a lot, admittedly. I've been kind of lucky, but I have had to do it occasionally. So I understand at least some of the motivation. But I don't know. Doing it in a game, it really feels like then you're better off actually going to work at McDonald's and making real money. So boring, yeah, exactly, Sushi. And it's not fun for anyone. This is tier 7 overcharged, yeah. Okay. He used Invis and I still have my Inferno. Bro, fuck off. I wish this... Okay. Oh, that's interesting. There's an 8.3 there. I hope the Bloodletter understands the assignment. Nice, the Bloodletter fully understands the assignment. But he's gonna steal the kill with the E. Unfortunately, I cannot get the kill from the Bloodletter. Okay, he missed his E. Oh, the guy just ran away. Okay. I think it's a reset moment, but I'm not sure. Since I'm under 40% HP, I don't have Inferno, I don't have a healing potion. I am too vulnerable to just dying if he eats me there. I'm gonna reset and try again. And maybe next time I don't have to dismount him, you know? Because remember, a lot of this shit starts when I dismount him. At least he understood the assignment very well. Like, he went full on for the 8.3. If there wasn't an exit right here, I think the 8.3 might be dead. It wasn't like a very high mobility 8.3. Pure player. Amazing. I love you. Not the build I would choose, but still amazing. Maybe fight now. Last time, remember, I dismounted him, yeah? So I had to start kiting right away. And he started with E, and his hope is to kill me with his second E. If I don't dismount him, I would love that fight, but unfortunately, he does not want to fight unless he gets dismounted. Maybe the Heron Spear wants to fight. Heron Spear I can dismount. If I hit the E, he's dismounted, but the exit is also close. Hey Vic, what's up, Glebatikot? I want to spec up bows so I could play Badon. I don't like mists, more like solo roads for 463, and I don't know if it's even worth to craft for 4 mob fame for each one of them. I have the money. I wouldn't do that, but it's up to you. My approach to PvE is play the weapons, not focus on PvE, not focus on faming up super fast, but focusing on playing the weapons that I enjoy, that I also want to PvP with, and just, like, you know, time flies when you're having fun. I'm building up. At some point I had like 90 million fame credits, plus all the tomes, all the books, the untradeable books you get from chests. I would save them and then use them on the weapons that you don't want to play, yeah? So I would not worry. And definitely, like, your Roads of Avalon, I mean, you can do it, yeah, but if you're gonna go play 4-4-6-3 and you're still kind of newish, you're gonna hinder your progress in the game a lot, because you're gonna constantly be worried about dying. First of all, if you get ganked, you're gonna die anyway. But secondly, if you have an opportunity to take a good fight, you're just gonna, you know, you're just gonna mess up the fight because you're worried about losing your stuff. It's very likely. So investing too much money, I wouldn't suggest it. That. Did you 120 spec any armor, weapon armor? I have 120 in the regular spear. Yeah. This is just like to show off my kind of love and pride for spear. Yeah. It's not because it's a good strategy. If you play not just mist, but if you play mostly mist like I do, going beyond the, like, I put 110 now because it still seems kind of okay, but going beyond 100 spec always comes with a bit of a risk, because people, when I'm playing one-handed spear and they see that I have full spec, like full spec, people are less likely to fight me. Yeah, they don't know who I am, but they see a guy with 120 spec in the weapon they're playing, and they are more afraid. Like, this is not as scary, that this kind of star. Actually, what's your opinion on bear paws in current mists meta? No. Very bad for solo PvP, unfortunately. I mean, bear paws don't work in mists. Bear paws work in open world if you're looking to gank and dismount people. But in mists, you're not good at 1v1s. Like, you are okay, but nowhere near as good as most meta weapons. And you also don't have, like, the weapons that suck at 1v1 fights usually make up for it by having extra mobility to be able to reset fights, force good fights. Bear paws don't even have that to make up for it. So bear paws are very rarely played in solo mists, and there's a, like, it's a good reason why. It's only good to 120 spec weapons that are capable of consistently dismounting enemies. Yeah, that is one thing. Yeah, if you can dismount very well, then you're less worried about people not fighting because you can force them into fights. But also, if you constantly play 6-3 plus, speccing up weapons is a better idea, because at higher level, fewer people will be worried. Yeah, like if you run against a lot of experienced players on average, they're not gonna care. Yeah, okay, sure, maybe it's like one little part of consideration, like the enemy has full specs. But, like an experienced veteran is not gonna decide not to fight you just because they think you are also experienced, yeah? Plus, when you play like 7-3 or 6-3 plus, let's say 7-3, 8-3 stuff, like being a little bit stronger, having that extra edge is worth it, yeah? Because in the fights that you are gonna take against other 8-3s, 8-4s, very valuable potentially kills, you want to be as strong as possible, yeah? But if you play mid-tier, like I am right now, Tier 7, Tier 8 I play a lot. Having more specs would make it more difficult for me to have fun and make money, because if I had this at 120 spec, less people would fight me, and number two, those people that do fight me would also fight a lot more carefully and be much more willing to, you know, reset, run away, stuff like that. Snow Wavem, thank you for following. I appreciate you. I'm really digging your playlist. Nice, I like it. Yeah, I've gotten some good feedback on this, yeah. The music that I play on stream is the music that I actually pay to use. Not a lot of money, but, you know, it's... I don't do this thing where I play copyrighted music and then just make sure that it doesn't show up on VODs, yeah, because I want to be fully legal. Having studied law myself, it's a bit of like a weird quirk of mine, yeah. So I don't play the music that I don't legally cannot play. Even though, obviously, those big labels as well as Twitch don't really care if you play copyrighted music during the live stream, as long as it doesn't get saved to the VOD. Most of them don't care, but you know, I still don't want to like walk that edge. But a lot of bows are not bad for soloing, yeah? For PvE focus while still doing PvP. Bow of Badon is better for PvP, but also okay at spec. All bows are kind of okay, yeah? Regular bow, Sky Strider. Like, I guess Sky Strider and Badon are not amazing at PvE, but at least very good at PvP if it comes to that. Then you have regular bow, which is kind of good at both. Okay, at least. Yeah, it's not terrible. Yeah, bows are not amazing at PvE, but they're not terrible either. Definitely viable. But you also have things like longbow, which is not bad at PvE at all. And potentially can be okay at PvP, but don't buy longbow 4.4. I think it's a bit of an overkill. I think that playing a weapon that you enjoy, where you are also willing to take some PvP fights, is going to be a bigger buff to your fame per hour than the 20% you get from the Awakening. Like, I would get a lot more fame playing one-handed spear and just racking up fame credits and those fame tomes, as opposed to playing like a glaive, which I absolutely don't want to play. Playing a glaive, but having 20% extra fame on that glaive. Because with the glaive, I'm gonna feel unhappy. I'm not gonna be able to farm as freely because I have to be very careful of all PvP encounters because it sucks at PvP completely. So stuff like that. What are your thoughts on staying on 100 specs? Do you think it's true that more people are... Okay, that's exactly what we just talked about, right? We literally just had the conversation. Exactly that. And the answer is yes. Like, literally last 2 minutes, I said that exact thing. Maybe your message was before, but I feel like I just saw your message. Like, it just popped up. I don't know. Yes, but that only applies in mists, yeah? The thing that people don't fight you with when you see that you have high specs. I mean, it applies a little bit outside of mists, but very little. It's mostly just the mist thing, because in mists, people have nothing else to go on, except they see your specs. Oof, tier 7 full spec. Can't imagine how I could ever win this fight. Tier 7, what? 7-4 with 6-3 armor. What is this? Is this a good strategy? He still has his cape, and I don't have the good buff either. I need to be a bit careful here. Yeah. Next time he has W, I'm just dead here, yeah. He has W now, and he's gonna E me. I'm dead. Why aren't you killing me? 7-4 weapon, what the fuck? I mean, I had to try it just because... if he messes up completely, 7-4 weapon is just ridiculously expensive for that tier. Also, I should have overcharged right away. What is he cooking? This is ridiculous. 7-4, tuning 7-4 weapon, but playing 8.1 armor. His weapon is like twice as much as expensive as everything else together. Yeah, like his whole build is. Okay, he doesn't have that many attunements, but the weapon is 10 million even without attunements, and everything else he bought together is like 2 mil, yeah? His weapon is like 5 times more expensive than his build on 4 times. Kids need to get off Stalker Jacket. Well, okay. I think of the top active players right now on EU, if you look at this, if there is one guy that proves that Bloodletter can still work, like legit, it's this guy. Like one of the few people who is so good on Bloodletter that he wins 8.3 versus 8.4 fights, 8.4 versus 8.4 fights, not abusing mobility, not just using Stalker Jacket and, you know, kiting with cooldown reduction. This is legit, like, when I say that Bloodletter is still viable, but it's super difficult to play, you have to be an amazing player. This is what we're dealing with. Like, this guy makes it work. So, it is... this is not one of the kids just abusing Stalker Jacket. Him personally, because I know his name and I've seen some of his fights as well. Like, legit, very legit fights, yeah? in no way trying to use or abuse something. But yeah, I'm surprised he didn't care about my Inferno at all. I guess he just knows that when he gets to 40%, it's... Also, he had his dash. When I used my E, he still had his dash. Maybe I need to E against his Stalker Jacket, but I can never get away from him, unfortunately. And the 7-4 fucking hurts, yeah? It's kind of ridiculous to have this build, because if I had like a 4-4-6-3 Daybreaker, you know, he's definitely risking like ridiculously much, comparing like to how weak he is in theory. But this is not the build to punish this weird Bloodletter strategy, unfortunately. I cannot even brawl him, yeah? I would like to be able to at least brawl him, because I can never run away from him. But I cannot even brawl him. Okay. Is it time to awaken? The thing is, I don't think I'm gonna get anything better with an awakening than I am getting on a tier 8. Okay, let's do one like this. Let's do one with awakened. Yep, this is good. Jacket of Tenacity. I'll buy Jacket of Tenacity. Do I have a satchel here? I do. I hope it's set up. No, it's not set up. Then... Oh shit, I had Undead Cape also. I'm an idiot. I forgot I could just Undead Cape away. I was still trying to fight him, of course. Yeah, I haven't used Undead Cape for a long time, so I keep kind of messing that up as well. I'm gonna go Undead Cape again, I think, with 6-3 and try to abuse it. Do I do 2 healing potions, actually? Instead of 6 flat pot? Did he have 6 flat pot, actually? No way. Oh, he did have. This is some sort of Giga Troll. But as I said, like, this is a dude that consistently plays like 8.3, 8.4 Bloodletter, and plays it not just to kill lower IP. Of course, he attacks everyone lower IP as well, but he fights other 8.4s, yeah? So this is not like a dude who is clueless and just trying to make a mobility Bloodletter worth like an IP abusing weapon. This is a guy who is actually really good, so I think he's just like having fun with some random shit, or I have no idea why he would have 7-3. Let's go like this. I don't know if I need this much cooldown reduction. Undead Cape seems like a good idea. Not this, please. I would like to be able to buy Undead Cape without having to find the capes category. And mostly still poison, but I kind of feel like maybe having Smuggler's Cape and healing is not bad for when I'm going 6-3. I don't know how many fights it would actually help me win. It's more HP. Sorry. Whoa. It's more HP than I would do with 2 poison potions, yeah? Let's go like this and let's buy a Smuggler's Cape as a swap. So I can kind of use both based on the situation. Cabbage soup. And oh wait, attunement, I forgot. I need to go attune. So we're looking for we're looking for cooldown reduction more than anything. Which is better headgear for Deathgivers, Helmet of Valor or Stalker Hood? Stalker Hood, but be careful with asking those sorts of general questions. Albion is not so simple when it comes to builds, where you can just ask what is the better build for this weapon and so you will have the best answer, yeah? It depends on how you play. You have to adapt your play to your specific build, and different Deathgivers builds have different different priorities, yeah? If you're playing high IP Deathgiver, Stalker Hood is still very good, so overall my answer is still Stalker Hood. But for like low IP, or if you go for one-shot Deathgivers, yeah, with Assassin Shoes, you don't even have a choice. Like Helmet of Valor is absolutely not necessary. But for some other like higher IP builds, it might be actually decent. Yeah, unfortunately, I think the 7-4 means that the moment I'm nearing 40% HP, I am pretty much already have lost. Unless I somehow manage to predict his E with my E. But once again, I cannot, like, obviously his E is like 100 spear, yeah, like I can't predict it. I can just get lucky to use my spell at the right time. I should have gone towards the other guy though, actually. Now that I realize, if I wanted to not die, I should have run towards the guy with... I'm really surprised by the Arclight Blasters wasn't fighting. Like, this should be like a wet dream for Arclight Blasters to fight a 7-4 Bloodletter, yeah? And the Arclight Blaster was also full spec. So I don't know why he didn't. Like, for him it should be like Amazing. Like one of the reasons why he comes into Mist with full Spectaral Blasters is to try to get those sorts of fights against the Bloodletter, yeah? Such a nice way to make money, but I don't know how it ended up that they were not interested. The Merc Hood Knight Armor Deathgiver build IP is really strong also. Yeah, but it's the same kind of strong, Anonymous. The same kind of strong like playing double bladed, yeah? If your definition of strong... Okay. Mists loot. 500k. I love it. If your definition of strong is someone who can get kills against low IP opponents, and when you get in trouble you don't die, sure, yeah, it's strong. Double Blade is also very strong for high IP, yeah? But it does come at a cost, yeah? The reason people play plate armor with high IP Deathgivers is so that you don't lose your expensive set if you fuck up, yeah? It's actually a good build. Well, it's viable build, but the main reason why people play that, also with the Merc Hood, is so that they could potentially catch people who don't want to fight, and so that they don't die. Like, I've seen this many times. If I fight back against that Deathgivers, and if they sense that there's a threat, especially if there's other people on the screen, yeah? Like, I fight back on my tier 8 overcharge, they sense that the 8.3 guy senses, okay, this is a threat, yeah? This guy's actually fighting back. I maybe, if I don't outplay him, he can still kill me, yeah? Of course, with IP difference. But if I do get a good start, he senses other people on the map. The reason, like, one of the big things why he loves plate armor, a lot of people who play that, is because then it's not fucked up, yeah? Like, if Mercenary Jacket Deathgivers makes a mistake, and then you find yourself in a bad situation against, like, Daybreaker swords and so on, you're actually going to pay the price, usually, and die, or get ratted and die that way. But plate armor gives you so much more time. So, I'm not saying it's a bad build, it's viable, but it is not, it is unlikely to be as good. Like, playing that build 1v1 against regular Deathgivers build, you have a bit of a disadvantage. You can still outplay them, but the main reason you go that build is to be safe as you play high IP. What the hell is this? Why do I have this? Okay, at least last time we talked about IP and we decided that it's actually pretty good to have IP and melee weapons. For several reasons. So I'm gonna take IP. But the other two options were very, very sad. Okay. What's the clip, Voodoo? Pog with the Pog lock. Oh, coming. Crit is coming. And Merc Hood is a bit of the same, yeah? Like, Merc Hood is universally always kind of useful. But for like straight up proper 1v1 fights against other similar IP opponents, most people will go Helmet of Valor or Stalker Hood on their Deathgivers build. The Merc Hood, once again, it's still okay and viable, but you see a lot of Bloodletters use the Merc Hood, you see the Deathgivers. It's usually to try to abuse your mobility advantage, and which usually comes from the fact that you're fighting from a big position of advantage in terms of IP, which means that you're not as worried about outbrawling your enemy, yeah? But if you use Merc Hood and I'm like on Helmet of Valor, once again, I have a big advantage, yeah? I just need to hit my Valor, and I will purge. Whether you have Q1 or Q2, I will purge it. Okay, let's add the trait and hope for cooldown reduction, and not some ZVZ traits, please. Okay, max HP is okay. Energy cost reduction is also interesting, but I think max HP is always going to be better, right? Auto attack speed, definitely not. Energy cost reduction. Ooh, I'm not using a mana sprint, so I do have some energy problems. Okay, I'm not gonna have energy problems with this Awakened, though. I just realized, yeah. Because my helmet is pretty high IP. Okay, nice. Let's take the cape to the bank and then keep going. Vic, my economy is good, about 300 mil net worth. Nice. But I can't bring myself to play anything above 6-1. Am I just a cheap ass? Well, if you're enjoying 6-1, what's the problem? Yeah, you can play it. Like, I also have that. I feel that also. Like, I've said many times on stream when people ask about what tier to go when you're starting, like when you're kind of newish. I've said that for me, for a long time, the rule was to use 1/20th of my bank. Yeah, when I had 10 million, I invested about 500k in one build. Yeah, that was the level where I felt like losing is okay. I'm not too worried. I can play my game. Yeah. At the same time, I was pushing it, yeah, because I wanted to play higher tier, but I didn't allow myself to spend more. Obviously, now that I made like have a 1 billion on EU, for example, I don't actually use 1/20th, yeah? I should be using, like, if I was using 1/20th, I should be using like 50 mil set, yeah? So I am also in that boat with you, yeah? Despite the fact that in terms of money, I definitely can afford and shouldn't have a problem playing like 8.3 all the time. only. Although it's more difficult to make money than on tier 7, yeah? So maybe on 8.3, especially on stream, maybe I will lose more money. Who knows? Depending on the day, yeah? But still, I still kind of enjoy and play tier 7, yeah? Although, it's not just because, you know... It's not because I'm a cheap ass, it's mostly because on tier 7 I get more good fights, usually. And it's easier to make money. But still, like, it's not like a cheap ass, but it is a bit of a personality trait that I also have, Ozarius. I'm also a little bit in that boat with you. Sushi and YouTube chat said, I'm the opposite. I have 1 mil, I use 1 mil. It depends. I think it also depends how seriously you take Albion, yeah? Like, if you play it more casually, it doesn't make sense to save up for, like, whatever. And focus on your economy and whatever. Just come, play the game and have fun, yeah? Use the money, the silver, the purpose of the silver is just for to have fun, yeah? I am not utilizing my silver well enough. Like, I would probably have more fun risking higher stakes, getting the extra adrenaline and fights against other, like, more experienced players, yeah? Because on tier 7, you get a lot more fights, but you also fight people who are sometimes new, yeah? 8.3, you're gonna rarely get 1v1 fights against beginners. Sometimes, but rarely. It's gonna be against a bunch of people teaming up on you, or against other high IP players who have experience, yeah? You know that Knight Armor Purge, right? Yes, Anonymous, of course. You are trying to convince me that people don't play 8.3 Deathgivers with plate armor. That one big reason why they play that is not that they want to be safe like a double-bladed player. They want to run around, kill people who are not fighting back, but then still feel safe enough to manage those situations where people fight back or team up against them. If you're trying to convince me that is not a reason why they play plate armor, it's very unlikely that you're going to actually be able to do that, yeah? If you're trying to convince me that it's a viable build to play 1v1s, I'm still agreeing with you. Absolutely, you're right. Knight Armor Deathgivers is not like a troll build, yeah? You can win 1v1s. But you can also win 1v1s on the double-bladed, yeah? By just staying on top, not on top, but staying at the edge of the screen and constantly, like, forever trying to do damage from far. It doesn't mean it's a good build for 1v1s, but it's possible to win. And the same with Deathgivers, yeah? It's viable, it can be fun. The Purge can be okay, yeah? It is dodgeable and predictable. A bit easier to dodge a Knight Armor Purge than it is to dodge, like, a Helmet of Valor Purge, yeah? Like, if I'm playing against Knight Armor and I know they have Knight Armor, it's gonna be easier for me not to get my Inferno purged. But you know something where Knight Armor came like, the Purge is super good? When you're trying to get away, because you fucked up. Because purging the enemy's boots when they're chasing after you on Knight Armor is pretty easy, right? They are running after you, you purge behind them, so they run into it with boots if you do it at the right moment. You know, that purge is good. Once again, if you want to be safe, it's a good choice. It's not the playstyle that I really like, and it's like, I see very clearly. But at the same time, like, don't shit, like, I'm not trying to shit on players. Of course, everyone who plays 8.3 or 8.4 wants to be safe, yeah? It doesn't make sense to just go full YOLO, yeah? Like, playing like I do on tier 7, you can't play like that on tier 8.3, yeah? You have to worry about your life, and you have to think, is it worth it to risk my items? So, employing methods that make you safer are not a shameful thing, but it's not the playstyle that I like, and I enjoy when more people risk their items. And I've had this situation also, like, even recently, like last time I played Daybreaker, we had this when an 8.3 Deathgivers with that build, like 8.3 Masterpiece Deathgivers with that build, actually. He tried to attack, he realized I'm fighting back. I had Daybreaker, which is not a bad matchup, yeah. The first brawl was very heavily in my favor. I didn't let him get his stacks. I purged it, I predicted him with Inferno, I hit all of my spells. Now, after that happened, and then there's a rat on top of us as well, yeah? So he's in a bad situation there. If he's running leather armor, he's probably fucked up enough where even if I don't kill him, the rat will catch up and kill him, yeah? Since he's on plate armor, he can afford to make those mistakes. Doesn't matter, yeah? On the other hand, if he was on leather armor, he would be much more dangerous to me, yeah? So he would have a much better chance of killing me. So he's sacrificing his own ability to kill, because he can still kill people if he has a big IP advantage, yeah? So just like with double-bladed, yeah? Double-bladed completely destroys his ability to take proper 1v1 fight. It's very, very difficult, but at least he can still IP crush, yeah? That was exactly the same logic. But because he's running that build specifically, he can still get away from all of us trying to punish him. Which is okay. Like, if I was playing... I shouldn't judge that sort of playstyle until I myself play more 8.3, and will probably understand, like, yo, it makes sense, yeah. I also want to pussy a little bit if I'm playing 8.3. Or a little bit more. I think it's mostly because I feel a lot of fights and losses are mostly gameplay issues and not just IP. That's a very good attitude to have, Azarius. That's a very good attitude to have. Yeah. It's also a little bit... It happens a little bit in my head as well. Like, I feel like, you know what? I actually don't need a better, higher IP weapon. Like, I often have a fight, and I feel after that, like, I could have won. Like, this fight, without overcharging, without higher IP items, I could have just full-on won this fight. If I played better. Warbow. Interesting. Okay, I guess I need to eat food for this. He has 2 healing potions. I'm gonna keep myself an undead because my interest here is to survive against this this squad of people, and not to necessarily win the 1v1. Yeah. Okay, guys. Okay, you win. Save your friend. It's not worth it for me. If he W's after me, it's gonna be difficult for him to E me, right? Because when I'm running away, he can't really E me freely either. What is this thing even? Brawler gloves, okay. Justice! Justice for the bow. What the hell? Why is he going on him? Why? Okay, this is me cashing in all the karma. All the positive karma. What happened to the bow? Don't hit me. Hit the bow. Where's the bow? Is that the bow? No, it's not the bow. The bow mounted up, okay. Why did he not go for me? I have to kill him though. This is 4.1. Okay, never mind. I don't have to kill him. Why did he not go for me? Soldier armor, it's meant to fight, not run. Yes. It still has the effect of plate armor, so that everyone is safer. Yeah, it's more difficult to kill, more difficult to die, but soldier armor, yeah. Soldier armor is much more. It's not just, yeah, to get away. I mean, knight armor can also be used to fighting, obviously. But knight armor is exceptionally good when you want to run away. Soldier armor is just, it's just okay. And I've said that about many times. I feel soldier armor in theory is really, really, really good. Like, legit very good. But in practice, it's very difficult because you are telegraphing your intention to do big damage. So your enemy knows that you are going for damage soon. Why? Why are you doing this, tier 6 player? Against him, I would like to have Inferno. He's 4.1, so it's not like he's gonna do crazy damage anyway. But it would be nice to have Inferno. I have to predict his boots with my E, unfortunately. I was trying to figure out if I can react to it, but no, I think the answer is just simply no. I'm not able to react to that. Oh, I got enough attunement to actually leave now. I think he got 15 seconds there, but anyway. Let's go add some perks to this weapon. Okay, the roller gloves was kind of funny, guy. Okay, so I know that that's also like my E is in theory good iframe and good like dodge to a lot of things. But for example, after he boots on top of me, even if I E the moment I see his boots animation, I was not able to because his W, even with global cooldown, his W will stun me before my E actually gets me up in the air. Okay. Upgrade max health. These perks also go well together, as we discovered, because more IP also gives me more HP. So this perk, instead of 35 HP, it would give me a bit less if the IP was lower. Dennis asks, is 100 spec in weapon enough to play it in mists, or do we need to spec the whole tree? Absolutely enough. Absolutely enough. Even less than 100 you can already start. You just need to be a bit careful with the not spending, not like going broke. Just keep in mind that if you have like 70 spec in your weapon, and I have the whole spear tree spec'd up, and it's 700, I'm gonna have cheaper items, but be as strong as you, yeah? So economically, you are just spending more every time you die. Okay, finally a crit, man. I was already getting sad. So keep that in mind. But 100 spec in the weapon you're using, in the item, in all the items you're using, not just weapon, 100% enough to go PvP. You don't have to worry at all about other weapons in the tree. That's just a nice extra later. Okay, cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction. What do I want? What do I want for a Grove Keeper? Defense or ability damage? Ability damage would be nice on most weapons, but I don't do that much damage. I mean, at least my Qs are... I guess ability damage, right? I already have enough tankiness. I'm gonna leverage my mobility into surviving as well a bit more. I have already HP. I guess ability damage, right? Somebody say yes, you are right. Do you think IP crushing in mist is actually profitable? Because every time I open the death board of 8.4 player, I see the last death with 8.4 with 2+ assists. Yes, it is profitable, yeah. But you have to be good, yeah. Just to be clear, Glebati. So your idea that it's like it's profitable if you're good, yeah. And playing like tier 7, tier 8 is it's easier to make profit on tier 7 than it is to make profit on 8-3, 100%, yeah. Even those pussy double bladeds, if they play without radar, even people who just focus on not dying, like we talked about, plate armor, death givers, even for those people to make money long term. On 8.3, 8.4, it's difficult. It requires a lot of skill. It's not the skill of winning 1v1 fights as much as it is for a tier 8 player, but it is the skill of managing the situation, surviving, finding ways to kill people when there's several people on your screen. It is difficult, yeah? So IP crushing is definitely profitable, but don't take my answer to mean like, oh, okay, so it's just easy, just go and get it, like everyone can make money. Almost anyone can make money in low tiers, yeah? It's very difficult to be unprofitable with 4.1, 4.2. 8.3, even if you're just IP crushing, even if you're just going for those unfair fights, it sucks to be in that situation. I don't like that people who play only like that, because I know that if we all play like that, the Albion would die entirely, yeah? I keep saying that. But it still requires skill to do that profitably long term. So those players, if you open 8.4s who play long term, presumably they're like, if they're playing without radar, I really hope, yeah, you know, there are a lot of cheaters as well. At least at the beginning on EU, there were like 8.3 double bladed were like 90% got banned later. The guys who were spamming those, yeah, got banned for RMT and the radar. So I don't know. Without radar, maybe not that profitable, but it takes a lot of skill, and with that skill, you can make good money, yeah. So high IP is profitable for a very good player always. Ability, because it synergizes with IP. I feel like defense is more value since you have so much HP also with health, but defense I already have a lot of resistances, and I'm not sure if it's going to be as valuable. I don't know, I feel like both could be good. I'm kind of leaning towards ability damage just to surprise some people, but then again, I'm going to put all ability, but it's not actually going to give me that much, because I'm not going to put a lot of money into ability damage, yeah? Like 5% or 6% would be more than enough, probably. It depends also, if I don't get crits. Anyway, I'm gonna pump HP first, it's better. Nah, still not. The guildie just gave me an excellent 4-4 cultist route. Why? Why would they do that? Be very careful. Be very careful in Albion with accepting gifts, because Albion has a very strict policy on RMTers. They have been cracking down for a while, and I mean, like one 4.4 item is very unlikely to trigger that, but still be careful. People like, pardon me, crit. It's kind of a widespread, like generally kind of a widespread thing for that people get banned because they didn't know that their friend who got a bunch of items from their friend for their friend who knows somebody anyway. If you are somewhere like in the chain of free items being passed around, and at the end of that chain it is linked to a provable RMT, and the RMT is banned, they often, like, the ban wave affects most people who benefited from it, yeah? So be be careful with accepting any significant sort of free items. I mean, one 4.4 item is not like significant enough. I don't think so, but I would be careful. I talk with that guild a lot. It's my guild lead. There's also cases where people have been banned because their friend, their real life friend, gave their items. Yeah, so I understand you're saying you trust this person, and that's fine, and you should make your own decisions. Yeah, and that's a big part of how you make decisions in life. Yeah, you decide who you trust, which people you trust, online or in real life. I understand, but I'm just saying, you know, it's. If you accept too much free stuff from people, you are putting yourself at needless risk of being connected to an RMT chain at some point. But I'm not talking this about like, this is more like a public service announcement to everyone. There's not about like one item that you got from your guild leader. Obviously, guilds very commonly gear their players for battle. Re-gearing after death is a very common thing, yeah. So there's a lot on Albion. Also loot, like splitting loot after you finish the fight, yeah. I'm not saying that any weapon, any item or weapon you ever get is you need to be so careful about it. Ah man, we are too close to the exit. Actually, maybe we're not too close to the exit. Okay. This is something where Grove Keeper gives me something I can do that on one-handed spear, it's not so easy to do this, yeah? Can't really do this. In one-handed spear, if a player mounted on an ox comes to smell me from 2 meters away, I can't just turn that into a free little extra bonus. What's the point of 4.4 armor? Isn't it the same as 5.3? Yeah, it is. The reason people use 4.4 sometimes is just for price, yeah? For armors where artifacts are difficult to get, like for Mistwalker, that's why for a long time, right now I'm not using a lot of Mistwalker anyway, but for a long time I still was using Mistwalker on Daybreaker and Spear up until tier 8, because tier 8 you can buy 4.4, but tier 9, like, or 6.3, it's way too expensive, yeah? Or like 5.4 or 6.3, yeah? So yeah, so that's the reason sometimes you see 4.4 armor, just because it's cheaper. And you can actually buy it, but that's only when there's like very big price differences, yeah? Because the difference between 4.4 and like 7.1 is it's already like some considerable IP difference because of the mastery modifier. I would kind of like to just fame my weapon. I mean to attune my weapon, yeah? But if they want to fight me, I'm strong enough to 1v2 this, no doubt. Does he have a purge on carving? Oh, he actually does, okay. I need to be worried. Like, purges in 2v1 are very good because they can negate some of my mobility. Like, my way of outplaying them, they can negate some of it by purging. He doesn't have frost shot, so he can't get away from me. Okay. It's 100k, which is better than most missed chests. Well, you kind of. This is something I'm also learning, you know, to be more of a bully, because to make money long term on higher tiers, like 6.3 is not like super high tier, but it is already in a place where my regular strategy of just running in and not caring about myself is very unprofitable. Yeah, I'm gonna lose a lot if I constantly lose 6.3 sets. Yeah, so to make up for the fact that I'm inevitably going to take fights and die, I'm also not playing like a super meta weapon. I'm gonna get ganked up on, I'm gonna run into 8.4s and not get away. To make up for that, when there is a free 100k kill on my screen, I need to take advantage of that, yeah? It's not so easy for my brain to kind of get in that habit, but it's actually a correct way to play for sure. Like, no pity for the bow. If he comes too close, that's 100k, you know, in my bank to pay for the next 6.3 if I ever died of this one. Or not if I ever, when I died of this one. Yeah? How triple nerf affected the one-handed spear gameplay? very, very deeply. And it still hurts to talk about it. Cripple is not good right now. Unless you are significantly higher IP, where you just need Cripple to catch the guys that you're fighting. Cripple does not feel good right now on Spear. In most situations, Impaler just seems just straight up better. And of course, in some specific fights, you still want Harpoon or Deflect. But the Cripple nerf definitely is felt. This is also one of the reasons why I had to adapt my own one-handed Spear gameplay, and I did this last week many times on stream. And we talked about this many times, and I played that way also. I had to adapt my one-handed Spear gameplay to kite a lot more. Like, standing close to your enemy is worse, because you don't have the damage buff from Cripple. Wait, is this on still? Okay. I'm kind of tuning very slow, I feel like. It's worse to brawl, it's better to use more cooldown reduction in your build and kite much more. And do that on Impaler. And on Impaler, you're also a bit scarier from far and you do more damage. The whole time you're kiting, you are... oh, this is good for attunement. Spider is really nice. What's up, man? How is Great Hammer for Mists? Boring. It's not particularly strong because, just like with other hypermobility weapons, the Stalker Jacket nerf is very, very significantly affecting the gameplay. You cannot just abuse your Stalker Jacket into winning fights. So, are they trying to 2v1 me? I don't think I can 2v1 them. They have very, like, this guy has good mobility and Purge to catch me, this Great Hammer, I mean. If I could 1v1 the Great Hammer, I would. If I could 1v1 the Dual Swords, I definitely would. But they have really good 2v1 combo against me. Because the Dual Swords will just do crazy damage to almost kill me. But the problem is it's not that easy for him to catch me, although he does also have a Purge. So 2 Purges even worse, yeah? And the Great Hammer is going to, unfortunately, destroy me. When it comes to mobility, yeah? He's going to catch up to me always and Purge my boots and then just let the Dual Swords finish me. This is also not a matchup I think I can win, but who knows? Maybe worth a try. I think it's worth a try, but I'm not sure. Maybe I should have kept my my helmet, because I can cancel his boots with my helmet. He's gonna have... no, he doesn't have double Q yet. He needs one more spell. He used both healing potions. Interesting. Now he has double Q. There it goes. You won't have any more potions. You can also see the versatility. Oh, don't mind if I do. You can also see the versatility of the Arclight Blasters. I think this guy is worth more. Yeah. The versatility that he can use his E in so many ways, and one of the ways he can use it is to, you know, dodge stuff, which he did very well there. Okay, cool try. He did purge my my Inferno, but it was a bit late. Okay, this is the kind of thing you can do on Grovekeeper. And this is one reason, like, one way that I found. In general, I found, like, tier 7 to be a lot more profitable. But at least when I'm playing, like, 6... and not the super tryhard build, I'm playing 4463, a lot of guys are attacking me. This guy actually had tier 8 armor as well. So, you saw all of these guys kind of want to fight me because I'm worth more. Yeah, so... On tier 7, I get more difficult fights against higher IP players, but when I go higher IP, the fights become easier, not because I'm just higher IP, but also because a lot more people find it valuable. Like, if I was tier 7, some of these guys might think, like, I don't want to take this fight. Yeah, it's not worth it for 800k, yeah? But here they are, many of them, like the Hammer also, he's thinking like, okay, I'm gonna try it, yeah? He has a big disadvantage in this fight against me, but he's thinking, okay, I'm gonna try it, yeah? Because it's worth it in terms of money. This guy actually, in my opinion, didn't have a big disadvantage, but still, you know. He messed up a lot in the beginning, it seems like, by just drinking his potion randomly. But still, it's like... He's more willing to take this fight because he knows that if he does outplay me, and he has a very real chance to outplay me, he knows that if he does that, it's gonna be worth his time a lot, yeah? He's gonna get good money. And I'm happy. Because sometimes going high tier means nobody fights you, but right now it's kind of the opposite, yeah? All these guys wanted to fight me. Just bonked everyone to death. Absolute. This was like one of the maximum bonkage moments of the day. When did Stalker Jacket get nerfed? Rip my build. Harriel, that was like, I want to say a year ago at least. Like a very long time ago. There is no way that you have been playing this whole time and you didn't realize that. If you're just coming back from a long break, which I think last time we talked about that as well, yeah? But essentially, if you're coming back from long break, then yeah. I mean, it has to be a pretty long break, yeah? Yeah, I think we talked about that last time, yeah? But anyway, all of hypermobility was nerfed significantly when Stalker Jacket nerfed, and it was like SBI-style nerf. It wasn't like, yo, let's make it a little bit weaker because it's overused. No, this was like legit, let's almost kill this item. Let's make a huge difference in how meta is played. Going from 30 seconds to 40 seconds, and the very big thing is now, Inferno is the same base cooldown as Stalker Jacket, so... No, it's not a crit. Stalker versus Inferno... Like, you're always going to be able to match the enemy Stalker with your Inferno, except for the cooldown reduction difference. Opa, there we go. And now, I think it's enough HP with this crit. And we go. Maybe it's just that they underestimate Grovekeeper and go cocky. Gleba, I think you're kind of right. Yeah, that's part of it, probably. Part of it is that they think that this, like... They might think that, like... This is their good chance to make big money because they see like an idiot 6-3. Yeah? Like if they see a full meta 6-3, they're maybe not gonna fight it because they feel like it's too difficult to overcome IP differences, yeah? But they see this build and they think like, okay, this guy is like, ooh, you know, trying some weird shit. And they think to themselves like, okay, this is my chance to get a good 6-3 kill, yeah? Okay. Not enough crits to make me happy, but at least I haven't spent that much on the weapon yet. It's like, I don't know, a couple million, like maybe 2.5 mil total? I don't know, something like that. Usually I go up to about 60 to 65 strain and then I decide it's not worth my investment. Especially, you know, given my playstyle where I lose my items a lot. I'm not really as safe as maybe some other players. Although, I don't know, maybe I'm saying wrong, you know. I'm also sometimes saving my items for sure and not taking every risk. I think Polog is probably the best hammer if you want to do mists. I also want to try it for Corrupted Engines. I think... In terms of try-harding hammers, Tomb Hammer is the best. Tomb Hammer is better than Pog. Tomb Hammer can fight real meta builds without giga outplay, yeah? You have a lot of the same functions as a Grovekeeper, but you don't need to be on top of your enemy every time you E, yeah? And you can E and it's much more difficult to dodge, yeah? It's possible to dodge Tomb Hammer, but it's much more difficult. Like, the telegraph time is very, very quick. And you can use it as you're running away. You know, on Tomb Hammer, if you fuck up or something, or you just want to kite during a fight, you W away from them, then use your E and you keep walking, yeah? If I use my E to get away, well, in terms of the fight itself, I kind of waste my E, yeah? Okay, that's interesting. Kill the bow, so... Where's the bow? Nice. I don't know why he's going for the bow. Maybe because bow lost the trade. If I get full HP, I can of course fight the Frost as well. Maybe he just doesn't like Sky Striders. My boots at first seemed like a waste and I still think it was a bit of a mistake. But at least I ended up getting good value from the boots because he missed one of his E's because I had the move speed. Does he have cooldown reduction? He does have cooldown reduction, so I'm not actually gonna catch him. Yeah, this is just a pipe dream. This chase. He just has more. He just has more mobility than me, unfortunately. Even though I have a good mobility build, at least I hit him. So now he's not fighting back, but maybe he is actually. Let's see. Ah, I did not expect that. I absolutely did not expect him to go that way. Too bad. On some level, I feel like without the frost, I was already had a good chance to kill him. Yeah, definitely it wasn't like a fight in my favor yet, but it all matters. Like after his invis, if he gets enough separation to do what he did just now, I don't win the fight. Yeah, but it all the crucial part when the frost came to red, the bow was invis, and the crucial part was where is he gonna be out of invis, and if he's close enough for me to stay on top of him, I'm winning that fight already. It's unfortunate. Because I didn't even have to use my Inferno for his E, because he missed one of it against my boots, and I tried to dodge the others also. At least there was a chance. I just came back June 30th update, so I really like Great Hammer and Hand of Justice. Really good builds with those weapons. I don't suggest Great Hammer for solo PP, because it's also kind of boring, because since you are forced to completely utilize your mobility, you can't really ever commit to a fight, so you're stuck kind of running away from people until they make huge mistakes or decide not to fight you. Hand of Justice is a funky one. It's kind of on par with the Grove Keeper in how funky it is, yeah? It's not amazing, but it is good enough to play for sure. And for Hand of Justice, if you're starting out with it, I suggest using Mercenary Jacket in PvP as well, not just PvE. Because coupling your Mercenary Jacket with the E is gonna be... You're gonna fully proc your Mercenary Jacket if you just Mercenary E. You can surprise some people and you can get good value. Yeah, Mercenary Jacket is very valuable, but the problem with Mercenary is that it often gets purged, or you're just unable to proc it 7 times. Yeah, but with the weapon you can kind of reliably proc Mercenary Jacket. It's not bad. Yeah, that's gonna go smoke a cigar for a bit. Kill that bow. Yeah, I wish I could have killed that bow. I have to be worried about the frost. He went for the bow, which is nice, but I am also at risk of... The frost is not a joke, yeah? He's 1 tier lower, but if he decides to attack me, after I've already, you know, lost like 40% HP to the bow, he's also a danger to me, 100%. So it's, I have to navigate that a bit, like, that situation a bit. Too bad. The bow, I feel like, would have been a good fight and good kill. I mean, obviously it would be a very good kill, but about the fight it was unclear. But I had a big advantage from the start because he used his mobility towards me, and I dodged at least one of his 3 E's, and I still had Inferno ready for his second E, because his E cooldown is going to be a bit lower than my Inferno. Do you think it's better to learn how to play Daybreaker nowadays rather than One-Handed Spear? Because I feel like One-Handed Spear is like Bloodlet in terms of skill ceiling to actually earn money with it. No, One-Handed Spear is definitely stronger than Bloodletter a lot, and you can play it and take a lot of fights. Like One-Handed Spear, you can take almost every fight. Yeah, there's only a couple weapons that, like crossbows, are really, really difficult right now for One-Handed Spear. You can just dodge all crossbow fights and fight everyone else, pretty much. Not all crossbows, but like light crossbow and arc light blasters are difficult. But you can kind of figure out all other fights. Maybe Flamewalker is also kind of tricky, but it's still possible. Whereas in Bloodletter, you have to be either the most cracked player on the world, or you just go for free kills only. Spear is not like that. Spear is tactically difficult, but it's very rewarding and satisfying. Daybreaker is simpler and a little bit stronger in the content that is based around 1v1. So in Corrupteds and in Mists, where you do take a lot of 1v1 fights, or try to take, Daybreaker is currently stronger. I do suggest playing that over Spear for most people, yeah? But Spear is very satisfying because you have more agility. You feel like you're constantly kind of dodging, kiting, you know, adapting to the fight. A bit more of that, but it's more difficult because of that too. Why did he dismount? Oh, he's gathering there, yeah. Interesting weapon for gathering, sir. Can I dismount you? Oh. I shouldn't be doing this, actually. I shouldn't be clearing camp. There's no point putting myself on risk. If an 8.3 Flamewalker or Deathgivers runs up, It's not instantly GG, but it's pretty close to GG. Everything is on cooldown and I'm taking damage from mobs. Didn't take that much, but still. It's kind of stupid. It would still make sense if I got good rewards from the camp, but the camp rewards are so bad right now that I'm risking my 4 million or however much. How much is it? Let's say 3.5 mil plus the attunement, or in total about 5.5 probably mil, just to get a 100k chest maximum. No point. Better to run around, kill mobs for attunement, and find players or abbeys. Any suggestions if I really like burst damage? Well, gloves generally, yeah. Battle bracers, fists of Avalon, and brawler gloves. Very good for that. Claymore, interesting weapon that is going to get buffed significantly in the patch that they announced today. Burst damage. Interesting. What build would you suggest for someone that likes to brawl and has an aggressive playstyle? Dual swords. The first choice, 100% dual swords. If you play Battle Axe a bit more, you can adapt it, but don't go very high IP yet. But you can adapt it also to be a bit more aggressive, not just defend yourself. You can use things like Duskweaver helmet, even cloth armor. Eugen played it like that and seemed to have a lot of success. So he's one of the guys who creates content and plays a lot of very good at Battle Axe. Death Givers also, by the way. Death Givers probably the best. Like if you are focused on brawling, if you change your spells and build to brawl, Death Givers will outbrawl anybody with Q1 and Sunder and Chain Slash. And Death Givers are very good to be the aggressive one, meaning you're the one who puts pressure on the enemy, yeah? The enemy is the one who either will make mistakes or not. Daybreaker is also good, but it is more tricky, and you need to also employ some kiting tactics in specific matchups and specific situations, yeah? On dual swords and Death Givers, you don't have to do it as much, yeah? You don't have to be as flexible. Actually, Ava Fists are as good as they are before the Q nerf. I rarely see them nowadays in this and almost 0 tier 7 ones. It was a question. I've heard from a couple of people that the nerf does not feel that significant, but Avalonian Fists are very good and flexible, and you have a lot of survivability if you fuck up, as you've seen also. But they already lost popularity before the nerf to gloves, because some of the weapons that really rose up, all of the crystal weapons from that one year's draft, you know, from that one specific patch, Flamewalker, Arclight Blasters, and Skystrider, those became very popular, and all of those are good against Fists of Avalon, at least good at dodging their E, yeah? Like, there's a lot of good matchups, like a lot of bad matchups for Fists of Avalon, or difficult matchups, yeah? Like, if you run around with Fists of Avalon, there aren't really that many weapons that you feel like, ooh, I really have an advantage here, yeah? Like, you are good because you're overall flexible, you are very survivable. If your enemy makes, like, you've seen me also, I died to Ava Fist recently on a Daybreaker, yeah? Usually on Daybreaker, it's an easy peasy fight. I usually kill higher IP Fists of Avalon also, it's like a counter fight, kind of. But even in that matchup, I had this Fists of Avalon where they were able to reset, yeah? They were resetting until they didn't mess up one time, and I was the one who messed up. And then they, like, that sort of approach still very much works, yeah? And you are very flexible still. Even though you don't have as many, like, good matchups where you feel like you're very strong, you're still, like, in most matchups you feel kind of good enough, and you can adapt to a lot of different situations. You can change to Roast Snapper Inferno, brawl a lot heavier with Fleet Footwork, or you can go for full kite in between your big bursts. You have a built-in Purge, which makes every weapon instantly much better. Like, every weapon that has built-in Purge, you have interesting options to play it. Because you can decide what to purge. If your problem is that your enemy is out-mobilitying, you can purge their boots. If your problem is their Inferno, you purge their Inferno. If you really need to get rid of their stacks, so they don't combo you, like, I don't know, Death Givers or Claymore, then you get rid of their stacks, yeah? So purge is always very valuable. Joe had asked, Vic, is Spike good? No, not really. Unless you are playing it with a healer in 2v2, it can be okay. Nah, in some, like, 1v1 corrupted, it's viable, but it doesn't feel good, no. Thanks for the info. Happy to have that. And what about carving? Carving isn't S tier anymore. No, it's not. Carving got nerfed. And the swords in general got reworked a bit, where carving doesn't feel that good. Okay, we're getting a crit. That makes me happy, and I don't want to put a lot of money into it. I don't think it's worth it. If I had cooldown reduction, I would be much happier. Okay, 7.5 ability is more than enough for me. 62 strain. Okay, I can roll IP one more time, and then I think that's enough. Okay, maybe a couple more times. Yeah. A little bit. This is the addiction of gambling. It's so easy to throw money away. How much IP I get for 350k? 3 IP. Okay. Waste of money. No more money put into this. I'm gonna remove the satchel and we're just gonna play this now. What about Kingmaker? Nope. For solo PP, absolutely hopeless. I'm learning to say things the way they are. Yeah, I could politically say, yeah, if you're having fun with it, play Kingmaker. You will find some interesting fights because, translation, some people will be so inexperienced that they will let you do the combo. But for everyone who's played Albion for a while, Kingmaker is so predictable and so dependable on stacks, yeah? So people will either not let you get your stacks up or will completely predict when you're trying to go for big damage. And your big damage isn't even so crazy huge to make up for the fact that it's pretty predictable. So no. Kingmaker only works against beginners. If you're playing open world, maybe 1v3, 1v2, like against a group, you can have fun with Kingmaker. And you can do that big satisfying E. You can do a lot of AoE damage to a lot of people who are fighting you around you. But it's going to be a group of beginners almost always. Kingmaker is just cool looking. Yes, Joehead. That is the only saving grace. Kingmaker looks cool. 3 IP is not worth. I don't feel good about it. But if it was a crit, it would have been like 15 IP or something. So, okay, so I have plus 50 IP, a bit of extra HP, like a lot of extra HP and ability damage. Yeah, not amazing. I would really like to have cooldown reduction, but I'm gonna be happy with this. Happy with what the universe gave me. I'm gonna see where this leads me, into which fights. Unfortunately, due to the IP increase, I'm actually exactly over 1,500. I would much rather be just like in a store. If you buy something for $3.99, it seems cheaper. I would like to be $1,499, yeah? So I feel, to the enemies, it feels like I am weaker. So they're more willing to fight, but can't get everything you want, yeah? I like two-handed weapons, lol. That's what your mom said also. Trying to find a good two-handed weapon builds. Claymore, carving. Carving is not bad, yeah? Carving is just not S tier anymore. I mean, dual swords also two-handed. You should do missed tier list on your YouTube. 100% should do. You're very good explaining comprehensively things. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, that's also why I'm here, yeah, Glebate. Because I started making videos way before I even tried streaming. And apparently, it worked. And people were happy. And I'm happy to see that it's enjoyable to listen to. I do like explaining things and going into the fundamentals, you know, breaking things down to small pieces. But I've struggled a bit with making videos while I'm streaming, but I'm getting back on that horse. And the thing with tier list is I really want to make one, but I'm kind of constantly, not just me, but we are all constantly in a situation where the game has been changing more. They used to make like one solo PvP patch a year or something, and it was very clear that other patches were not, they didn't care about solo PvP. They made patches for ZVZ and other things. But recently, I feel like developers have become a bit more active. Some things still take a while, but they become more active, just like patching and balancing everything a little bit, yeah? So almost every patch, there is some things that actually changes solo PvP. This is wonderful. I'm really happy that SBI has been taking this approach. But it also means that any tier list, like for low IP tier lists, it doesn't affect it that much. But for mid-tier and high tier, any tier list becomes old faster than it used to, yeah? Like it's much more likely, like also the patch we read today, it's gonna happen like maybe in a month or I don't know how long it takes, maybe a couple weeks. It's going to change which weapons are good and which reasons for choosing weapons people will employ. Like fewer rats, more value to dismount a rat if you're already in a fight. It changes which weapons are good. The new spell against purges, well, a tiny nerf to all purges. Yeah, not amazing, but those things will kind of combine. Yeah, we also have the big change about the Smuggler's Cape, also going to affect a lot of what mists look like. Not sure if this was brought up, but have you seen the upcoming update? Yeah, we talked about this before, Joehead. Yeah, you read to get this mounted. Yeah. We looked at it today and streamed together, and yeah, there's a big change awaiting mists. That would be very interesting. 4.2k health is insane. On a spear, 4.2k health would be much bigger thing, yeah. Like, this weapon gives me a lot of HP. Even without awakening, the weapon gives me more HP than other 4/4 weapons would give, yeah? Like, the HP I give, you see, the max health is 951. Out of this, 430 is this, but the other 515 HP I get naturally from Grove Keeper, yeah? So, hammers already, like, have a big extra HP that they give you. If I got this sort of HP on a spear, or on some... Like, if I got this on a dagger, it would be, like, full 8.4, yeah? If I got this on a spear, that would be a big thing, yeah? Like, I would have to have a big attunement, probably. And probably higher than 4/4, but... Also Snapper, yeah? I'm not using Snapper, yeah? Which is actually also another thing that shows how much HP you get from hammers already naturally. Could you boost your IP a little bit more weapons so you can get 4,200 proper? I don't know. I don't know. It will require a lot of tinkering. Like, maybe I'll have to put some fame credits to speccing up, like, these things, yeah? Like, this is how I could maybe tinker it, but I don't know. And now, you see, I got 1 HP from that. Like this, I could maybe get there, yeah? But it's gonna take a lot of fame credits. If I roll HP, I'm gonna get more. If I roll IP here... Okay, maybe if I roll this IP also, it's possible. Yeah. Okay. I will put one more roll into IP and see how much we get when we get back into the city. The thing is, the last tier list was even before Flamehawk release. Everyone knew that Flamehawk S tier, and now there's more question after its nerf. Rework of swords, cripple, and I'm not sure how... but I'm sure you know community needs you. Yeah, you are right. I have to do it. It's just that I think the production value will not be as amazing as I would like it to be, but at the same time, you know, tier list is not about production value. You don't need like flashy graphics or whatever, or having a clip for every weapon. You just really need to talk about this. So people who play less than me can kind of catch up based on what I'm experiencing. So yeah, you're right. Literally 4 HP less. So annoying. Nice. I like that you're annoyed. My OCD is acting up. I like, Kaiser, that you're annoyed. Somehow, it gives me a little bit of secret joy to know that you're annoyed simply by seeing how much HP I have. I hope there's other people also looking at this and seeing how close I am to a beautiful number. What is this? Okay. Looked like there was some action in this mist. I found a couple of corpses and the dead hyena, or not hyena, but mist cougar, but... Oh no! Man, even the mobs are dodging my E. That's how slow it is. Where's the chest? Green. Okay, fuck it. Not worth it. I could maybe buy a faster horse since I am 6-3. Why not? Q is not a joke. Dishes out an insane amount of damage. Yeah, that's why Carleon Cape is actually good for this. Also, it helps me to do the burst, to do double Q with big burst, and then kite around. I took a backup smugglers right now for a serious 1v1 if I find one, but actually I think Carleon Cape might be even better. And there is also possibility to me, if I'm not using Carleon, actually to change to this Q. It's also... With this Q, I guess I can brawl a bit better. I'm not exactly sure. It's a bit difficult to quantify. But the other Q it's like such a good rhythm with this Q too. Every time I auto attack, instant Q, yeah? So, even if it's in theory less damage, I'm not sure. Maybe it's the same. It's very easy to get into this rhythm, you know, constantly. So I'm taking the maximum out of this Q value, because I'm always auto attack Qing. It's like a muscle memory. It's gonna be like a built-in kind of... Almost like my auto attack automatically triggers it. On this Q right now, sometimes I can miss it, or sometimes I don't use it right away. You cannot risk not carrying undead for escape with your precious weapon. Kind of, but I mean 6-3 is not like crazy stuff. That's the only reason why I dislike awakened weapon. I don't like this. Usually I don't awaken much either. It's a bit of extra fun, the gambling, and it's nice for stream. But I don't usually awaken weapons. I prefer. But I am kind of forcing myself to play more high tier in general. because I feel like I've gotten too like comfortable in my old habits of playing tier 7, tier 8. So there are some streams where I force myself to play higher tier to kind of, not that I worry about money, but there is some a bit of extra pressure, yeah, because it's not so easy to just instantly get it back, especially Awakened. Plus, I get some fights where I'm like put to the test a bit more, yeah. On tier 7, psychologically, it's super easy. Even attacking 8.3s on tier 7, tier 8, it's super easy, because if I die, okay, whatever, you know, you were supposed to win. You have higher IP, better build, whatever. But the chance of winning is crazy, so it's very easy for me to think like, oh, okay, well, I expected to die, but, you know, I'm gonna go for 10% fight. When I don't have that sort of disadvantage, it's psychologically more difficult to play. Face scale robe in mists, don't see that very often. Very cool. But also very scary. Much scarier than a bloodletter. Because this guy, you know, is cooking, yeah? It's like some people are looking at my build with the same logic, yeah? Like, they look at me and they think, I would like to attack this guy, but I don't know. This guy looks like he knows what he's doing. Why else would he bring this stupid weapon? With that arcane staff with face scale? Even if he wasn't 8.3, even if he was 6.3, it still gives off the vibe that this guy is onto something, you know? Undead makes you feel safe. Yeah, because I do end up in a lot of situations, as you saw, like I'm dancing in between 3 to 4 people. Undead definitely makes those psychologically easier to play, yeah? I have one extra way to survive if I mess up, or if it turns out that I misevaluated the fight. Like, I thought I'm strong enough to take this 1v2, but turns out I'm not. For me, it's cooler in tier 7 OC. I've killed so much high IP with it. Yes, I think it's a better strategy for making silver, to get constant fights, and psychologically, as I said, it's easier in your head when you know you have the disadvantage. It's easier to take that fight and not worry about it, yeah? Also, you're risking a lot less silver. But I still feel like I personally have kind of fell into a bit of too much of like this comfort zone, where playing tier 7, tier 8, I'm not even worried about it, you know? I feel like I have to force myself to play more higher tiers, to put myself in a situation where, first of all, the silver matters more, you know? I cannot throw away 10 sets of 6-3 every day by attacking 8.3 meta players, yeah? I can do that on tier 7 easily, but I can't do that on 8.6.3. And secondly, there's a bit of like extra pride also, like, I've talked about this in my videos and other places, yeah? Like, one way to get more anxious about PvP is when there's a lot on the line, not just in terms of silver, but in terms of pride, yeah? If I consistently play 6-3, 7-3, 8-3, and consistently lose, I have to start admitting to myself that there are some things I really suck at, you know? I mean, it's inevitable, otherwise why am I not winning enough, yeah? So there's also a bit of that extra thing. On tier 7, first of all, I know in tier 7 I'm gonna make money anyway, it doesn't matter, like, if I want to make money, it's easy. But secondly, even the days that are off, it's like, whatever, yeah? Like, I took 10 times a fight tier 7 against 6-3. Sometimes didn't even overcharge. I mean, it doesn't hurt my ego, yeah? But playing high tier and losing, there's a bit more at stake, because I have to also kind of be honest with myself. Like, am I losing this fight? I cannot say that I'm losing this fight because I'm taking a difficult fight, yeah? If I lose 6-3 versus 6-3, I can still have the excuse that I'm playing a non-meta build today. But some other days, I play Daybreaker, I lose fair fights. You know, I have to be honest with myself and look and say, yeah, I made some mistakes that I shouldn't have made, yeah? Which adds like extra layer of interesting difficulty to playing higher tier, at least for me. Another reason why I kind of force myself to play it a bit more. I hope that makes some sense. In my head, that absolutely makes sense, that this is the case, yeah? In Corrupted Dungeons also, by the way, that's one addicting part of Corrupted Dungeons. Yes, you can blame the game, you can blame the whatever kiting and whatever people are doing that you don't like, meta weapons, but on some level, you have to admit that in Corrupted Dungeons, it's just you, yeah? You cannot blame rats, you cannot blame some weird, unhappy thing that happened, like your RNG, that some people showed up on your fight, or somebody was, like there were too many people in the mist. It's a completely equal 1v1, yeah? So I also like, that was the addicting part of Corrupted Dungeons, yeah? That I have to admit, yeah? But I didn't play meta builds in Corrupted Dungeons, so I didn't get full value of this kind of thing. But if I learned to play the regular bow and kept losing in Corrupted Dungeons, you know, nothing I can blame. Well, on the other hand, of course, if you keep winning, it's also super exhilarating to know that you are outplaying people, because they also cannot blame anything else, there's no rats. Any weapon suggestion for a more bruiser gameplay, tanky with decent damage? Dual swords, again. Is it not the same question we had before? Let me see. You mentioned something I didn't read. I'm trying to remember what I really played in MOBAs. I think it was bruisers. Let me ask my old duo what I mostly played. Okay, yep, he agrees I was mostly a bruiser in MOBAs. Okay, if you want to beat the enemy's face and you want to attack them, yeah, so also get on top of them. I think dual swords is a great option. Death Givers is a bit more nuanced and like a bit more finesse, but Death Givers also does fulfill that role, especially some builds where you're just trying to get in the face of your opponent and out-brawl them. If you don't have to play, like fists and gloves have different options how you play them. You can also play them a bit as bruisers, yeah, and plus because you're hitting people with your fists, it also feels like you are bruising, yeah, much more. What is this mount? Spectral Boar. Can I dismount you, sir? I am the killer of gatherers. Fear me with your 10 invest potions. No. I can't kill him. I mean, I can't catch him anyway because of boots. I would have some... If I dismount him, the moment I dismount him, I just need to mount up and try to guess where he goes with boots. I don't know, Kenvar. Let's think. So I said dual swords, Death Givers, and fists / gloves / battle bracers. Sorry, fists, battle bracers, brawler gloves. Yeah, those kind of feel to me like bruiserish. Hammers, even though you would expect a hammer to be like a tanky brawler, in Albion hammers generally do not become brawlers because your spells are not that good at brawling. The hammer gives you HP, which is nice, but you're better suited for a more kiting playstyle. Mace is just useless right now for solo PvP. Don't even try it. And the thing, like some very good, like curses and fires can sometimes be very good at brawling, but they are. What? What is this? Why? What is this? What is this? Is this some bait? You have... Don't kill. Don't worry, Kaiser. I'm not killing. Why I don't have my thing equipped? Wait. Main hand. I want to kill this guy, but I'm gonna accidentally kill the little... Kill says King Billy. I need to kill this thing. I have Undead Cape, which is really good against bolt casters, but he's gonna do so much damage to me, it's gonna be scary. Now explain yourself. Come on! What are you doing? What sort of social experiment is this? Kill, says Froggy, I don't believe in karma. No! There's no way that this player has something valuable, right? They wouldn't risk it. They will die from one spell. I'm growing impatient with curiosity. I'm gonna make it subtly clear that I am considering killing them. About to get ganked. Yeah, if this was not solo mists, I would say, yeah, this is pretty good bait, yeah. Especially since it's like a girl, you know, like this is exactly the kind of avatar. If you wanted to bait someone in to not kill, you would use like a light-haired girl. No. No, I killed him or her. No, I feel bad. Oh wait, she didn't say no. She said yo with Russian letters. She was collateral. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She died from 1 Q. I mean, okay, yeah, I did expect that, honestly. It wasn't unexpected to me. Okay, at least, I don't know. I had to defend her from the dual swords. I don't know, I feel bad now. Let's go back. Let's see if... was there any loot? 0. No. I am so sorry. 1 million total fame, 0 player kills or PvP fame. Yeah, I probably won't even. No. Bad karma was worth 200k. No, okay, Zara, it was not. I didn't plan to kill her, but I was being careless. Yeah, I kind of accepted the collateral. Okay, it would have been... I thought it would have been sweeter if she said, or he said no. Because I thought, but I actually realized it's just Russian letters. She said yo. So it's okay, yeah? If she said like no, or he said no, I would feel more like, no, I betrayed the world. But the person said yo, so it's okay. Give him some donation. Last time I gave like a donation was the super adorable healing staff. Dude, it was faming up 4.4 healing staff, and I fought him and killed him. And that was during a challenge. And I promised that if they answer later, I will give it back, and I gave it back. You walk around mist naked, you get what you deserve. Yeah, but he wasn't even walking around, right? He was just sitting, chilling. I feel bad. I hope they come back. Also, I hope they understand it wasn't... I had to fight for the... Well, I didn't have to fight. Okay, fine. He was living on the edge, very much on the edge. 1 Q was enough. I feel kind of bad. Also, they're not writing anything. Like, my curiosity is so high that if I realized like they were speaking in Russian, I would have probably like I don't know how to write Cyrillic, but I understand Russian fully, yeah, and I can write the Russian words in like Latin letters, yeah. So if I realized in time that they're speaking Russian, I was so curious. I don't usually use other languages in the game ever, but I would have written like a Russian question, like what's up, yeah? Why are you doing this? Most people understand it, yeah. I can't write Cyrillic, but I can write like Latin letters, and most people understand the pronunciation based on that. Oof. Oof. It is my one of my arch nemesis on this build. The Walker of Flame. Without attunement, but with overcharge. Do I try this? I have to try this, yeah? He says versus. Yeah, okay, let's go. I have 10-second cooldowns, but... He has Purge for my Inferno. I don't have Purge for his. I have no idea how this fight should look. I think it's just going to be mostly me running away and being sad, but we'll see. Okay, never mind. I'm owning his soul already. It worked. I dodged his Purge. Okay, neither of us got hit. That's interesting. I cannot really brawl, right? You can see that I'm still losing it so heavily. I am kind of reading his soul, and I'm still losing it so heavily. That sucks. I have Inferno now, so he can't really fully kill me, yeah? Ooh, it worked! It worked! He said wow. That was a wow. Also for me it was a wow. I respect... Okay, he wrote something in Turkish, so I hope that Turkish thing is not like, wow, you suck all the balls in the world. I hope that the Turkish was also kinda good. I didn't want to overcharge, but I actually should have. It's very difficult matchup and he's overcharged, yeah? But I thought, okay, my attunement, because I have actually attuned, and he doesn't. I felt like that's okay. Okay, he's actually writing nice things. He says, bro, well played. How you are too much stronger. It's because I dodged every one of his E's, yeah? It's not because this is a strong build. Unfortunately, I feel like I should lose this fight 9 times out of 10. But at least we have a Flame Walker now. You were best. That was... I was playing out of my mind. But also, he made it easy, yeah? Like, a good Flame Walker in this matchup would just never E until I have E'd, yeah? Like, he's not worried about... Like, you saw, the whole time we are like 5 to 10 meter range. I am at a big disadvantage. He's just constantly queuing me, and I'm just feeling unhappy. By the way, thanks for following. That was a while ago, but thanks for following Shishotroniker. Make him your viewer. Send him your Twitch link. It's okay. He will... I will make video of different Pog log kills, and he will be in the video, and some of his friends are gonna say, yo, you were in the video, go check it out. Because he's getting like a good rep from the video, yeah? Winning or losing fights is infinitely less important than being a good human being, yeah? And someone who has the balls to die in a fight, and then his first reaction is, wow, well played. Instant respect, yeah? Much more important. What did you respond to him? Nothing. Nothing yet. I'm not gonna, like, his question, how are you strong? I'm not gonna give him like an analysis of the fight, yeah? Like, yo, you didn't hit any of these, I got lucky with the timing, or I predicted your ease, yeah? I'm not gonna do that. But you know, I mean, like, even during Brawl, it was very difficult. And you saw my Inferno play, yeah? I've been talking about this several times. I Inferno and instantly W, so he missed his Purge. I don't even have a Purge for his Inferno. Okay, I'm gonna say GG, respect for saying WP, for writing WP even after death, even after loss. Yeah, I wrote to him, GG, respect for writing WP even after loss. I hope that makes sense, yeah? That is my feeling. I killed a guy in open world yesterday and he said that he wishes death to me and my family. Your opponent was definitely more chill. Yeah, that's the big thing. Like, I mean, who is going to be a good... like, it's the same, like, if I see someone who is just running away, never attacking anyone, only looking for advantages, I know in, like, in 2 months, this guy is still gonna suck, yeah? If you are a beginner, you suck. Everybody sucks, yeah? At the beginning, it's so difficult in Albion, yeah? But if your approach as a beginner is to just not take the fight, nah. He doesn't have mobility. I need to be careful because of the carving, yeah? Although the carving was only 4-0, he has a purge. So the carving is gonna mess up any kind of potential I have to actually do this. I would like to take the fight, but I'm not gonna... This is me playing 6-3, yeah? On tier 7, nobody cares. In tier 7, I am in that bitch so fast, I don't care who dies and who rats me, yeah? 6-3, there is no point giving my items to the carving. This is a difficult matchup, which is doable, because I have 2 cancels for his cultist rogue. But I can't brawl him, yeah? Because he's gonna definitely out-brawl me. And I also cannot get rid of curse stacks. But I would try this matchup if the carving was not around. So yeah, so what I want to say, if I see a beginner who's not risking anything, always afraid of fights, they suck because everybody sucks. I sucked for a long time at the beginning, that's the game, yeah? But that guy in 2 months is still gonna suck, yeah? If they're playing Bloodletter and just running around chasing people on their horse, hoping to get a free kill, in 2 months they're gonna have the same, like, instead of 0 skills, they're gonna have 1 on a scale of 10, yeah? If I see a dude who, like, I had this last time I played, I ran into a dual swords player, tier 7 versus tier 7, I think. I made it clear I want to fight. The dude stopped next to me. It was also Poglock, like a month ago. He stopped next to me. He said, wait, I'm reading what your weapon does. And 15 seconds later, he said, okay, let's go. Like, that sort of guy, that sort of beginner, in 2 months, is gonna have fun and win fights and, like, be part of, like, PP, right? Can you imagine that sort of thing? And he wasn't memeing, like, later I looked at his profile, and so it wasn't just a meme. Like, he legit said, wait, I'm gonna read what your weapon does, and then I'm gonna fight you. To learn. The same goes for this attitude, yeah? Someone whose first instinct after dying is fuck your mother and whatever, you know, everything is wrong with the world and the game, and your family should die. That person, their first instinct is, this is like hopeless shit, I'm never gonna, like, they're never gonna improve, yeah? If the person's first instinct is, wow, well played, that's the guy who's, like, legitimately, like, 10 times, gonna be 10 times better because he's gonna try to understand. Like, I'm also not surprised that his first question was like, yo, like, how are you strong? Yeah, he's legit trying to understand what happened on his screen. So, that's like the mindset to improve for sure. But yeah, but I think Froggy's, like, experience is very relatable to anyone in Albion. Like, getting hate messages after you kill people, very common. But, as I said earlier, coming from Dota, the toxicity in Albion is, like, 5 times less invasive, for sure. Because in Dota, everyone is kind of mad at each other, and everyone thinks that everyone else sucks. But in Dota, you have the extra level that your teammates, just in the league, yeah? The league is exactly the same, of course. Your teammates, who are really tryhard, are under the illusion that their success depends on you. So they're gonna be so much more critical of you. So you get much more hate from teammates than you get from, like, opponents or other people. He said you played good. Oh, okay, that was the Turkish translation. Yeah, I mean, he was also in the end very nice. Make him your viewer. You know what? Also, the making your viewer thing. Maybe this is like trying to be too much like, oh, I'm like a cool James Bond, yeah. But I kind of I kind of like not promoting myself in game. Yeah, I also here, like, you know, I don't have my Twitch or something. I kind of like I like the idea of someone finding out that they can watch my stream or videos, kind of finding it out from another place. Yeah, not from me. I don't know. There's some extra enjoyment about it. How does this sound? Dual swords with cultist hood, merc jacket, assassin boots, and Ava cloak. That sounds good, yeah. I think Avalonian cape is just weaker right now than smugglers, so I suggest going smugglers. But cultist cowl is okay, yeah. The only problem, Kenvar, is that you are becoming like everything about your build, especially if you go Ava-Cape, but everything about your build is just amazing at brawling your enemy, yeah? If you are able to stay on top of your enemy for the whole fight, the only person who is going to kill you, out-brawl you, is Deathgivers on Q1 and Chain Slash, yeah? Unless you're fighting Deathgivers Q1 Chain Slash, you're gonna out-brawl everybody. And the reason I say that's a problem is because you're kind of putting all your eggs in one basket. So anyone who is gonna out-mobility and kite you, you know, you're not covering different bases with different parts of your build. Since you already have a weapon which is great at brawling, you're going for assassin shoes, especially if you're on dash. No mobility, no, not good mobility, but very good brawling. Mercenary jacket, good for brawling, especially with your weapon, yeah? You are going to suffer because now your helmet also doesn't help you actually catch anyone. So if you fight like a frost or bow or even a spear or even a carving, they might find it not that difficult to kite you, because they know how easily they will lose a brawl to you, so they will more focus on kiting, and you will suffer, and you will lose a fight because you can't even get on top of your enemy. That's the only problem. Vic, when are you making more generous video, guys, like what to purge video? I think more and more now. I'm definitely now back on track to make videos while I also stream. It's just much more difficult to manage all the clips, because clips are from stream, with me already talking and stuff and my face on them. And it's a bit more difficult to manage like a big library of clips, because the good thing earlier was that as I was making that video, you know, I got more and more examples to put in the folder that I knew this is going to become the purge video kind of thing, yeah. About Hammer, you mentioned for solo PP best with the... Yeah, currently Tomb Hammer, yeah, I think so. Why is Forge, like, not played at all? Forge Hammers are played, yeah. There's some people are playing it. They're not terrible. But Forge Hammers, you don't have any... Like, you don't have the kind of mobility like some of the hammers. You do have your W, but your E doesn't give you that extra mobility to be safe or to run into fights. Sir, what are we doing? Oh, he actually hit that. Nice. This is kind of risky, to be honest. I just need my E and W. I don't want to give him his boots before my E and W are ready. He's actually dangerous with this build, which is awesome. I love that. I can now actually wait for other things as well. Since he doesn't have mobility, I can wait pretty freely for all of my spells to be ready. This is the risk of running a build without mobility. Oh shit! Nice! Oh, he went on the mob. That was some big brain time. That was some really big brain time. Holy shit. Okay, I take that. 700k, definitely worth this, but... You can do this with low AP, because you can surprise a lot of people with this build. Also for me, he did more damage than I expected, but it's not enough to kill me. But with high AP, this build obviously can't work, because, you know, no mobility anywhere, essentially. But that's awesome. The fact that he went on the mob was awesome outplay. I was sure he's going on me. So yeah, Forge Hammers are played, but you're not, like... I mean, you kind of have, you have to brawl when your E is up, and you have to kite the rest of the time, and you're not amazing at kiting, you're not amazing at brawling, so it's not super popular. And for me, for example, against Forge Hammers, I have better mobility, so I feel better, yeah? For a lot of meta weapons, you can get outplayed by Forge Hammers, but if you play correctly against them, they don't really have anything to do, yeah? They can't really save themselves either. So any suggestion on what I should exchange for, so I have a bit more flexibility? If you're already suggested Cultist Cowl, Kenvar, that means you're already willing to go for artifact, more expensive items. Then I suggest buying Fiend Cowl or Helmet of Valor, so you have a flexible helmet where you can purge. If your enemy uses boots and you want to get on top of them, you can purge their boots. If they are brawling back but they are using Inferno, you can even purge their Inferno. That would be my number one go-to for that. To just go Fiend Cowl to purge enemy, or Helmet of Valor for a more difficult but more flexible purge. Can you suggest some good weapons for Mists? Armin, what is this general question like? What are you hoping? I can 100% give you. I can give you a bunch of weapons. Go play Daybreaker. Amazing weapon, one of my favorites, and S tier right now. If you want 3 weapons as a list, Daybreaker, Arclight Blasters, and Deathgivers. Choose one of those. If you don't like to play meta weapons, go with something a bit less popular, like Quarterstaff, which is still very strong, but not like super meta tier, yeah? There's a bunch of suggestions. Shengo says, I swear no one play, but Quarterstaff actually good. Quarterstaff just suffers from being out-mobilitated. Because if you do change your Q and W for brawling, then your mobility is limited and your E is predictable, but... That's why Quarterstaff, I think it's rightly not like an S tier contender, but it is definitely a very good viable build, yeah? Just play that. If you're looking for a fun weapon to play which is viable but not super overused by everyone else, play Quarterstaff. Bobby says, I was talking about learning Spear in global chat in game and someone told me to watch your videos. Unless that was you on a Smurf account. No. I'm very happy to hear that. Generally, I don't suggest using global chat for anything. Yeah, it's kind of a risky thing to go into in many games, yeah. I have it turned off since the first week I played Albion, I think, on NA. But, I'm happy, yeah. I feel like a lot of people are... I've seen that also on Reddit quite often, that people are suggesting my videos, and of course that's one of the happiest things. Like doing self promo is inevitable, but it's not as happy as having someone else suggest. That's amazing, yeah. I'm happy. But yeah, I don't see global chat at all. I like the last video I posted, like having no central team but just comment over random fights. You know, Eric, more and more videos will be like that, kind of, yeah. Because I am learning to make videos from streams. And I'm struggling for kind of 2 reasons. First of all, because I like many of us, I struggle in everything I do in life. I struggle with perfectionism. This is not like a good thing, yeah? It's not like, oh, that means you hold yourself to a high standard. No, I don't mean that sort of perfection. I mean the sort of thing where I tell myself, you know, like I don't even put in the effort because I feel like it's never gonna be like the best, yeah? So I struggle with that, so that was one problem. But the other problem is that it's so difficult to figure out, like, how to actually make a clip that is interesting on stream, also interesting on video. And I know, like, best Albion streamers, not best, like, more experienced, you know, who have done this for a long time. Like, for example, from English speaking, you have Coco and Ekward as very good examples. Like, their videos they're not trying to make perfect videos. They're just trying to present what interesting things happened on stream, and it's really fun to watch, yeah? So, I have not yet figured out how that exactly happens, because my style is more like making an educational, fundamental video. But I'm very happy to hear that you liked it. That there's more and more. And the next one I want to do is a Grove Keeper, which is also one reason why I decided to play it again. Reading abilities can be the difference between a win and a loss. I just fought a Blazing Staff in a Corrupted and died all because I didn't realize that the damage after walking out of a tornado can't be reflected. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of things that can't be reflected. They've messed around that a lot. I used Hunterhood and walked out of the tornado, and that's what killed me. In general, I mean, I don't want to make a general rule because they really kind of messed up the reflecting thing. It's very confusing. But there is some sort of general feeling that damage which cannot be controlled, which the enemy doesn't fully control the damage, usually also cannot be reflected, I feel like. If he dismounts, I'm changing Cape and Potion. A Carving would probably want to fight me. Especially if he has a Purge, because he's not as worried about my Inferno. But I'm going to try that play again. You saw the kind of you saw the play against Flamewalker. I was so happy with that outplay. Inferno and instantly W, so he misses his purge. That was so awesome. Corrupted dungeons are full of quarterstaff. Yes, because in corrupted dungeons some quarterstaff play like a very safe build and utilize the environment also. Yeah, because you have the stuns. Do you play Carving? I mean, it's fair to say yes, but it's not like my. It is. I played a decent amount, yeah, and I enjoyed it. It's very fun. Especially when it was stronger, it felt like it felt in many ways like a spear, but stronger, yeah? You also kite to get an advantage, you brawl very well, if you need to with Snapper, but you like are just simpler and better than Spear in many ways. Now carving is not that strong, but I still enjoy it occasionally, but not that much. If you were to put Fists of Avalon on a tier list in Mists, where would you put it? By the way, love the bits. Thanks, Rufus, for the positive energy. I would still put Fists in the meta tier. Like, it's probably not S tier right now, it's like A+. It's still one of among the top 5, top 6 Mist weapons, yeah? It's just much more difficult. You don't have that many matchups that are like straight up good matchups, but you can handle everything and you are pretty safe, yeah? Of course, that you're safe until you change away from triple kick, and to win fights, you need to change away from triple kick often, yeah? But still, like, you can take a lot of fights, try it out, and just reset until your enemy messes up. It's not a playstyle I necessarily enjoy myself, but it does make Fists of Avalon still very strong. So definitely meta tier A+. Every Ekwart video is S tier, some Cocos vids are mids, but most are fun. I don't know anything. Like I don't like, you know, like making a tier list of creators because I don't watch enough of them, yeah? I just watch here and there a little bit, and I have a lot of respect for anyone who makes content. Not because I make content, but already way before that, especially streamers. Now, in fact, as a streamer, I realized it's a bit less difficult than I thought, maybe. But still, I have so much respect for people who, like, put their high-risk gameplay on display, yeah? Like it's... There is some special, like, extra thing there which I really admire, and used to admire way before I even considered doing content myself. Admire people that put their gameplay. I had this also in Dota, like, because in Dota, just like in Albion, you're gonna make it hundreds of mistakes, yeah? And you put it on display so everyone can see that actually, secretly, you also suck, yeah? Because every human makes a lot of mistakes. I had respect for that. But now that you did point out, like, I don't want to discuss, like, the details of, you know, Ekwart video style and Coco style. I think it's kind of doesn't serve any purpose to talk here, you know, when they're not even present, yeah? And that doesn't really interest me. However, the fact that you specifically said every Ekwart video is S tier makes me curious, as someone who's learning to make videos based on streams. It makes me curious, Eric, if maybe you want to try to kind of explain a little bit what do you think? What is it about Ekwart's videos that you feel like he makes, like, constantly good hits? Because I know his videos for a long time are just clips of stream. Of course, like, he has them edited and put together, and that's awesome. But what do you think? What about him makes it so that, or his videos makes it so that you feel like it's actually S tier videos? I'm curious. Maybe there's something that I could learn from your experience. What build would you play for Tomb Hammer for Corrupted Dungeons? And maybe for Solo Mists? Interesting question. First of all, I definitely would play Hellfire Pots. It's too strong of a combo not to use it. If you hit a stun, Hellfire, yeah? After that, the big question is going to be what sort of armor, because I think plate armor is probably just going to be better. You just need to survive long enough to hit two big E plus poison combos. Not poison, E plus Hellfire. I think you need energetic sprint. You're going to run out of energy otherwise, I'm pretty sure. You see, this is why I don't enter, like, epic mists or legendary mists, yeah? It's a lot more PvEs and gatherers and stuff. For cape, you want Smuggler's Cape, because you need to throw 2 potions. If you really don't want, if it seems for whatever reason too risky because you're gonna waste the cape and then the other person is gonna take advantage of that. Oh shit. Okay, I have to use my E, but he doesn't have boots when he gets dismounted. No, he went the other way. He's not gonna have boots, so. Like, his boots are a little bit better cooldown than mine, but not like crazy better. Ah, he's gonna still run out. So pussy. Well, maybe don't dismount when you're on my screen, Mr. No Pussy. Too bad. Too bad. If I didn't miss the Q, I still have my other spells. I don't need to use them to dismount them, then it's fine. Also, I should have helmeted from far, but whatever. It's 4.1, so it's not a big loss anyway. I was theory crafting and thinking of making a Deathgiver's pre-stack Q build with Royal Boots. Do you think it would work? Against beginners? Yes. By pre-stack you mean Q3, yeah? You mean like stacking Q3. Against beginners, yes. Against advanced players, it's a bit too easy and predictable, and they're either not gonna give you the chance at all, or they're gonna abuse the fact that after you get your first free E for free with the pre-stack, then what are you gonna do, yeah? They're gonna just brawl you like crazy because you don't pose as much as a threat anymore. But I can tell you, I played a very experienced player, Daybreaker versus Deathgivers for a while. Like, we went into solo, like a duo miss to 1v1. And he was like, he wasn't like super good at Death Givers, yeah, he was just good at Albion, like he knew most of the things, of course, like he had a lot of experience, but Death Givers he was just kind of learning, yeah, I feel like. Anyway, it's a good matchup for Daybreaker. It's not that easy to actually catch and finish the kill. So the first couple of times I was winning by far, but I couldn't finish the actual kill. And then we became friendly. We didn't become friends, but we became friendly. And he was trying everything, yeah? We kind of agreed, like he was trying everything he could because he was really interested to try out, like, is there any way for him to win that matchup against me? It's very difficult against Daybreaker. And he tried everything, all kinds of different things. And when he tried the Q3, it was the easiest fight of all of those fights when Daybreaker is still kind of good. Of course, not every weapon has a purge like Daybreaker, which is pretty low cooldown purge to remove those stacks. But when he tried Q3, it was not even a fight. And we were both 6-3, yeah? With awakened weapons, yeah? So it wasn't like I had IP advantage, but when he used Q3, that's my only experience with Q3 Death Givers that I would say is meaningful experience and not just somebody trying the first Albion day of gaming, yeah? So that guy who seemed like pretty experienced in everything else was trying to figure out how to take the matchup, and he tried different Qs and different ways to play. Of course, against Daybreaker generally want to go Q1, but even that didn't work for him. So he tried Q3 and it was just walk in the park. Like I could not lose that fight anymore. So from that perspective, I don't suggest. I feel like it's easier to play against. But then again, you know what? Everything you hear from me or others, take it with a grain of salt, because I cannot experience everything myself, yeah? And new ways to play the game come from people who theory craft random shit that doesn't make sense, but for some reason, for them personally, it starts working a little bit. What do you think of the upcoming nerf to Smuggler's Cape plus Potion CD? Not Potion CD, but Healing Potion, yeah. I think it's very good, of course. I'm very happy with any Smuggler's Cape nerf, because I want more variety. I want balance. I want different things to be strong. I'm gonna go for item power, even though I don't want to spend money on this weapon anymore. I'm gonna go for item power to potentially get 2000 here. Although I would also am rooting for a crit, but one more roll and we'll see. Okay, maybe 2 more rolls. Man, I'm putting 1 million, over 1 million in here just to get the beautiful number. What a waste of money. And now it's gonna go crit. Okay, now, happy. Are you happy? Look at my HP. I paid like 1.2 million almost for this. I paid 1.2 million just to get extra 5 HP. Okay, I got extra IP, which also does other things, but it's a small upgrade. Just to get a bit of extra HP so that you would feel. Don't drop till 69. 69 what? 69... It's already 86 strength. 69 what? 4269? That doesn't make sense because I need 42069 and I'm not gonna get 420... like 42,000 HP, yeah. 69 extra IP, oh shit, okay. That actually almost makes sense. How much do I have? 61. But then I'm gonna ruin the beautiful HP number, so no. Eric said I wasn't trying to make you make a comparison. I understand that dangerous and nuanced. Yeah, okay. What I like about Eckwart's video, I wasn't reading too much into your comment. I was just wanting to make sure that when I ask for your explanation of why you love Eckwart's videos, I don't open the whole chat up for discussing like, oh, I don't like this about Coco, I don't like this about Eckwart. Obviously, I don't want... If you want to say something good about anyone in the chat, you're always welcome. But I'm not super interested to hear like why people don't enjoy somebody else. Who cares, yeah? I just wanted to make that, not because your like comment was somehow weird. Okay, and Eric's answer is, what I like about Eckwart's videos is that although it's clips stitched together, it feels more connected than other YouTubers. Okay, that's very good, interesting feedback for me to also think about in the future, yeah? So that you feel that the different clips just put together actually make an interesting story to follow, yeah? Tier 7 Carving asked me to play. I should make one day. I don't want to take time for this right now, but I should make one day when I just play Tier 8 and just accept all the 1v1s. But I'm going to do that on Daybreaker. It's a good weapon for 1v1s. Thanks, man, for the answer. One more question outside Alban. What mic do you use, and have you set up it in a specific way? Here. Ta-da! It's HyperX... What's the name? I should know this. Whatever. Chromecast. Not Chromecast. Quadcast, I think it's called. It's the most typical, like, it doesn't cost that much. It's one of the most typical kind of first mics for a lot of people who don't do like professional sound work in any way, but do have want to have at least some bit of quality beyond like a microphone from headphones or something, yeah. It's very recognizable, this red, kind of visual. That's why I showed it, yeah, because I think, but based on this visual, you will quickly find this microphone. I don't have any sort of special setup. I ordered like a little bit of like muffler and stuff, you know, to make the sound even more enjoyable, but I got completely scammed by the company. They didn't send me anything, and they're telling me that they're only going to refund me in 3 months. Other than that, no, nothing special. There's a app called NVIDIA Broadcast, which I have running in the background, which filters out a little bit of background noise, yeah? So when I make mouth sounds, you know, like this sorts of things, or when I click my keyboard, you either don't hear it at all, or you hear it much less, because of the NVIDIA Broadcast feature. The NVIDIA Broadcast seems to be actually using my GPU for whatever it's doing. I don't know, I just noticed that when GPU is really under load, that program fails. But for Albion, definitely not a problem. I just noticed that if I am like editing a video at the same time I have like a game open or something, sometimes the broadcast software just fails because it says like GPU is overloaded. Grinder had a good combination of gameplay and strategy breakdown in his stream highlights. Yeah. I loved Grinder as a player and watching his streams. But also about Grinder, I also must admit that before he started streaming, the videos from before he started streaming, I watched those a bit more. Like after I started streaming, I was myself a little bit less interested. But you know, that's just me personally, yeah. Doesn't mean anything. Did you use any app to make it sound better? Defeat 10 mobs in 5 seconds. I just got an achievement. Guys, I am PvE player. Character progression. I defeated 10 mobs. I didn't just kill them. I didn't just queue them. I defeated them. What was it? 10 mobs in 5 seconds or 5 mobs in 10 seconds? Something like that. Nice. Let's go. Yes. I do feel good. And I got this wonderful tier 5 tome for it. I'm happy. You see it? I am progressing my account. Combat challenges. And oh shit, someone is fighting mobs here. Is it further to the south? 4.1. My abbey, sir. Okay. Looks like the hyper. Yeah, I think it's called Quadcast. Yeah, I was scrambling for a moment to remember, but it's definitely HyperX, 100%. And it's like there's one which is a bit more advanced. This is not the advanced one, which changes colors. And no, the advanced part is not just the fact that it changes colors, but that's how you can recognize the difference. Mine is the more basic one. I have somewhat the same one. I have the HyperX Quadcast S. Okay, I don't know what the S does. I don't know if the S is the more advanced one or the less advanced one, if there is one. But yeah, this was the most basic one. I bought this when I was building my PC. I bought a bunch of things from Amazon. And I do have a little bit of obsession to actually, like when I buy stuff, to actually figure out what is the best, you know, to research for a while. So I spent a lot of time researching, but I mostly researched other like PC components to decide how to build my PC. You know, it was my first time ever actually trying to build my own. And I also got a microphone, and I think I pretty quickly realized like this seemed to be, by all suggestions, the best balance for someone who is not by any means professional with sound. I mean, I also have like, it doesn't affect much, but the room is not very big. And I do have, outside, you don't see it, it's like just outside of screen, maybe I'll show it one time, but it's pretty dirty, so I don't want to show it to you. But essentially, like, how to say it? There's like a little construction with two like legs, or like, it's easier to just show. No. With two like these kind of legs, and then they're connected at the top. And this is a thing that is generally, it's meant for drying clothes. I don't know why I have it. It's like from IKEA, like some $15 thing from IKEA. I think my mom bought it like for me, like, I don't know, 10 years ago or something. I have no idea why I have it. But it's meant to just hang clothes on there, either to dry or just to, you know, to like hang some clothes, like to have extra space for hanging clothes, whatever. Anyway, I took some very old, that's why I don't want to show it, because it's like pretty, I feel like it's kind of dirty. Some old bed covers, or like duvet, if that's the word, that I don't use. Like it was like on the ground or behind the closet for years, and I put it there just to muffle the sound, yeah, because I heard that this makes it better. But this is like the most amateur level sound design that you can imagine, yeah. Absolutely zero understanding of how to actually do it, but I think it helps a little bit. So at least from that side of the room, the sound doesn't bounce off like to make it too echoey. Subscribe for more good sound tips. What are the most common efficient build to learn Daybreaker in tier 7? And is there any upgrades or changes I should do as go upper tiers? When you're starting out with Daybreaker, go Assassin Jacket. Go Assassin Jacket, although you still might use Inferno for most fights, but you can also use Invis sometimes. Assassin Jacket, Torch, Smuggler's Cape if you go tier 7. If you go lower, you can play without Cape at all. And any sort of rejuvenating boots. And as you go higher tier, instead of Assassin Jacket, it just makes sense to buy Jacket of Tenacity, because you'll get a higher IP jacket for a better cost, yeah? Because Jacket of Tenacity, like 6-3 Jacket of Tenacity is the same IP as 7-3 Assassin Jacket would be, yeah? So I'm paying less for good IP, as I would be an Assassin. But, and for helmet, there's so many good helmets for weapons. In generally, one of the best things on Daybreaker is Duskweaver helmet, but it doesn't, since you're not using Cripple anymore, the combo with Duskweaver is still good, because you want to be aggressive and stick to people, but it's nowhere near as important as it used to be. And if you're just starting out with Daybreaker and you're playing low IP, my suggestion is to start with Guardian Helmet. Very good defensive, which is super valuable in almost every situation, yeah? But then later as you go higher IP, also because when you're low IP, you're more in a defensive situation, so having a defensive in your helmet is better. If you go high IP, you want to be ready to be the aggressor, to be the one chasing people, forcing them to die to you. So Duskweaver becomes better. Levati asks, is your Daybreaker guide for 5 months ago still viable? Is there any changes I should be aware? Well, the biggest change is just the cripple. The guide is still very good and mostly still definitely good way to start. The only thing I would say is that you need to be careful, because cripple doesn't work very well anymore against swords, for example, but against pretty much anyone, cripple doesn't feel so good. As I just said, I still play it on Duskweaver, but earlier Duskweaver felt like an amazing combo specifically for Daybreaker. Now it feels like just a good option, but by no means like a mandatory very strong helmet. You can go Stalker Hood, you can go Guardian Helmet, as I said before. You can just go Helmet of Valor, a very basic and always useful for every fight helmet to just have an extra purge. Then you are much more free to use your E whenever. Have you ever made like a tier list? Yes, Stacy Kitten, I have made 2 tier lists. One is called the best 25 top 25 best weapons for low IP success, and that's a tier list for playing solo PvP on a budget when you're playing 4.1, 4.2, yeah? Because making an overall mist tier list is fun, but it's not so useful, because the weapons that are actually played a lot and should be considered like Mist's meta and some of the best S tier weapons, they are not good if you're playing 4.1, because you need completely different things from your weapon. So that's why the one tier list I made, which I think is still relevant, even though it's been a lot of time, because low IP meta doesn't change that much, which I definitely suggest if you want to watch a tier list. It's the like best weapons for low IP. The other one I made is for tier 7, so for middling tiers. That one, I mean, I hope the logic and the analysis there is very good still, but the actual tier list itself, like the actual weapon for tier 7, just be careful that middling tiers are more sensitive to meta changes. There's been new weapons, there are patches, yeah, so some weapons have fallen and risen, for example, carving lost a lot, yeah, and stuff like that. So the low IP meta tier list doesn't really get as affected, because the same weapons are pretty much good throughout time. Some weapons rise a little bit, some drop a little bit, but the changes are not crazy. And also the crystal weapons don't become meta for lower tiers, because they are too expensive to play at 4.1 or 4.2. But for higher IP, definitely tier lists do change. I haven't seen those videos yet, I'll go take a look at that for stream. That will be soon, Bloodrest. I think it's time. It's been an 8-hour fun ride already. Hey Vic, you talk about cripple often. Yes, it's because my heart has not healed yet. Scriptex. There were several changes. What is so essential about it that was changed? Oh, here we go again. Okay, the biggest thing about cripple is that they remove the big benefit you get when you successfully purge your enemy's movement speed buff. You used to get movement buff and the big damage buff. You don't get the damage buff anymore. That's the biggest thing. You cannot, when you're kiting, or when you're going for the big damage finish, you cannot play around the fact that you get a good cripple, and now you have big damage buff, and you use it to do the big damage burst, and then you keep kiting. That's the big thing. There are other changes, go look at them, but that's the biggest thing. Cripple is not as rewarding. Crippling your enemy's move speed doesn't matter as much. Instead, now Cripple is just a spell you can kind of use randomly all the time because they lowered the cooldown a little bit and they made it so that whenever you use it, you do a bit more damage and you also remove some of your enemy's attack speed. But removing attack speed is absolutely random shit, which almost never really affects the fight. Very few matchups when it's important, and even there you can't really feel it that much. So instead of removing your enemy's attack speed always, which is what it does now, it used to give you good damage buff, which was much better, but it also only happened when you crippled successfully their movement speed buff. So instead of high risk, high reward, it became kind of meh. Never amazing, just exists, yeah? And remember, you need to be close to cripple, yeah? So you can only pretty much use it when you can brawl, at least to some extent, yeah? What was that? Which way? That way, okay. I think this is just my victory because of IP. Like, he's fighting back the best he can, but I think it's just because of IP. Okay, he realized now that he can't. $500k. Okay, bullying on 6-3 at least is working out pretty well. Although, I did get that big outplay kill against 6-3 overcharged Flamewalker, yeah? So I can't say it's just bullying, but there's a decent amount of bullying also going on. Oh my god, you started hammers? Magnus, it's not starting. I have loved some hammers in the past. And even Grovekeeper I've played on stream already, I think 2 full days. But that was like over a month ago, yeah. And today, once again, I decided to do it, and I love it. What's up? What's up, Ding Ding? This is not in my head. This is in YouTube chat, yeah? I just feel the need to remind again, yeah? So Ding Ding in YouTube chat says, finally got my first kill with the spear. He's 200 IP lower than me, though. Okay, well, you have to start somewhere, so don't beat yourself up about it being 200 IP difference, but yeah, Spear is the father that we all wish we had, and maybe some of us actually did have, you know? It's the one that puts you through difficulty, that you feel like, fuck, do I really need to do this? Like, can't I just play dual swords and have fun right away, because I don't even need to understand the game to win fights in dual swords? But then, later, when you grow up, you are so fucking grateful that you had this sort of spear father, yeah? That's what the spear, 100 spears at the beginning, so... If you're going through difficulty, it's normal, yeah? I don't suggest it to anyone, but I myself definitely, if I had to start a new game, like Albion, I would play the equivalent of Spear to put myself in difficult situations, lose fights and not understand why I'm losing, but then be forced to actually learn the game. I remember it was changing back and forth and I just lost the plot at some point. Yes, well, Cripple is not really used anymore, unless you have a lot of IP advantage and you're just catching people that don't want to fight you. Why do people not use mobs more when at a disadvantage? Good players use mobs, even when not at a disadvantage. Good players use mobs for Mercenary Jacket, for healing on Blood Moon, for escaping with different spells, for blinking with Arcane W, for getting stacks on swords, daggers, and spears. Experienced players use mobs all the time. You think Cleric Robe is better than Mercs for Deathgivers? No. I think Mercenary Jacket is better if you have to compare them. But keep in mind that Deathgivers have two pretty distinct playstyles, and one of them is Cloth Armor one-shot. If you're playing Cloth Armor one-shot, I still suggest playing Mage Robe over Cleric, but Cleric for that, if you're going Cloth Armor one-shot, I mean, don't go Mercenary, yeah? But I don't think Cleric Robe is that good for Deathgivers ever. I think right now, as I said, Mage Robe feels a bit better. Now that's some dual swords hate, that's what I like. No hate. But it's true. This is not hate, this is like the fact of life. If your friend starts Albion, if you tell them to play dual swords in a couple weeks, or a couple months, depending on how often they play, they will have good experiences. They will come to you and say, yo, dude, I got this mega awesome kill, look at this, I killed like a guy who is better than me, what the fuck, yeah? Because on dual swords you will get kills without even understanding what's happening, because it's so much simpler. Not always, yeah? Good players will outplay you, yeah? You don't have tools to handle as many situations as Spear. But occasionally you will get kills, and just by pressing all your buttons. On Spear, very rarely, if ever, you're gonna get those kills. On Arcane, you're not gonna get kills just by pressing on your buttons, yeah? That's fact of life. That's not hate of dual swords. That even doesn't. I'm not even trying to say that the skill ceiling is lower, although it probably is, but that's not the point. The skill floor to actually start winning fights on dual swords is just so much lower. It's so much easier. And it's good. If we only had spears in Albion, we would be like 500 people playing this game, yeah? There's a lot of very hardcore games that are not welcoming to beginners that nobody plays. So we need dual swords, we need battle braces, we need weapons that are a bit simpler for other people to get like into PvP that are not hardcore dedicated to getting better yet. My friend harassed me on dual swords when I was worse at PP. I was also mad. Dual swords players crying in corner. No, man, dual swords players are not crying anymore. Dual swords players are just busy killing people because they can. Pretty easily, yeah. But also, like, there are people who play dual swords and are very good, yeah? The skill ceiling is still there. You can definitely play dual swords very, very well and outplay people, yeah? It's just very simple to start also. Bledder says, my son plays Albion with me just in the safe zones, and I had him start with dual swords and he loves it. See, what a lovely, wholesome example of why we need weapons like dual swords, of course. He actually knocks down other players and he's 6. This is, like, one of the most wholesome messages I've seen in a while at all, yeah? Can you imagine? Remember this, by the way. Okay, this was in yellow zone, but still. Next time you die to some dude, like, and you see, like, oh, you're playing such a simple weapon. Think about it. Maybe this is actually somebody's kid or younger brother. I had this also in chat. I've seen, like, we fought someone, and then someone said, oh, yo, you just killed my younger brother, yeah? It was like a 1v3 fight or whatever, yeah? The guys were trying to kill me, and I, you know, this happens. Yeah, I killed 1 or 2 of them. I was probably higher IP, I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Anyway, the guy said, oh, you just killed my younger brother. And it turned out it's like it was somebody's like 11-year-old brother who plays on his mobile, yeah? So before you feel like, oh, what a shitter, you know, playing this stupid weapon, trying to 1v, oh, he failed 3v1. This is like a legit kid trying to have fun on his phone, yeah? Just so we're clear. I know I'm in some words, I'm adding to the fire of dual swords player hate, which I'm not trying to do, yeah? I'm not trying to say that everyone who plays dual swords is somebody's younger brother with a phone. But you just keep that in mind, yeah? But that is, I love that message, Bledders. Thank you. It's so happy, you know? When I read those kinds of things, it's here or on Reddit or on forums somewhere, it always makes me happy. Dual swords is quite fun, you get away with some BS. Exactly, that is what I'm talking about, yeah? You don't get punished for your mistakes as hard as a beginner. One good example is spacing, yeah? The whole concept of spacing, when are you going to be on top of your enemy and when not? Like on most weapons, you have to calculate. What are the cooldowns? What spells does my enemy have available to them? How much damage are they going to do in the brawl? Do they have a cultist call? Or maybe some other thing? Do they have their Inferno? Can I purge it? Do I have my Inferno? What spells do I need? Like, your mind can explode just from making the decision, is it good time to kite or good time to brawl? The whole spacing is a difficult part of Albion. On dual swords, you still need to understand it to be the best or to be among good players, but you can be pretty successful just completely forgetting that spacing exists. If you like tell dual swords player, whenever your enemy is not next to you, do what you can so that you are next to them. And that's it. That's the only consideration for spacing you have. Whenever you see that your enemy is not standing on top of you, you use whatever spells you have to get closer to them. You can be successful. Yeah, this is just a good example. If you play like that any other, like not any other, but if you play like that on Arcane, Spear, whatever, even Fists of Avalon, you're gonna have a bad time, yeah? This is just an example, yeah? So you get punished for, like, you get less punished for some mistakes. What changes were made that make carving weaker? I also heard it say they were very strong, but I really don't understand why. I don't want to go into detail why carving for more than like a year and a half was the ultimate S+ tier solo weapon, undisputably the king of all mists for over a year, Reaper. If you don't understand, or if you don't know why that happened, it's too late to dig that up. It was very obvious and very long time. It was clear. But to answer your other question, I would love to do that. Why the nerf that it got? First of all, the damage from the E got nerfed directly, so it just does less damage, the E, and that is significant, of course. And secondly, Splitting Slash was nerfed. Splitting Slash was instrumental to making carving playstyle successful, because carving, even though it's a sword, thrived in the same way as a spear, jumping between brawling sessions and kiting sessions in the same fight. This spell was very good for that, and it was super strong. They nerfed this and instead buffed Blade Cyclone, so now swords use Blade Cyclone, but carving misses this spell very much, because for the carving playstyle, this spell was better. Carving is still viable, and a lot of carvings still play and are successful, but now you kind of have to use Blade Cyclone, which limits you more to brawling, and you have less potential to kite around like you did before. Ding Ding asked, how do you deal with bows? I encountered a tirade dude with a Badon. I realized that he's dealing more damage than me when brawling, but he can kite me with his long range and enforce disadvantage. You need to be much more detailed. You can come to Discord and ask that with a clip or something, and we can discuss like the clip. Some people will look at it, and maybe me as well at some point. I do look at some clips here and there. But like this is way too general question to have any kind of good answer. Dual swords good for only one group of people, absolutely new players with Forrest Gump level IQ. If you have at least 2 brain cells, any other weapon is better. I don't agree with that. I feel that you put a lot of hate in your message because you've died a lot to dual swords and it feels unfair to you, and I feel that pain, yeah? I am not a stranger to this feeling of losing a 1v1 and feeling like you don't deserve to win that because I had a more difficult weapon, yeah? Or lower AP. I feel that pain, login, but I absolutely do not agree with your radical statement about dual swords. Dual swords are very good if you're someone's 11-year-old brother. Also that, yeah. Karing's downfall began when E damage was nerfed by like 1.5 years ago. Yes, kind of, yeah. Kind of, that's one thing. But also the splitting slash thing is a big thing. Okay, it's time. It's time for me to say goodbye, go to sleep. As I changed around my weekend a bit, so tomorrow I'll be streaming, but on Sunday I am going outside into the grass. Hopefully I'll survive it. And thank you, as always. I am so happy to have you here. It's been a wonderful day again. I got some clips on Poglock. We all got to enjoy them live, but also, of course, I'm going to, at some point, hopefully, soon, put them into a video. Thank you for all the positive feedback, everything you, all the questions, everything. This is, I'm still a very new streamer, even though it's been now 3 months. I still feel like answering the same question over and over again doesn't really bum me out, yeah? So I'm still happy to discuss these things, so never feel bad about asking questions on this stream, right? We need to figure out what we're gonna raid. We went for Ducky Peak last time, who was a Counter-Strike player who went instead to, like she said, she's addicted to Albion. So we're gonna go for someone else, but she is like among the, if I look at English-speaking streams. Let's see, there's some other people I have never seen or heard as well. There's someone playing ZVZ. If someone has like an obvious choice. There's also Ace that we have already raided Ace a couple times though. Maybe a Haha actually. We haven't raided a Haha for a while. Holy shit, the Haha has a face cam. Okay, we are 100% raiding a Haha. I don't care. I don't care what anyone says. This is the first time I see his face, by the way. And like he's a guy I've talked to quite a bit, and he's also here in stream occasionally, and we discussed the Killboard 1. He's the guy who develops. If you ever used Killboard 1, which I use now instead of Murder Ledger, he's the guy who develops Killboard 1. So say hello to him. Nice. I love the fact that he has a face cam. Ask him difficult questions. Ahaha might not be as like hardcore, like must win or must get better at PvP type of approach like I am. But one thing he has a lot of advantages, like over me, for example, and in general, is that he's been here for day one, yeah? Like anything you have about Albion, he knows. He's experienced like every stage of Albion throughout the years, which I have not, yeah? I'm a bit newer. I'm not like the full-on veteran, yeah? So if you have any questions about what Albion was like 5 years ago, this is the man to ask, yeah? So, see you tomorrow. Good night. Thank you. Love you. Bye. Let's go.